Hello, everyone. Welcome to EPA's public hearing on minor new source review program, air permitting public participation requirements for state implementation plans. My name is Nanishka or Nan Abaladeo, and I'll be helping to support today's proceedings. Before we begin, just a quick reminder that everyone should be muted, and we ask that all cameras remain off unless it's your turn to provide testimony. At this time, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Paul Almodovar for introductions and to formally welcome everyone to today's hearing.
Thank you, Nan, and good morning and welcome. Thank you for attending today's virtual public hearing on EPA's proposed rule, minor new source review program, air permitting public participation requirements for state implementation plans. My name is Paul Almodovar, and I am the acting director of the Permitting and Program Support Division at EPA's Office of State Air Partnerships, OSAP. I will be sharing this session of the hearing. At this time, I'd like to ask our EPA panelists to introduce themselves.
Hello, my name is Richard Bowen. I'm an environmental policy analyst in the EPA's Office of State Air Partnerships.
Hello, my name is Ben Garwood, and I also work in the Office of State Air Partnerships.
Thank you, panelists. Before we continue, we are pleased to have Katie Mills, Deputy Assistant Administrator for Permitting and Regional Matters in the EPA's Office of Air and Radiation, join us this morning. Katie, thank you for being here, and we welcome you to offer a few remarks before we begin today's public hearing.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning. On behalf of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and the Office of Air and Radiation, I'd like to welcome you to today's virtual public hearing. Thank you all for taking the time to participate today. I'm Katie Mills, Deputy Assistant Administrator for the EPA's Office of Air and Radiation. In addition, with me today and listening to the testimony on this proposed rule are several of my EPA colleagues from the Office of Air and Radiation. On July 1st, 2026, EPA announced a proposal to streamline the new source review permitting process for minor sources through the elimination of the minimum federal regulatory requirements for public participation. EPA is proposing to turn over the decisions regarding public participation requirements for state and local minor NSR programs to the respective state and local air agencies. If finalized as proposed, EPA's air permitting partners would be given the discretion to decide whether, when, and for how long to provide opportunities for public participation on pre-construction review of proposed new minor sources and modifications. The proposed rule includes EPA's rationale for the proposed revisions, including policy and legal analyses. We look forward to hearing your comments today on this proposal. EPA will consider all comments from the stakeholders participating in this hearing as we develop the final rule. We look forward to considering additional written comments that we receive during the public comment period as well. Even if you speak today, EPA encourages you to also submit written comments to the docket. And as a reminder, comments must be received on or before August 21st, 2026. Thank you all for attending and participating in this very important public hearing. And I'll now turn it over to Paul for today's hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katie, for your time and insight. Appreciate it. Now, I will turn things over to the hearing host, Nan, who will provide some instructions for today's hearing.
Thank you, Paul. Before we begin, I'd like to go through a few ground rules and housekeeping items that will help make today's hearing run smoothly. A reminder that the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency is committed to facilitating a productive listening session and an environment of mutual respect and safety. The agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects all participants, including panelists, registered speakers, and presenters, to conduct themselves in a respectful, professional, and civil manner. EPA will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Now, please know, by registering for this hearing, you have agreed to abide by these rules. Now, most of you are familiar with Zoom's features, but for those of you who are not, this slide shows the top 5 features that will help you as a participant in today's hearing. Going from left to right, number 1, the microphone icon. Located on your far left of your toolbar, the Zoom microphone feature allows participants the ability to manage their audio functionality, to mute or unmute yourself. Number 2, the camera icon. Located next to the audio icon, the Zoom camera features controls your webcam. It manages your video on and off functionality and background settings. Number 3, the comment bubble. The Zoom chat feature allows participants to send instant messages or questions to attendee support. It can also be used to view names of current and former next speakers. So please make sure to have your chat box open throughout this hearing. Number 4, the hand icon. The raised hand feature in Zoom allows participants to virtually signal they need assistance. Number 5 is your exit. The Zoom leave button allows participants to exit the hearing. If you have joined the hearing by phone, please note that you will need to enter *6 to mute or unmute your phone and *9 to raise your hand. During today's hearing, we will be taking comments on minor new source review program, air permitting public participation requirements for state implementation plans. Now, under this rule, EPA is proposing to revise the public participation regulatory requirements for source subject to Clean Air Act, or CAA, new source review, NSR, programs, approved into state implementation plans, or SIPs. Specifically, the EPA is proposing to recognize in regulation that state and local air quality regulatory authorities, or air agencies, determined pursuant to Clean Air Act whether, when, and to what extent public participation in minor new source review programs is necessary to assure the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, or NAAQS, are achieved. We are joined today by our court reporter, Malia Cheney, who will produce a verbatim written transcript of today's proceedings. EPA will add a copy of the final transcript to the public docket, accessible at regulations.gov, for this rulemaking, and will carefully consider your comments as the final rule is developed. We ask that you make sure your Zoom screen name matches the name on your registration. And a reminder that unless you are speaking, please turn off your video and microphone. If you are experiencing sound or video issues, please try disconnecting and rejoining. To continue your experience, if you continue to experience technical issues, then please reach out to our attendee support. Or you can email our hearing coordinators at osaphearingteam@scna.com. This hearing is being live streamed on YouTube. If you are registered to speak today, you should have received a notification of today's hearing that includes approximate time of when you will be asked to speak. We will do our best to stick to this timeline. Speakers will be called on 2 at a time, and we apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. Each speaker will be given 4 minutes to provide their comments. And to be fair to everyone, we are going to strictly enforce the 4-minute limit. A timer slide will be displayed to indicate that your time has started and when time has ended. To ensure accuracy of the transcript, we ask that you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record. along with the organization, if any, that you are representing. Time will start when you state your name. If you are testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when 1 minute remaining and again when time has expired. When called on to speak, please unmute your line. If you are joined by phone, you will need to enter *6 to mute or unmute and *9 to raise your hand. When you are providing testimony, you are welcome to activate your video camera by clicking the Start Video icon. However, if you are not testifying, please keep your cameras off. Speak slowly so that a court reporter can capture your entire testimony. For the purpose of today's hearing is to receive feedback for a public comment period and will be structured as a listening session. This is not a dialogue or a question and answer forum. While panel members may occasionally ask clarifying questions, their primary purpose is to hear public opinion, concerns, and evidence regarding the proposed rulemaking. When you have finished speaking, please remute your line and turn off your cameras. So at that time, the next speaker will be called on and so forth. If time allows, we may be able to add additional speakers to the query. If you did not pre-registered and you're interested in speaking, please email our hearing coordinators at osaphearingteam@scna.com. And finally, today's hearing consists of 3 sessions. If there are no additional speakers, we may close a session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified. We may also take short breaks as needed. If you have copies of your oral testimony or any additional items that you would like to share, such as slide presentations, photos, videos, you may submit them to the EPA docket at EPA-HQ-OAR-2025-1212 of the proposal through August 21st, 2026. For more information or instructions for submitting comments on the proposal, please see the proposed rules dedicated website. Thank you for taking this time to share your comments on EPA's proposed rule, and let's get started. I will pass it over to Paul, who will open the hearing for comments.
Thank you, Nan. Appreciate it. So our first 2 speakers in this session are Catherine Guerra and Jennifer Hadaya. Please make sure you state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Ms. Guerra, you're up.
I'm Catherine Guerra. My name is spelled correctly. With Public Citizens Texas office, I'm the director of the TCQ Watchdog campaign, and we are strongly opposed to the EPA's proposal to revise the public participation regulatory requirements for minor sources. Removing these public transparency measures undermines the intent of the Clean Air Act and violates communities' fundamental rights to be informed about pollution in their neighborhoods. EPA's justifications for this rule change are deeply flawed. Starting with the rationale, which states that the Clean Air Act delegates discretionary authority to EPA to determine whether an agency's minor source programs are sufficient to assure attainment of the NAAQS. But this agency fails to assure attainment of the NAAQS in 30 of 50 states and in the District of Columbia. According to EPA data, those programs are insufficient according to the Clean Air Act. So what discretionary authority does EPA believe it is granted? Those rules should at a minimum preclude any states that fail to meet the NAAQS from modifying their air quality programs in any way except to strengthen pollution rules and achieve compliance. EPA primarily relies on an early outreach work group outcome to justify this proposal. I'm a former EPA staffer, so I reached out to my colleagues at the agency. Staff said not only did this EPA work group not reach any such consensus that would support eliminating public participation, but that EPA staff were surprised to learn that their work was being used as justification for the basis of this rulemaking. EPA states its support for the idea that public participation, quote, overwhelms the public with inconsequential information about minimal impact pollution. This assertion that the public is too stupid to effectively participate is not only incorrect, it is deeply offensive to the communities this agency is tasked with protecting. Minor sources, of course, have major cumulative impacts on local air quality. Each minor source, it can emit up to 99.99 tons per year of any criteria pollutant, and you stack them all on top of each other, pretending the others don't exist. EPA's assertion that minor sources are inconsequential is a dangerous oversimplification that ignores reality. Far from being inconsequential, minor sources include substantial facilities, including the gas plants that power AI data centers, many of which in Texas are major sources of pollution, claiming synthetic minor status or piecemealing authorizations with sham permits to exploit a regulatory loophole and avoid triggering public participation requirements. EPA argues that state agencies face budgetary limitations and that eliminating public participation will ease those burdens. Do state agencies not have the authority to design their own permit programs and fee structures? I believe they do. If funding is insufficient for public participation, the solution there is very simple. Instead of working to dismantle federal oversight, EPA should secure adequate federal resources to help states maintain and improve public engagement infrastructures. In addition to previously working at EPA, I also formerly worked at the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. Let me share with you what Texans know about the TCEQ. Time and time again, the TCEQ has proven itself to be a reluctant regulator. A report by Public Citizen using the agency's own data shows that last year, TCEQ failed to respond to thousands of environmental complaints, failed to perform thousands of on-site inspections, failed to process an extensive backlog of more than 1,000 enforcement cases, some at least 10 years old. Texans don't trust the TCEQ to protect the environment, to protect public health, or to protect our right to be heard. And despite laws mandating agency reforms of public participation, communities still have to fight the TCEQ for meaningful opportunities. Texans are relying on the EPA not to abandon its federal oversight. Our communities will not be silenced. And we urge EPA to withdraw this proposal, which is nothing more than a shameless surrender to polluters intended to fast-track permits for industry by silencing community voices at the expense of clean air and public health. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony today. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Okay, thank you.
Ms. Guerra, I'm curious if you would be willing to provide the information that you cite to with respect to TCEQ as part of a comment submission to the docket.
We absolutely intend to inform the EPA about all of those stats about the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality and its failed performance for Texans in a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hedaya?
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Hedaya. I am representing Air Alliance Houston. I'd like to start by addressing 3 assumptions that underpin this proposal. Number 1, that state air agencies know their local jurisdictions best. This is false. Air agencies in states as large as Texas do not maintain air permitting staff in local jurisdictions, not even major ones such as Houston, the 4th largest city in the country. They conduct technical reviews of permit applications with 0 local expertise or input. If the EPA is truly interested in keeping local decisions local, then I would argue for city and county air agencies to have delegated permitting authority. Number 2, that minor sources have minor impacts. This is also false. Houston is a city without zoning, which means that industrial facilities can locate within a quarter mile of a resident school, daycare, church, or clinic. The most common facility type in these cases is a minor source. Since the definition of minor source is based on the amount of emissions and not the type, these sources can emit highly toxic air pollutants, including carcinogens. By our best estimate, there are upwards of 4,000 active minor source permits in Houston alone. Because minor sources are the geographically closest polluter to most Houstonians, public interest is commensurately robust. I have personally seen over 1,000 public comments submitted on one minor source permit alone. Number 3, this rule change will reduce administrative burden. Again, false. If there is burden reduction here, it will be minimal at best. Many minor source permits occur as PBRs or standard permits, which, with only some exceptions, already have little to no public participation requirements.
I would now like to offer my responses to the specific questions solicited today. Number one, how would this rule affect how state air agencies process minor source permits? We understand this change would not immediately impact state level public participation unless and until states reopen their SIPs. In Texas, as my colleague Catherine illuminated, our state air agency must already be compelled to maintain minimum levels of public participation. Given this, we reliably anticipate that the TCEQ will fully avail itself of the opportunity to erode public participation further. I'll provide multiple examples of this in my written comments. Number two, what regulatory alternatives should the EPA consider? Frankly, we see no need for this proposal. In fact, EPA's own work group agrees. According to EPA documents, quote, air agencies concluded their minor source permit participation practices were already well tailored to the characteristics of their jurisdictions, end quote. If anything, EPA should raise the minimum floor with more robust public participation safeguards, which I will again list in my written comments. However, should this rule change move forward, EPA should affirm it does not vacate actions by its Office of External Civil Rights or replace current state law. Number three, are there any relevant reliance interests? This question likely pertains to the reliance interests of private industry. However, the public has a reliance interest as well. We rely on state air agencies to consistently and predictably adhere to their mission, implement their rules, accurately review permit applications, and enforce the permits they issue. In Texas, the state air agency is not reliable, and public comment periods and permit meetings are often how permit inconsistencies are brought to light. To the primary intent of Q3, I would imagine that having a patchwork of state-by-state public participation rules would make it difficult for private interests to predict permitting processes. And number five, what factors should the EPA highlight when agencies do not change their SIP? States with open EPA external civil rights cases should be exempt from this rulemaking outright. And states with EPA resolution agreements, consent decrees, or other formal actions, open or closed, that explicitly rely on public participation should also be exempt. I thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments. I strongly urge the EPA not to proceed with this rulemaking proposal.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you. Our next two speakers are Randall Callanan and Carrie Powell. Please make sure you state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony.
Yes, hello. My name is Randall Callanan, Randall Kallinen. And I don't see my video displayed, but I'm sure that you'll take care of that. I am a previous, excuse me. I am a board member of the Air Alliance Houston and a former president of the Houston ACLU of Texas, excuse me, ACLU of Houston, and also with the Greater Houston Coalition for Justice, which is an umbrella group of civil rights and community organizations in Houston, Texas. I would first like to mirror and agree with everything the previous speaker, Jennifer Hadaya, said, and so I don't feel the need to repeat it. I was born in northern Minnesota, rural northern Minnesota, and so we did not have much worry about air pollution in the forests of Minnesota where I grew up. When I moved away from that rural area and went to the University of Minnesota, where I got a degree in chemistry from the University of Minnesota, I did learn a lot there about toxic chemicals. And furthermore, at the University of Houston Law Center, where I got my law degree, I forgot to mention I'm a civil rights lawyer, practicing civil rights lawyer. I also learned a lot about the EPA. As a matter of fact, one of our professors was a former EPA official pretty high up, and he talked about a lot of different things about the EPA. Everybody deserves clean air. I am breathing air right now. Everybody here at this particular meeting is breathing air right now. Many of the chemicals that we are breathing into our lungs right now were given off by various plants, including the minor sources. As the previous individual, Jennifer Hadaya, mentioned, Houston has no zoning. And so these minor sources can end up next to schools, elementary schools, hospitals, retirement homes. And these people are especially at risk because of their lower ability in the political world to exert their influence, to influence the pollution sources around them. So I and the organizations I represent are heavily against this proposed rule, which would limit participation. The participation is already low enough. And this air that everyone breathes, everyone who breathes this air has a stake in having clean air. Do we want to be a country that just ruins its environment, that we have no respect for nature, for clean air? Do we want everybody breathing poisons and toxins? No, we don't. So I am here today after talking to my various groups and the people to be against this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you. Ms. Powell?
Good morning. My name is Carrie Powell, Keripowell. I am speaking on behalf of the Southern Environmental Law Center. SELC strongly opposes EPA's proposal to eliminate the longstanding federal requirement for public notice and an opportunity to comment on minor new source review permits. First, the word minor is misleading. These permits authorize the construction of many facilities that can have serious consequences for surrounding communities. Minor NSR also governs most pollution increasing changes at very large facilities, such as refineries, steel mills, and power plants. SELC regularly partners with community groups to comment on minor NSR permits, including permits for sources such as data centers, asphalt plants, wood pellet manufacturing plants, chemical plants, and sometimes even entire new utility methane gas-fired power plants. For more than 50 years, EPA's regulations have required public notice and at least a 30-day opportunity to comment on minor NSR permits. EPA now proposes to let each state decide whether the public should receive any notice at all. While EPA notes that many states have not been fully complying with federal public participation requirements, EPA's proposal to eliminate those requirements is the wrong response. EPA should instead require states to comply with the existing public participation rules and improve the way they notify and engage affected communities. EPA is also wrong in claiming that public participation has no bearing on whether a minor NSR permit is sufficient to protect air quality. SELC's experience participating in minor NSR permit proceedings shows that public input often makes permits stronger and more effective. People who live near a proposed facility often know things that permit writers do not. They know where children attend school and daycare, where people exercise outdoors, and where several pollution sources are already clustered. They may identify errors in an application, unrealistic operating assumptions, missing emission sources, or unenforceable permit language. That oversight is especially important because EPA generally does not review individual minor NSR permits. Without public notice, a permit may be issued with no meaningful outside scrutiny at all. Public review is especially important for synthetic minor permits that establish limits to keep a facility's emissions below the thresholds that trigger the more protective major source requirements. If these limits are based on faulty assumptions, omit necessary monitoring, or are not practically enforceable, a facility labeled minor may emit pollution well above major source levels, and we have seen that happen. Public scrutiny can expose those problems before construction begins. EPA suggests that public participation is unnecessary because many permit notices receive no comments. But the value of notices cannot be measured only by the number of comments submitted. Notice gives communities the opportunity to act when a permit matters to them. It also creates accountability. Even when no one comments, agency staff and permit applicants know that their work may be examined by the people who live with the consequences. EPA should withdraw this proposal. A faster permit is not a better permit if affected communities are kept in the dark and errors go undiscovered. We need more transparency and more meaningful public participation, not permits issued in secret. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions?
Ms. Powell, if you have examples of situations in which public participation has resulted in corrections to a permit or the identification of flaws, we would appreciate it if you would send those as part of a written comment.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers are Kiva St. Ford and Lisa Brenskell. Please make sure you state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Kiva St. Fort, KEVA_ST. And I am just a citizen speaking today as a member of a community that will be directly affected by these proposed changes. Public notice and public comment are not obstacles to progress. They are essential protections that help ensure people have a real voice in decisions that affect our health, our neighborhoods, and our quality of life. When public participation is reduced, communities lose one of the few meaningful ways to raise concerns about pollution, cumulative impacts, and environmental justice. In Texas, many neighborhoods already bear uneven environmental burdens, and weakening public input would make it even harder for residents to be heard before permits are approved. I urge the EPA to reject any rule that limits notice, shortens meaningful comment opportunities, or shifts decision-making further away from the public. Communities should not have to choose between economic development and their right to breathe clean air, receive timely information, and participate in decisions that shape their future. Please keep public participation strong, transparent, and accessible. The people most affected by pollution deserve more voice, not less. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony today. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Okay, thank you. Ms. Brenskell?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So Lisa Brenskelly, Lisa conventional spelling, Lisa, Brenskelly, B as in boy, Renskelle. So in these proposed rule changes, the EPA would remove a federal requirement for public feedback on permits for facilities considered minor air polluters, leaving it to states to decide whether to include members of the community before officials approve or deny facilities' air pollution permits that fall below major emissions thresholds. I oppose this rule change based on a clear demonstration that the state of Texas, through its Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, the TCEQ, cannot be relied on to protect the public from hazardous air pollution. In 2022, the EPA investigated the TCEQ for discrimination against minorities as regards placement of concrete batch plants in Houston, where I live. In 2023, the state of Texas, during the sunset review of the functioning of the TCEQ, faulted the TCEQ for breaking public participation promises and called them reluctant regulators. TCEQ remains under an active Title VI consent decree for lack of language and disability access to permit information. And all these findings were with the current rule in place that the EPA wishes to eliminate. This situation is clearly expressed by something I heard from a local educator who asked the TCEQ to speak to her class about protecting the environment, only to be told that TCEQ just approves permits and couldn't speak to her class about environmental protection. Current federal standards represent a minimum requirement, and with that requirement in place, an admittedly low bar, the TCEQ still failed to meet it and would almost certainly fail to do so were the requirement removed. Beyond TCEQ's failings, the public has a right to input on facilities that impact their health. Public notice is often the only way that communities learn about a new pollution source that's been proposed in their area. Public notice and comment provide these communities with an opportunity to understand the proposed pollution sources, identify local concerns, and ensure that decision makers consider community impacts before permits are issued. Public notice and comment requirements typically add only a limited amount of time to the permitting process, but they provide critical transparency and accountability. Streamlining the process should not come at the expense of meaningful public participation. And finally, so-called minor sources can add to an already overburdened community's poor air quality, or many minor sources together, such as diesel generators at an AI data center, add up to big pollution. In places like Houston, which already ranks among the nation's most polluted metropolitan areas for ozone and fine particle pollution and has no zoning laws to create buffers, every additional pollution source matters. Viewing each of these minor sources in isolation is simply to deny reality in favor of polluting industries to the detriment of their neighbors' health and quite possibly their very lives. Thank you for this opportunity to comment.
And thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you. Our next two speakers are Lanny Ween and Bridget Murray. Please make sure you state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Ms. Ween?
Hi there. My name is Lonnie Ween, L-A-N-I, last name W-E-A-N, and I am the West Virginia field organizer for Moms Clean Air Force. As a resident of West Virginia, a state whose air, water, and soil quality has been repeatedly threatened by pollution from industry development, I have a responsibility to speak up as the EPA delivers yet another blow to our safety and security by way of this proposal. I'm testifying today to make it clear that I strongly oppose EPA's proposal to gut public participation requirements for Clean Air Act minor source, new source review programs approved into state implementation plans, or SIPs. West Virginians are often stereotyped as poor, dumb, or having chosen lives of economic and industry exploitation, when in reality, folks here have faced decades of corruption seeping into the cracks of almost every single one of our major institutions. This state has been ransacked by greedy industry, regulatory bodies, lawmakers, or power-hungry people making decisions behind closed doors and without public input. I have no doubt in my mind that this proposal will exacerbate those very issues and is intended to do that. This proposal would allow petrochemical facilities and other heavy polluters to move forward with building polluting projects without notifying the public and without any meaningful community input. With this proposal, state and local entities that govern the minor NSR process would decide that community input isn't necessary, or could decide, that community input isn't necessary for a given project, which is the exact opposite of what we need here in West Virginia for sustainable economic development. Right up the road from my house is the town of Institute, West Virginia, where you can find a massive chemical manufacturing campus on which you will also find Union Carbide's ethylene oxide facility. Here in the quote-unquote chemical valley, as many call it, the total cancer risk has been estimated to be 366 in 1 million, or 10th highest in the country. Furthermore, based on EPA-approved air quality models, recent data showed that the cancer risk surrounding this Union Carbide ethylene oxide facility was 600 in 1 million, which is 6 times the 100 in 1 million risk level that the EPA itself has used to determine regulatory limits for polluting facilities. Do you want to know what some of the facilities on this campus are now trying to do? If you haven't guessed it, they're seeking to reclassify as minor quote unquote area sources, disregarding cumulative emission. Even after years of community outcry and opposition from local health and environmental groups, the West Virginia DEP continues to only consider emissions from each independent facility, leading to even greater air pollution in our communities. Classification as a minor pollution source does not mean that the pollution from a given facility is insignificant. West Virginia must already contend with a DEP that does not consider cumulative pollution, like the campus I just mentioned, which uses piecemeal permitting methods so their large projects may be broken down into smaller units to avoid triggering major source status. By gutting the public participation requirements of the minor NSR programs, EPA is literally taking away the opportunity for fence-line communities such as mine to be notified about the pollution from new or expanding facilities and to speak out about the potential harm to our families and livelihoods. Claiming this proposal is meant to quote unquote streamline industry development and streamline proposal processes is at the very least a half-truth and at the most an egregious lie. What it really does is put even more of a burden on those of us living in the path of pollution from minor sources and explicitly shuts out community voices in the process. By removing public input requirements for some of the worst polluting facilities in our communities, including data centers, petrochemical facilities, and other oil and gas facilities, this proposal sabotages one of the few regulatory tools that communities have to protect our health and safety from toxic pollution. To reiterate, I and Moms Clean Air Force strongly opposes EPA's proposal to gut the public participation components of the new minor source review program. I oppose this for the sake of my and my community's future and with the goal of honest economic growth in West Virginia. We deserve development that does not further endanger us and that welcomes and even encourages public input on new or expanding projects. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you. Ms. Murray?
Good morning. My name is Bridget Murray, and I spell my name as BridgetMurray. I live in Harris County, City of Houston, State of Texas, and I'm representing a nonprofit organization achieving community tasks successfully, doing business as ACTS. Our organization serves multiple communities on the east side of Houston, near Port Houston. We are a small community-based organization working to address multiple issues related to the environment and climate. ACTS has a community-led air monitoring network, and we are a recipient of one of the EPA's enhanced air monitoring grants. On behalf of ACTS, we are in opposition of this proposal to eliminate the federal minimal public participation requirements for minor new source review permits in state implementation plans or SIPs. Right now, these SIPs must guarantee notice and a community opportunity. This rule would erase that guarantee and hand it entirely to state discretion. This is not a small technical change. It is a step backward for communities already fighting for a seat at the table. As I stated earlier, our organization works in multiple communities, all majority minority, near the Houston Ship Channel, surrounded by industry, freight, corridors, rail, and truck traffic from major freeways. Minor NSR facilities, including concrete batch plants, metal recyclers, are often sited close to our homes, schools, and parks. Public notice is often the only warning residents will get before a new pollution source arrives, and the only chance to speak up before it's too late. We built our own air monitoring sensor network because official coverage didn't reach us. Community monitoring only complements the right to notice and comment. It doesn't replace it. Cutting the federal floor asks us to do more with less when permitting decisions are being made. This isn't just an East Side Houston issue. Every fence line and near port community depends on the same minimal protection. Many don't have the years of organizing, and they'd be left out with nothing. So let me please close with these requests. We urge you, EPA, to withdraw this proposal. We ask that you strengthen minor NSR public participation instead. Better notification, plain language with multilingual materials, and earlier engagement, not less. And with that, thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Our next two speakers are Vanessa Lynch and Amanda Rowald. Please make sure you state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Ms. Lynch?
Hi, my name's Vanessa Lynch, VANESSA I'm the Pennsylvania campaign coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force, and we have over 107,000 members in the Commonwealth. I work and live in Southwest Pennsylvania with my family and two children in a community with fracked wells. I strongly oppose EPA's proposal to gut public participation requirements for Clean Air Act minor source, new source review programs. This proposal could allow polluters to move forward with permitting new pollution sources without even notifying communities about the new or expanded AI data centers, petrochemical facilities, or other toxic industries moving into their neighborhoods. Families deserve transparency and meaningful opportunities to participate in decisions that affect the air they breathe. As someone actively working in communities with data centers, I know this to be fundamentally true. People want to have a say. Many data centers are using piecemeal permitting methods where larger projects are broken into smaller units to avoid triggering major source status, even if the overall emissions of the full project would be significant. This is essentially a loophole to some data center projects that they are using to avoid the stronger pollution controls that would be required if their project was considered a major pollution source. Most data centers are being permitted as minor sources and would be directly impacted by this EPA proposal. And when we talk about cumulative impacts in oil and gas industry areas, those cumulative impacts can be significant. My home state of Pennsylvania is being inundated by data center proposals, and I'm deeply worried about what this could mean for our air quality. Data center development is associated with pollutants like PM 2.5, smog-forming NOx, and volatile organic compounds. We know air pollution increases respiratory disease, heart disease, and contributes to harms to pregnancy and birth. A recent report from the Better Data Center Project found 99% of backup power for data centers in Virginia is supplied by diesel. Diesel pollution is considered by the EPA a likely cause of cancer. And diesel pollution is also linked to increased risks of respiratory and heart disease. And we know children and the elderly are at the highest risk of health impacts. It's essential that the communities have a chance to weigh in on polluting projects like data centers that could lock them into decades of added health risk. Pittsburgh is a city in recovery from an industrial past that produced gray daylight skies where streetlights were necessary. My grandfather would tell the story of how he'd go to work in a white button-down shirt and come home in a gray one. He died from heart disease and had 2 quadruple bypasses across his life. EPA must abandon this proposal to gut public participation requirements for minor new source review programs and ensure that families in Pennsylvania and across the country have meaningful opportunities to participate in decisions that affect the air they breathe and the health of their children and loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions?
Ms. Lynch, would you be willing to provide a copy of the report you mentioned in a written comment to the docket?
Yes, I can provide that in a written comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rowald?
Hello, my name is Amanda Rowald, AMANDA-ROWOLDT. As I said, my name is Amanda Rowald, and I live in Franklin County in Dublin, Ohio. I'm an Ohio field organizer for Moms Clean Air Force, a mother of 2 young boys and a cancer survivor. As someone who cares deeply for family, neighbors, and Ohio's beautiful landscape of agricultural plains, hills, and lakes, I'm here to voice my strong opposition to EPA's proposal that will end public participation requirements for Clean Air Act minor source, new source review programs approved into state implementation plans. As a field organizer and concerned citizen, I often get the opportunity to talk to my fellow Ohioans. I get to engage with the public and share information, and during this interaction, I welcome people's thoughts and experiences in return. This is such an important part of my job that I value very much because I know people appreciate the outreach and information. People are so busy these days, especially those that are caring for little ones, older adults, or family members with special needs. The Ohioans I talk to every day are truly appreciative of the effort made to keep them informed and engaged on issues impacting their communities. The connectivity of citizens and the exchange of information is a derivative of freedom that must remain strong within our American society and within our American government. And EPA's attempt to end public participation requirements for minor source news source review programs is an affront to the freedom that makes America great. Public participation is essential in a free and democratic society. Public participation is a crucial step that must remain in place in order for families to be informed about the air their children, their elders, and they are breathing. EPA's misguided proposal would enable AI data centers, petrochemical facilities, and other toxic enterprises to move forward with permitting minor new pollution sources without even notifying communities. This proposal is wrong and a slap in the face of Ohioans. EPA's proposal to eliminate minimum public participation requirements for minor new source review projects would blindside Ohio families and likely expose them to harmful pollutants and dangerous petrochemical facilities, like chemical recycling facilities and AI data centers, before they have any time or opportunity to do anything about it. Too much is at stake for children, families, and our beautiful Ohio landscape. As a mother and Ohio resident, I strongly oppose any and all efforts by EPA to remove public participation requirements for minor source news source review programs. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you. Our next two speakers are Theresa Laverne and Dominic Chacon. Please make sure you state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony.
My name is Theresa Laverne, spelled Thelisa. Last name is Laverne, Lavergne. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name, as I stated, is Theresa Laverne. I am a Fort Bend resident and an environmental justice advocate with Air Alliance Houston. But before I was an advocate, I was a mother, searching for answers about why my son couldn't breathe. When he was a young child, he suffered from severe asthma and recurring upper respiratory illnesses. We spent countless of hours in emergency rooms and doctor's office. We missed school, missed work, struggled with mounting medical bills, and lived with constant fear, not knowing when the next asthma attack would happen. After years of searching for answers, we finally learned that air pollution was a major contributor to his illness. Today, I work with residents across Fort Bend County who are fighting for the same thing I once fought for as a mother: the opportunity to protect their families before more pollution reaches their neighborhoods. My family experience is not unique. That experience changed the course of my life. Today, I work alongside residents throughout the Houston region, including communities that have lived with the burden of industrial pollutions for generations, helping families understand the permitting process, organizing their neighborhoods, and make their voices heard before decisions are made that affect how they breathe. That is why this proposal is so deeply concerning to me. Public participation is not an inconvenience. It is not a box to check. It is often the only opportunity families, such as myself, have to speak before another facility is built, another permit is approved, or another source of pollution is added to a community already carrying more than its share. Whether they live in a frontline neighborhood surrounded by refineries or in a rapidly growing community like Fort Bend County, facing increasing industrial development, residents are the experts on what it means to live with the consequences of pollution. If you remove their voice from the process, you are not creating efficiency. You are creating silence. And silence has consequences. It means families like mine may never be heard until another child ends up in the emergency room. It means communities already overburdened by pollution are expected to bear even more without the opportunity to ask questions, raise concerns, or hold decision makers accountable. When you limit public participation, you're not just changing a permanent process, you're deciding whose voice matters. I know what it feels like to sit beside a child struggling to breathe and wonder if the air outside is part of the reason. No parent should ever feel powerless to speak before another source of pollution is approved. The EPA's mission is to protect human health and the environment. Today, I ask you to uphold that mission by rejecting this proposal. Do not shift the burden of public participation to the states. Protect the public's rights to be heard because clean air begins with listening to the people who breathe it. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you. Ms. Chacon?
Hello, my name is Dominic Chacon, Dominic Chacon. I'm calling with an organization called Texas Campaign for the Environment. And I want to ask the EPA to strongly not give TCEQ control over public participation as outlined in this new rule. Over the past 16 years, I've had the great misfortune of having to work with the TCEQ to try and achieve the most basic protections for Texans across the state. From El Paso to Houston to Brazoria County and beyond, throughout my time attending TCEQ meetings and hearings, I can say with absolute certainty that the TCEQ does not value public participation, and this rule would be a gift for the TCEQ to continue this trend of ignoring the concerns of citizens on the ground and actively trying to hide concern and information that would otherwise compel them to do different and to do better. The TCEQ's mission is to protect public health, protect natural resources, all while promoting sustainable economics. They are failing miserably. One does not have to be a public expert to look around to see cumulative impacts from across the state, whether it be the methane emissions happening in the Permian Basin with no air monitoring, no regulation, or you can just look at the cancer clusters all across Port Arthur and Harris County and Brazoria County. They are also failing to protect resources. Cities all across Texas have polluted waters. Some, like Corpus Christi, are running out of water because the TCEQ has helped to facilitate the extraction of our natural resources to polluting industries. And not only that, they point to the profits of these industries as an example of the success of their work. The truth of the matter is that the TCEQ is a rubber stamp agency captured by the same industries it was meant to regulate. The TCEQ is a three-person commission appointed by our governor who is sympathetic to oil and gas industries, and they are supposed to be protecting 32 million people in the state of Texas. The unfortunate truth of the matter is that the TCEQ proudly neglects its mission and instead helps to facilitate environmental injustice, helps to facilitate the extraction of our natural resources, and helps to make sure that the communities pay the cost while these industries and these polluting companies get the financial benefits. Oftentimes, the only leverage that we have in communities on the ground to try and get TCEQ to do a little bit better is these standards that come from the federal level and the EPA. But now y'all want to negate your responsibility as an agency, and you want to hand authority to an agency that openly and proudly fails its mission. EPA is now helping to facilitate and create a loophole for TCEQ to accelerate its harm with a new array of industries that will have detrimental impacts to our communities. We see you And we expect you to act like public servants with integrity. We expect the leadership and staff at the EPA to fulfill their duties to protect the American people, to protect our natural resources, and to hold polluters accountable. If you do not do that, people will die. People will be hurting. Our economy will suffer, and we will have long-term impacts on our natural resources. We urge you all to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today, Mr. Chacon, to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Our next two speakers are Malachi Key and Dawson Phillips. Please make sure you state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is
Malachi
Malachi Key, spelled Malachi, last name Key, Key. Today I am testifying on behalf of Air Alliance Houston, but that's not where I started getting really deeply invested in working to help ensure air quality for everyone. I originally moved to Houston as part of my work as a paramedic, as an emergency health official. And while a lot of the paramedic work did involve responding to rapid response emergencies, lots of the work that really stuck with me was these relatively mundane transfers to and from hospital visits, dialysis appointments, and just the time I got to take to get to know each and every one of these patients. And the amount of patients that I saw dealing with children that have special needs, children that have asthma, elderly people dealing with increased amounts of respiratory issues, especially in particular areas in Houston and the greater Harris County area, it stuck with me. And it's something that led me to eventually looking up more about where air pollution comes from and eventually going back to school to get my degree. And I'm now proud to stand here, having been to so many of and having the honor of testifying on these public hearings and seeing communities really pushed to the edge by sickness that has been pervasive throughout their entire lives. It's been a feature of their lives because of these so-called minor sources of pollution. I would just like to remind the people here that, again, Houston has no zoning laws. Many of these places end up dealing with toxic facilities being placed directly next to their schools and their homes, disproportionately located near her majority low-income and BIPOC neighborhoods. "Quote unquote," minor sources of pollution can still heavily increase the amount of public health burden on a community. Public hearings improve permitting decisions, many of my colleagues have said. They allow community input, which often helps strengthen permits, as community can frequently identify errors in permit applications, strengthen permit conditions, and provide public record of comment that can be cited in later permit applications. In my line of work, I work a lot in plastic reduction, and one of the areas that we frequently deal with is chemical recycling facilities. A lot of communities are not aware that chemical recycling is even potentially harmful because they hear recycling in the name. Without these advanced notices and ability to provide public comment, they have no even chance to be aware that their child or them getting sick or having more health issues has a reason, has a source behind it. At the end of the day, it's democracy, plain and simple. I would invite anyone here to come and, look people in the eye that are dealing with a lot of these burdens and explain to them that this issue, if this rulemaking is pushed through, those are people that are going to be, as my colleague Felisa Laverne mentioned, sitting in the hospital with their children, quite possibly. And instead of having that option to understand, okay, let's make sure this doesn't happen to any other child, any other parent, they're going to be left sitting in the dark and without any real ability to speak up on it. And I think that that's a shame. Just to put it bluntly, I think that it's deeply, deeply important for a country that's built off of the idea of democracy and people having a voice to take away the very fundamental ability to speak up on our health and what matters for our community's well-being.
Okay, thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Phillips?
Good morning. My name is Dawson Phillips, spelled DAWSONPHILLIPS. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a lifelong Texan, and I'm the Research and Policy Coordinator at Air Alliance Houston. We are a nonprofit that believes everyone has the right to breathe clean air. We strongly oppose the EPA's proposed rule. In Texas, our state environmental agency, the TCEQ, already demonstrates a consistent disregard for the needs of communities in its air permitting. Approving this rule would allow the TCEQ to effectively write the public out of decision-making processes that affect their health and the health of their communities. The EPA asserts that public participation for minor NSRs is not necessary to assure that national ambient air quality standards are achieved. In Houston, we know this to be untrue. First of all, we aren't meeting national ambient air quality standards. Houston has been an ozone non-attainment since the NACs were created, and all available data suggests that we're not meeting fine particulate matter standards either. Air Alliance Houston has been engaged in the minor NSR public participation process for years. We've seen that public participation is sometimes the only reason state and federal air quality laws are abided by. Throughout the public participation process, community members raise concerns that wouldn't otherwise be considered, finding errors that permit reviewers miss. We have seen deficiencies that were identified through the public participation process result in additional agency review and even permit application withdrawals. In these cases, not only is public participation playing an active role in the minor NSR permitting process, it is playing a necessary role. Reading this proposed rule, I was also appalled by the EPA's assertion that this action does not concern human health. Again, in Houston, we know this to be untrue. In Houston, air pollution from minor sources pose a significant health and safety risk to community members that has disproportionate impacts on children, the elderly, and folks with pre-existing conditions like COPD or asthma. Our state agency on its own is not effectively protecting our health, and you don't have to look much further than our NAC's attainment status to see that. Public participation is one of our only tools to ensure that minor NSR permits are protective of human health, and stripping us of that tool will have significant health impacts that the EPA has failed to consider. This rule prioritizes easing the supposed administrative burden of public participation while simultaneously disregarding the public health burden imposed by minor air pollution sources. The Clean Air Act's initial success was founded in its uncompromising commitment to protecting public health. Unfortunately, the proposed rule uses a narrow reading of the Clean Air Act that instead runs contrary to the stated aims and obligations of this agency to protect human health. In our communities, in Houston, in Texas, passing this rule would mean stripping the public of the ability to weigh in on decisions that significantly impact their health and the health of their communities. We know that public participation is necessary. It is not an administrative inefficiency to be streamlined, and it certainly is not red tape. Once again, we oppose this rule and we call on the EPA to reject it completely. Our communities already face the health burden of a state agency that fails to meet national ambient air quality standards, and passing this rule would strip communities of their right to know what is happening in their communities and their right to have a say in how it might impact their health. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips, for taking the time to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions?
Mr. Phillips, during your testimony, you mentioned on occasion that public participation has resulted in the identification of and correction of errors to permits and permit withdrawals in some cases. If you have examples of such situations, would you be willing to submit those to the public docket as part of a written comment?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Our next two speakers are Jim Klein and Andrea Rivas. Please make sure you state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Jim Klein.
Good morning. My name is Jim Klein. The first name is Jim. Last name is Klein. I'm speaking today as the president of the Coastal Bend Sierra Club Group. We represent people who live in about 18 counties in and around Corpus Christi, Texas. We are strongly opposed to this change by the EPA because it would allow the TCEQ, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, to further limit public notice of new emissions, comment on those emissions, and challenge to new permits. The TCEQ already has a very bad reputation here in Texas, as you've heard already this morning, has a very bad reputation, has no trust from the general public. I have firsthand experience with this. In Corpus Christi here, there was a petroleum coke burning plant that wanted to come into Corpus Christi a number of years ago. We received public notice about this and organized against it. We're able to fight them off. The TCEQ issued that permit anyway, even though its own executive director urged the TCEQ commissioners to not issue the permit, even though the Public Interest Council urged them not to issue the permit. They issued the permit anyway. We had to sue them in civil court to stop this thing from coming into the area here. All of that was made possible by the fact that we had public notice about this and an opportunity to comment on it. We have real concerns about some of the low emissions emitters that you're talking about in this rule change because the data centers in the area here are becoming coming in fast and furious. We've already got one just on the outskirts of Corpus Christi city limits right now. We have another one proposed less than a mile from an elementary school. And again, you perhaps have heard of this already. There are massive water usages. Again, here in Corpus Christi, we have major water challenges. Massive water usage by these data centers, massive electrical usage. We're worried about the impact that's going to have on the Texas grid. We're also worried about the fact that it will increase electrical rates for residents in the area here. We also have concerns about the fact that data centers increase the temperature, the ambient temperature in the immediate vicinity of their location. Even a mile away, temperatures can rise as much as 10 degrees. This would be at that elementary school. We have concerns about the noise from these data centers as well, and the negative health consequences of all that. We have reports of people not being able to sleep or concentrate, of having headaches. All of this is going to be made much more easy, it's going to be facilitated by this rule change. We urge the EPA to reject this streamlining, to allow, to not allow the TCEQ greater authority to limit public input on these matters. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you. Ms. Rivas?
Hello, my name is Andrea Rivas, Andrea-Rivas, and I'm with Public Citizens Texas Office, and I'm working on the TCEQ Watchdog campaign. We strongly oppose the EPA's proposal to revise public participation. We strongly propose the EPA's proposal to revise the public participation regulatory requirements for minor sources. Public participation is a foundational cornerstone of the Federal Clean Air Act, and it explicitly grants the public the right to receive notification and to submit formal feedback that agencies are legally obligated to consider. EPA's own website states, public participation is viewed as integral to effective air management. Citizens have greater access to information and are demanding to be more involved at early stages of the policy development process. Citizens can use that information to influence governmental entities or the industry directly. Educating the public and ensuring their participation in the air quality management process is a critical aspect of governmental responsibility. Air quality has a tremendous impact on sensitive populations. These populations need to understand how they are affected, how they can minimize these impacts, and how they can influence decision makers for the benefit of all society. End quote. I live in Houston, and notoriously, our city lacks zoning regulations to prevent incompatible industrial land uses near communities. Similarly, most rural communities across the country lack any ability to regulate land use. But one of the reported observations you've made through this rulemaking states that public participation afforded to communities through minor NSR rules is, quote, redundant with public participation opportunities and public awareness provided through other venues, such as zoning, watch groups, and social media. I can assure you that social media affords no meaningful public participation opportunity comparable to that of the Federal Clean Air Act. As stated, this proposal relies on the supposed outcome of an EPA work group, and the validity of any reliance on that data has already come into question this morning. The rationale vaguely references from state and local pollution control agencies, but the EPA fails to quantify or disclose them. The proposal generalizes outcomes, saying many air agencies, many state governments, and most or some air agencies. How many? Why was the public not provided with the full details of those conversations, not a summary, which EPA staff have said doesn't fit the narrative of this rule proposal? In its proposal, the EPA says Executive Order 130545, Protection of Children from Environmental Health and Safety Risks, applies only to those regulatory actions that concern environmental health or safety risks. EPA says this action does not concern human health and that the EPA's policy on children's health also does not apply to this action, despite the implications limited public participation would have on public health. We find it both sad and ironic that we need to explain to the EPA how pollution works. In fact, children are disproportionately impacted by even minor source pollution because it's authorized closest to where they live, next to their schools and near their places of worship. We contend that this proposal to eliminate public participation especially harms children. Children are more susceptible to pollution because they breathe more air relative to their body weight, and their developing bodies absorb higher doses of pollution. They spend more time outdoors and are more physically active. But your proposal is to hide the fact that these sources would exist and preclude their guardians from doing anything to protect them. Last year, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality adopted its sunset required public participation rulemaking by rejecting all of the public's participation, despite the agency's claims that it engaged in an extended stakeholder process for this rulemaking and that it had received robust participation from stakeholders during this process, receiving many comments and suggestions for changes to improve the agency's public participation rules. Staff inexplicably dismissed all 50 comments submitted by community advocates. Instead, the TCEQ modified this rule proposal after it was presented to the public based on more than 30 comments from corporate interest groups. Communities in Texas cannot trust the TCEQ, and we find this EPA proposal lacking in both rationale and legality. EPA should withdraw this proposal and any efforts to silence our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, you have any follow-up questions?
Ms. Rivas, is the Texas Sunset Review, the TCEQ Sunset Review, is this publicly available?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Would you be willing to submit a copy of the information that you mentioned in your testimony as part of a public comment?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Our next two speakers are Cliff Kaplan and Skylar White. Please provide please make sure you state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony.
Sure.
Cliff Kaplan?
Yes. Can you hear and see me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Cliff Kaplan. That's the last name is K-A-P as in Peter, L-A-N as in Nancy. And I am the secretary of a statewide coalition in Texas called Texans for Responsible Aggregate Mining, or TRAM. And so we're a coalition of grassroots groups from across the state that are concerned about the impacts from rock quarries and gravel mines and concrete batch plants and associated industries like asphalt and so on. I think I'll just pick up where the last speaker left off with the sunset review. I do hope that your team reads that document that was created by the Texas legislature because it paints a picture of our state agency here that implements EPA rules as I think they call it reluctant regulator, which is to say that if the EPA removes the floor for public notice and public participation, we fully expect the TCEQ to not continue those important parts of the democratic process. You know, in the absence of a stronger state agency here, communities really are left to themselves to protect their communities, to protect our own communities from pollutants. And we can't do that as communities and community members if we're not informed about the projects that are proposed to move into our areas. The very first step of any kind of engagement is knowing that this is coming. And so the public notice and the public comment period, which also creates a window for people to get together and talk as a community, the public comment period not only provides the opportunity to put comments on the record and put comments into the agency, but it also creates a window of time that community members can come together and talk about, what does this project mean for our community? What are the pros and cons? How do we want to respond? What would we like this new operator, if they are going to move into our community, to know about us and to do that's specific to our community? But if you don't have that public comment period, you don't even have time to start those conversations as a community or with the operator, the applicant for the permit. So the public notice and the public comment period are really vital to communities engaging. I also want to mention cumulative impacts. So, minor new sources, of course, are not, the minor doesn't mean that it's a little amount of pollution. That's all relative to what the operation is and what the existing conditions are. But those existing conditions, that is to say, the other permitted polluters in the area, they aren't, as you all know, considered in the process, at least not here in Texas. There's no assessment of cumulative impacts when a new permit is applied for. And so even though, well, it's a minor new source, maybe seems less significant, if it's the 10th minor news source in a small community, it can be very significant. And so I just want to make sure that those considerations are being taken as well. The cumulative impacts, the time that the comment period provides for communities to engage, to meet, even when that operation does eventually move in, if it eventually moves in, you can have better outcomes, more protective outcomes, more considerate outcomes for the community because you had time to have those conversations and there was some leverage. There was a formal process that brought the applicant to the table to talk with the community. And that is truly invaluable for Texas communities. Thank you for your time. I'll be submitting written comments as well.
Thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony today. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Skylar White.
Good morning. I'm Skylar
morning.
White. My name is spelled SCHUYLER. Last name is WIGHT. I'm from near Odessa, Texas. I want to start off by saying that we all have neighbors that are objectionable in some form or fashion. It's one thing to have a neighbor that stays up late at night, plays loud music, has parties, makes a lot of noise, neighbor that leaves trash in his yard, things like that. But it's quite another thing to have a neighbor that's a concrete batch plant that emits air pollution that upwind from you. You get this pollution, it's toxic, it affects your health. Loud music may or may not affect your health, but the emissions from a cement batch plant, yeah, that's going to affect your health. It's one thing to have a neighbor that's a frat house, but it's another thing to have a neighbor that drills an injection well, and that injection well has the potential to pollute your water. What if there's a fault underground that you know about where that injected fluid can travel into your groundwater? Shouldn't you be able to bring that to the attention of the regulators? And I mean, it just seems like it's common sense that, neighbors have disputes and they don't get along, but it's when you bring the government into it and the government allows a neighbor to move in that's going to affect your health and well-being, then you should have the right to go and speak up and say something about that. Does an aggregate mine affect moving an aggregate mine next door to you affect your health? Well, possibly so, if they have traffic and big trucks, traffic, dust, and the lights stay on at night. Shouldn't you be allowed to go and speak up and say something about that? It's really this is what y'all are talking about doing is a communist concept. In communist countries, you don't have the right to speak up when the government tells you to do something. They shut you down. That's not And that's not America. That's in America, if there's something that's going to affect our health and well-being, then we get the right to stand up and say something about it. What y'all are talking about doing is taking away that right and putting us into the same situation as communist countries, where the government comes and builds something or allows a private company under the auspices of the government to come and build something next door that affects your health and well-being. That's not right. That is much more than a neighbor that leaves trash in his yard. That's much more than a neighbor that plays loud music at night, that has a frat house. It's a lot more than that. It affects your health and well-being, and you should be allowed to stand up and say something about that and get your neighbors involved. If your neighbors are going to be affected by it too, then they should also be allowed to speak up about it. I don't understand this whole thing under the Trump administration. Trump wants us to have a free country. He doesn't want us to have a communist country, but backdoor, he's got pointing these people to the EPA that are wanting to turn us into taking away some of our rights and get us one step closer to being just like Russia or name any other communist country. Do you think we'd have the right to stand up and speak up in China? No. So why are y'all wanting to take that away from us? Why?
Okay. Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Paul Almodovar has been chairing this hearing session. And again, we would like to thank everyone who shared their comments so far on EPA's proposed action. At this time, we're just going to pause for a short break. If you're watching the hearing on YouTube and you're still interested in speaking, you can email our coordinators at osaphearingteam@scna.com. Email address is also will be listed on the screen provided during the break. And again, if you're joining us by phone and you would like to provide comments, you can always raise your hand by *9, and our logistics team will reach out to you to get you into a time slot if any are available. If you have any questions about today's hearing, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box, or you can call 844-900246 or email the osaphearingteam@scna.com. So again, at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break. That will be 11:37 roughly Eastern time. And we look forward to seeing you all after our break.
Welcome back from the break. Our next two speakers are Katie Moore and Rhea Big. Please make sure you state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony.
Sure. Hi,
Ms.
everybody.
Moore?
Hi, my name is Katie Moore, spelled Katiemoore. I am an air quality researcher who's worked for over 10 years with communities in Texas and North Carolina to understand the pollution levels they're exposed to and to advocate for cleaner and safer air. I strongly urge the EPA to withdraw this rule, which would allow states to remove public comment from minor source air quality permits. The arguments in the proposed rule indicate that either EPA doesn't understand and isn't familiar with minor source NSR air permits, or perhaps more likely that staff are working to embed industry interests in federal environmental policy, completely disregarding the impact on human health. In this proposed rule, EPA argues that removing public participation from minor source permits would spare communities from too many details. But the devil is in the details is especially true when it comes to air pollution permits. I've looked at a lot of minor NSR permits, and in every single permit application and permit that I've reviewed, I've found significant issues and inaccuracies, from unlawful public notice to incorrect control technologies to flawed modeling to significant air toxics impacts, despite company assurances that there would be no impact to health for adjacent communities. Without the public notice and comment requirements currently in place, communities would not only not know of any of these facts, but would also not have any avenue to challenge them. The idea that state regulators would somehow find and correct these inaccuracies is a pro-industry fantasy. In the rule, EPA also argues that, quote, minor sources generally have relatively low emissions and limited environmental impact, end quote. That, as many others have said, is flatly untrue. For example, in one minor source permit I reviewed recently, a facility in Houston modeled that their regular operations would cause concentrations of ethylene oxide, a potent carcinogen, to be almost twice of Texas's long-term health standard. As others have noticed, have noted, many larger complexes are comprised of a patchwork of minor source permits that ignore the cumulative impact. The fact that this rule also applies to synthetic minor permits is deeply concerning. And a synthetic minor permit is one in which a facility has the capability to permit or to emit over minor source limits, but vows to keep emissions below those levels. It's already very common that companies suppress or manipulate modeling estimate in these types of permits, and it's widely known that actual emissions from facilities are often orders of magnitude above modeled estimates. Polluters already commonly exploit these loopholes, and this rule would make that much more common with no way to check or challenge. Letting states determine public participation processes without any oversight or minimum requirements from EPA is a bad idea, which EPA likely already knows, or should if they don't. As others have referenced, a 2023 Sunset Review of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality found that, quote, TCEQ's policies and processes lack full transparency and opportunities for meaningful public input, generating distrust and confusion among members of the public. And the legislature mandated that the agency adopt rules to improve public participation processes. Despite this mandate, TCEQ has not made the updates. This rule would grant more power to a state agency which has shown time and again that they are not equipped to set up and run a public participation process that ensures compliance with the Clean Air Act and with national ambient air quality standards. This rule will worsen that problem. EPA's reasoning for this rule is deeply flawed, and the agency should withdraw the proposed rule. If you are truly concerned with complying with the Clean Air Act and NAAQS standards, EPA needs to require more public notice and participation rather than less. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have follow-up questions?
Ms. Moore, I was curious about some of the things that you mentioned during your testimony. As if I heard correctly, you mentioned that there were several instances in which permits contained errors such as flawed modeling or faulty assumptions or improper calculations. I was wondering if you would be willing to provide examples of such as part of a written comment to the docket. Also, you mentioned that TCEQ did not honor the legislature's demands to rectify the issues found in the 2023 Sunset Review. Is that information part of publicly available materials?
Yes, I'm happy to send information on both of those points to you all. And just to clarify, it's in fact every minor source permit I've ever looked at. So I'm happy to send lots of examples.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Bevan.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Rita Beving, that's R-I-T-A, and the last name is Beving, B-E-V-I-N-G. My name is Rita Beving, and I work with Public Citizen in North Texas. As stated by Ms. Guerra and others, our organization is opposed to the proposed EPA rule that would allow states to rewrite their own public participation rules on minor source air permits. This change would allow reluctant environmental regulators, such as the TCEQ in Texas, the ability to totally disallow public participation in these matters. The TCEQ is already widely known to deny less than 1% of all industrial permits that come before the state agency. In DFW, where I live, if public participation was denied, we would see concrete batch plants, rock crushers, and other facilities proliferate in disadvantaged communities within our metroplex without citizens' knowledge. Our area already deals with large facilities, again in disadvantaged communities, such as shingles manufacturers that should go under new source review that manage to remodel and reshuffle their air emissions data in order to secure less scrutinizing air permits so they can continue their polluting operations. But at least in all these instances, citizens were afforded some kind of notice, the ability to be heard in a hearing, and contested cases were afforded in regards to these polluting industries. Our organization also has a big concern with data centers in Texas that are often co-located with natural gas plants and backed up with diesel generators. Texas is the second largest data center market in the country and will handily surpass the state of Virginia in that market. Data centers are already skirting rules in Texas for more scrutinizing air permits by building out their projects in phases with staggered minor air permits rather than being evaluated by the total sum of their emissions for their entire projects. According to reporting by the nonprofit newsroom Floodlight, at least 38 Texas data centers have received minor source permits for on-site power since 2024, allowing more than 2,100 diesel backup generators to be installed statewide. A good example of this is the Stargate project in Abilene. Instead of looking at allowing states to possibly gut public participation and eliminating citizens' abilities to contest a hearing, a permit hearing, the EPA should be looking at ways to protect the public by closing loopholes such as these that allow data centers and other industries to find ways to skirt the law. You've already heard from others about the Sunset Commission that advises the legislature. During that 2023 legislative session that followed, there were reforms that were to require new public participation rules, and that only came after years of pressure from communities living near industrial facilities for more engagement. Eliminating the possibility of public participation is like eliminating voting in a democracy. It just shouldn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony today.
Mhm.
Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions?
Ms. Beving, I'm curious as to the you referenced some statistics such as more than 2,100 diesel backup generators. You mentioned the Stargate project.
Yes,
And that TCEQ denies less than 1% of permit applications that come before it for review.
correct.
Would you be willing to submit those references to the public docket?
Sure. No, I'd be happy to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Cynthia Palmer and Khadija Amin. Please make sure you state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Ms. Palmer?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Cynthia Palmer, CYNTHIA I'm the senior analyst for petrochemicals at Mom's Clean Air Force. I oppose EPA's plan to gut public participation requirements for so-called minor source, new source review. This proposal could allow new or expanding AI data centers, petrochemical facilities, and other toxic enterprises to quietly move into communities without even notifying residents. EPA is seeking to remove requirements that have been in place for decades, replacing a critical democratic backstop with a discretionary option at the hands of state or local officials. Public notice of proposed NSR permits is often the only means people have to alert them that a new air pollution source is moving into their community. The process gives people a chance to weigh in before the polluter locks them in to decades of added health risks. EPA says the regulators should be free to skip the burden of public input for these minor sources. We beg to differ. There is nothing trivial or inconsequential about the pollution from so-called minor sources, be it the ethylene oxide and benzene from petrochemical facilities, the particulates, formaldehyde, and PFAS from data centers, or the dioxins, cadmium, and lead from plastics pyrolysis incinerators and other heavy polluters. Many of these pollutants are toxic in tiny quantities and are linked to life-altering and life-ending conditions such as cancer, asthma, ADHD, reproductive problems, and dementias. Public engagement can help ensure that steps are taken to protect our health. Before I continue, I must acknowledge that I am speaking to you from a rogue state that has refused to implement the public participation requirements of minor new source review. Virginia has been out of sync with the rules for the past 33 years, insisting that the requirements are discretionary and up to the state air board to determine if or when we ought to have a voice. In essence, Virginia has already done what EPA now plans for the entire country. And has it worked? We get to live in heavily polluted Data Center Alley with hundreds of data centers moving in and incrementally expanding behind our backs. Most are permitted as minor or synthetic sources. The lack of mandatory public hearings and comment periods has enabled these facilities to move in quickly and secretly and to expand rapidly, now deploying more than 10,000 backup diesel generators in our state. Let's look at an example. The minor source permitted Vantage data center here in Northern Virginia. An independent study by a Harvard scientist looked at just one of the pollutants released, particulate matter 2.5, and found it could result in between $53 and $99 million per year in health-related damages due to the increase in heart disease, stroke, respiratory illness, and premature death. There is nothing minor about the pollution from these so-called minor sources. Rather than gut the public participation requirements, we urge you to keep the rules intact and to actually enforce them. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony today. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Very well. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is
Hi.
Dr. Khadija Amin, spelled Khadijahameen, representing Black Health. I am a public health practitioner, researcher, and founder of Black Health, a nonprofit focused on improving the community health conditions in which Georgians are born, live, and age. One of our organization's core functions is equipping residents with preventative health educational resources and tools to advocate for their personal and environmental well-being. I'm here to speak in strong opposition to the EPA's proposed elimination of the federal floor for public notice and participation for certain air permits. Decades of scientific evidence make it clear that air pollution is bad for the public's health. Even smaller pollution sources that are labeled as minor from the EPA, which often covers permits communities see the most, present short and long-term negative biological, psychological, and social effects on human health, particularly with prolonged accumulated exposure. We also know that the burden of air pollution is not equally shared. This burden is concentrated in communities like Black communities and low-income communities that have been historically overexposed to health-harming toxins and denied access to health protectants. Environmental vulnerabilities are disproportionately experienced by residents living in states with weaker state-level environmental protections and reluctant regulators like those across the U.S. South, where myself and over half of the United States Black population resides. All communities, including those overburdened by both legacy and emerging air pollution, like those from AI data centers, deserve a chance to be adequately and clearly notified about incoming polluting facilities and able to directly inform decisions about such polluters entering their communities. Community members are the most important stakeholders regarding choices made about their personal, family, and community health. Public participation is not a simple administrative burden that should be streamlined out of air permitting processes. It is a public health safeguard as communities rely on floor-level federal public participation protections to learn about proposed facilities, raise concerns about their well-being, and build a public record before permits are approved. And critically, public notice and participation is a democratic right. In closing, I am deeply concerned that the well-being of the overburdened community members on the ground in Georgia that I directly serve should the proposal be implemented. I urge EPA to withdraw this proposal and not only keep but strengthen federal public participation protections and access. Public input should be guaranteed and not left to the discretion of state agencies with track records of prioritizing industry partners over people. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony today. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you. Our next two speakers are Brittany McWhorter, and Giovanna Rossi. Please make sure you state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Ms. McWhorter, you can go ahead.
Hi, my name's Brittany McWhorter, BRITTANY, MCWHORTER, and I'm the Gulf Environmental Program Coordinator with Turtle Island Restoration Network. I'm from Harris County, Texas, and I've lived in two heavily industrialized cities, LaPorte, Texas, where I've spent most of my life, and Texas City, Texas. I'm here to defend public participation on air permitting and new source review permits. Texas City is home to at least 14 refineries and petrochemical facilities, including Marathon, Valero, INEOS, and BP, among others. In addition to these facilities, there are also concrete batch plants and metal recycling facilities. From my time living in LaPorte and Texas City, I cannot stress enough the major consequences these minor permits can have for nearby communities that are already overburdened with air pollution from multiple industries located near their homes, schools, parks, and places of worship. In Texas City, I, as well as other residents, have gotten used to receiving air quality alerts and shelter-in-place notifications. Oftentimes, we are never told the types of pollutants or amounts that we are sheltering in place from, and if we are, it often happens much later after the alert, which gives very limited information. For example, the alert on June 21st reads, "Plant fire, shelter in place." Air pollution is a major health threat, and with all of these facilities regularly releasing airborne particles, many Texas City residents suffer from illness. The American Academy of Neurology in 2026 found that exposure to elevated levels of particulate matter, nitrogen dioxide, and ozone leads to neuroinflammation and oxidative stress that can exacerbate headaches and migraine disorders. As someone who has struggled with crippling migraine attacks my entire life that have impacted my quality of life, my ability to socialize with friends and family, and my ability to function at work, poor air quality can trigger and exacerbate these migraine attacks. So any chance I get to participate in the opportunity to speak publicly for air permits, I'm going to take it because this is something that is impacting my life. Harris and Galveston County both have high particulate matter 2.5 levels, which fluctuate throughout the year, but there is a lack of transparency near and on polluting facilities. Texas City air monitors that measure PM 2.5 at the following air monitoring locations, CAM 615, 616, and 621, do not have the data publicly available on TCEQ's website. Instead, you have to request the data by filling out an open records request for each facility, which can be timely and costly. For the yearly average for PM 2.5 at CAMS 1034 in Galveston, Texas, which is the closest air monitor to Texas City that provides PM 2.5 monitoring data, the yearly average for 2025 was 7.4. This yearly average is extremely concerning, and greater transparency for particulate matter levels should be applied to the Texas City air monitors. This is just another reason why public notice and participation matter. We need to be given the opportunity to see the data, evaluate it, and comment on it because it is the same air pollution that is impacting our lives. I strongly request that the EPA withdraw the proposal and recodify federal minimum requirements for public notice, comment, and meaningful participation for all pollution sources. Public participation protects health and should be a guarantee. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for providing your testimony today. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions?
Ms. McWhorter, would you be willing to
Thank you.
provide the American Academy of Neurology study that you referenced?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Ms. Rossi, you can go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Giovanna Rossi, Giovannarosssi, and I'm the New Mexico organizer for Moms Clean Air Force. I'm here today on behalf of the more than 1 million moms, dads, grandparents, and caregivers in our network who believe every child deserves clean air to breathe, including 20,000 right here in New Mexico. We strongly oppose EPA's proposal to eliminate public participation requirements for Clean Air Act minor new source review programs. This proposal is about far more than streamlining permits. It would take away one of the only opportunities communities have to learn about new pollution sources before they're built and to ask important questions about how those facilities will affect the air and the air their families breathe. The word minor can be misleading. Minor sources are not harmless sources. They include facilities that can still emit significant amounts of pollution, particularly when multiple projects are concentrated in the same community or when facilities expand over time. Increasingly, this includes AI data centers, many of which are permitted as minor or synthetic minor sources, even though they may eventually become much larger pollution sources. For decades, communities have been guaranteed at least basic notice and an opportunity to comment before these facilities receive permits. EPA is now proposing to remove that minimum federal protection and leave it entirely to state or local permitting authorities to decide whether public participation is necessary. Families should never have to discover that a new industrial facility is being built in their neighborhood after construction has already begun. Meaningful public participation is not a barrier to responsible economic development. It's an essential part of it. Communities deserve access to information about expected air quality impacts, the opportunity to review agency analyses, and the ability to raise concerns before permits are finalized. This is especially important in communities that already experience disproportionate pollution burdens, where children face higher rates of asthma and other respiratory illnesses. According to the American Lung Association's 2026 State of the Air report, nearly half of all children in the United States already live in areas with unhealthy air pollution. Weakening public participation will only make that problem worse. The new source review program exists to protect public health before pollution occurs, not after. Eliminating minimum notice and comment requirements undermines that purpose and reduces transparency as precisely the moment communities need it most. Moms Clean Air Force urges EPA to reject this proposal and preserve strong, consistent public participation requirements for all minor new source review state implementation plans. Economic development and technological innovation should never come at the expense of transparency, public accountability, or our children's health. Thank you for your consideration.
And thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony today. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Okay, thank you. Our next two speakers are Gina Beckman and Jane Black. Please make sure you state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Ms. Beckman, you can go ahead.
Hello, hello. My name is Gina Beekman, GINABIEKMAN. I'm a member of Third Act Texas and Extinction Rebellion Houston. I oppose the EPA's proposed change to allow state agencies to opt out of public hearings on proposed industrial activities that can affect air quality. Instead, TCEQ and other agencies should be required to hold hearings with more advanced notification and in more public places. Nothing that affects air quality is minor. Any industrial activities that could affect air quality are major, especially for those who live nearby. The cumulative effects of multi-polluting industries in already overburdened communities could be overlooked unless the communities testify about it. That is why local input is so vital. The state regulatory agencies need to hear from the public whose health could be affected. They should be heard always and also early in the process. In this time when democracy is under attack, it is more important than ever to hear the voices of everyday Americans who have a right to know what industrial facilities are being planned in their area, many of whom are already burdened by harmful industries in their neighborhoods, especially. I urge the EPA to keep requiring public hearings in states so that we can be heard. The hearings must be done early, must be public, and must be local and accessible for all. I encourage more, not less, oversight. I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to speak to you today, and I hope you will listen to our testimony and take it to heart. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Okay. Ms. Black.
Good morning. My name is Janie Black, JAYNEBLACK. I'm the Wisconsin field organizer with Moms Clean Air Force, where we are working to protect children from the health impacts of air pollution. On behalf of Moms Clean Air Force and the more than 18,000 members across Wisconsin, I strongly oppose the EPA's proposal to eliminate minimum public participation requirements for minor source, new source review programs. The minor new source review process is important for public health as it notifies people of the entry or expansion of toxic enterprise in their neighborhood and allows for the opportunity to evaluate how the new pollution source could affect the air families breathe and the extent to which it could make local air pollution worse. And it gives communities a chance to weigh in before the pollution source locks them into decades of added health risk. Many data centers are using piecemeal permitting methods where larger projects are broken into smaller units to avoid triggering major source status, and polluting sources are added incrementally over time, even if the overall emissions of the full project would be significant. This is essentially a loophole that some data center projects are using to avoid a stronger pollution controls that would be required if the project was considered a major pollution source. In light of several threats and community battles of a data center coming to the town and village near my home that would have caused significant pollution from dirty fossil fuels, I'm deeply concerned about how the EPA's proposal would affect the new source review program's ability to protect public health. As a mom with 2 children whose health is impacted by dirty air, a son with asthma, and a daughter with multiple sclerosis, the new source review program's public participation process is one of the very few protections I have for them. The NSR permitting process is intended to give communities an opportunity to consider the expected increase in local air pollution and how to control it. It's intended to protect human health and to ensure that states and localities meet the national ambient air quality standards. There isn't a person in the state of Wisconsin this week who is not acutely aware of the health risks of polluted air. While this EPA proposal won't address the wildfire smoke that Wisconsin and many other parts of the country have faced this summer, this horrifying smoke event has been a reminder of how important it is for communities to have access to clean air. According to the American Lung Association's 2026 State of the Air report, nearly half of all the children in the US are living with unhealthy levels of air pollution. This EPA proposal would eliminate minimum public participation requirements for the minor new sources, even if their overall pollution burden could end up being significant. Families deserve transparency and meaningful opportunities to participate in decisions that affect the air they breathe. Please do not take away these opportunities from us. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony today. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you. Our next speakers are Theresa Blackwood and Adam Crom. Please make sure you state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Ms. Blackwood?
Good morning. My name is Theresa Blackwood, THERESA BLACKWOOD. I live in Baytown, Texas, along the Houston Ship Channel, and I represent all residents that live next door to industrial plants. Thank you for allowing me to speak. The Environmental Protection Agency's stated purpose is to reduce some administrative burden and give states greater flexibility in implementing minor new source review public participation requirements. My question is simple. What gets better and for whom? Policy changes create both benefits and burdens. The apparent benefit of this proposal reduces a burden for permit applicants and permitting agency. Still, someone else assumes the burden. That someone is the public. Today, communities have federally protected opportunity to learn about certain proposed permits before decisions are made. If this proposal is finalized, those minimum protections could disappear if a state chooses to maintain them, not to maintain them. The burden shifts from industry and government to ordinary citizens. Instead of agencies ensuring meaningful notice, residents will have to work even harder just to discover that projects that could affect the air we breathe, the neighborhoods where we live, and our health to our communities and our families. That isn't eliminating burden, it is relocating it. The EPA also suggests that this proposal will reduce administrative costs, but meaningful public participation only requires significant government resources when citizens raise legitimate concerns. If no one comments, there's very little additional burden. If citizens do comment, then listening to those concerns is not governmental waste. It is the government doing exactly what the public expects the Environmental Protection Agency to do. Public participation is not simply another administrative requirement. It is quality control, it improves decisions, it builds public trust. And it often identifies issues before permits are issued instead of after communities experience the consequences. I live in one of the most heavily industrialized regions in America. ExxonMobil and the numerous plants along the ship channel are my direct neighbors. Our community does not experience pollution one permit at a time. We experience the cumulative reality of decades of permits. Some may appear minor on paper. Channelview is a small, neighboring, industry-focused community. TCEQ organized a public meeting to hear from the community. The meeting drew almost 100 interested parties. Living beside hundreds of them is not minor. Finally, I'm asking the Environmental Protection Agency to carefully consider whether reducing federal minimum public participation requirements actually improves the permit process or simply makes it easier to issue permits with fewer opportunities for the public to be informed and heard. A permit that is technically sound should also be able to withstand public review. It is public participation. If public participation reveals legitimate concerns, then the process has worked exactly as it was intended. Please preserve federal minimum public participation protections for all Americans, regardless of where they live. Good government is not measured by how quickly permits are issued. It is measured by whether the people most affected had a meaningful opportunity to know, to participate, and to trust their government truly listened. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony today. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Next speaker, thank you. Mr. Crone?
Great, thank you. Hi, my name's Adam Crone. I'm a senior attorney with the organization Earth Justice. My name is spelled ADAMKRON. I'm providing testimony today in strong opposition to EPA's proposed rule. Rather than finalizing the proposed rollback of the new source review public participation requirements, EPA should withdraw the rule, leave the current requirements in place, and work to ensure that state and local permitting agencies adhere to them. Over the course of my work, I've directly experienced the importance of public participation in minor new source review permitting for various communities throughout the U.S. By and large, the majority of facilities emitting toxic pollutants into communities are those permitted through minor new source review. These include chemical plants, sterilizers, natural gas processing plants, incinerators, and now, more recently, data centers. These also include facilities that ultimately turn out to be major sources over the course of their build-out, but started out with minor NSR permits. Many of these sources also emit highly toxic pollutants, such as ethylene oxide, which pose great cancer risks even in small amounts well below major source thresholds. For example, under EPA's recent chemical manufacturing area sources rule, the agency identified more than 30 chemical plants that emit ethylene oxide below major source thresholds. Most of these facilities don't require Title V operating permits, so the public's only way to engage and advocate for their health is through minor NSR permitting. Under EPA's proposed rule, however, permitting authorities could entirely cut out the public from these processes. EPA's proposed rule also directly contradicts the agency's own statements on the value of public participation in minor NSR permitting. For example, in 2024, EPA put forward a misguided proposal to roll back requirements in Title V permitting. We strongly opposed the proposal at the time and continue to do so, but it's noteworthy how the agency spoke of the need for robust public participation. In EPA's own words, it would create a strong incentive for state permitting authorities to ensure meaningful public access to NSR permitting actions, particularly for minor NSR permitting actions that may have limited public participation opportunities. EPA also emphasized its ongoing efforts to improve public participation in minor NSR permitting decisions. Finally, this proposed rule will have particularly dangerous effects in combination with EPA's reclassification rule. Under that rule, many facilities will now seek to demonstrate that their toxic emissions are below major source thresholds, if only on paper, and to reclassify as non-major sources. In fact, over the last year, we've already seen sources at West Virginia's notorious Union Carbide Institute plant request reclassification. This is a facility that's already piecemealed into 9 units held by 4 operators. And now Union Carbide is asking to reclassify its 2 remaining units, including 1 ethylene oxide emitter, and to re-permit them through minor NSR. Reclassification is dangerous and unlawful in its own right, but EPA's proposed rule would only further worsen this situation for the public by cutting out their primary means to engage on toxic emitters like the Institute plant. For these reasons, EPA should abandon the proposed rule and instead work to strengthen and enforce the existing requirements for minor NSR permitting. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony today. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Okay, very well. Well, this concludes session 1. Again, my name is Paul Amador. I have been serving as chair for this session of hearing on EPA's proposed rule, new source review program, public participation requirements for implementation plans. I want to thank my fellow panelists, our supporting, and everyone who offered testimony today for taking time out of your schedule to participate and listen to today's hearing on the proposed rule. As a reminder, you can submit written comments on this proposal through August 21st, 2026. Written comments are considered with the same weight as the oral comments you provided here today. Instructions for submitting written comments are available on the proposal's dedicated website. We'll now take a 40-minute break, and the next session will begin at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Hello, and welcome to EPA's public hearing on minor new source review program, air permitting public participation requirements for state implementation plans. My name is Nanishka Abaladejo, or Nan, and I will be helping to support today's proceedings. So before we begin, just a quick reminder that everybody should be muted, and we ask that your cameras remain off unless it's your turn to provide testimony. So at this time, I'm going to turn the meeting over to our hearing chair, Laura Bunty, for instructions and to formally welcome everyone to today's hearing.
Great. Thank you, Nan. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for attending today's virtual public hearing on EPA's proposed rule, Minor New Source Review Program, Air Permitting Public Participation Requirements for State Implementation Plans. My name is Laura Bunty, and I am the Associate Division Director at EPA's Office of State Air Partnerships, Permitting and Program Support Division. I will be chairing this session of the hearing. At this time, I'd like to ask our EPA panelists to introduce themselves.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kalen Murphy. I'm an environmental analyst in the Office of State Air Partnerships.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Katie Hanks, an environmental protection specialist in EPA's Office of State Air Partnerships.
Great. Thanks, Kaylin and Katie. Now I will turn things back over to the hearing host, Nan, who will provide some more instructions for today's session.
Thank you, Laura. So before we begin, I'd like to go through a few ground rules and housekeeping items that will make today's hearing run smoothly. A reminder that the US EPA is committed to facilitating a productive listening session, an environment of mutual respect and safety. The agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate languages and images, or disruptions of the public hearing. EPA expects all participants, including panelists, registered speakers, and presenters to conduct themselves in a respectful, professional, and civil manner. EPA will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note, by registering for this hearing, you have agreed to abide by these rules. Now, most of you are familiar with Zoom features, but for those of you who are not, this slide shows the top 5 features that will be useful to you as a participant in today's hearing. So going from left to right, number 1, the microphone icon located on the far left of your toolbar. The Zoom microphone features allow participants the ability to manage audio functionality, i.e. mute or unmute your mic. Number 2, the camera icon. Located next to the audio icon, the Zoom camera feature controls your webcam, manages videos on and off functionality, camera selection, and background settings. Number 3, the comment bubble icon. The Zoom chat features allows participants to send instant messages and/or questions to attendee support. It can also be used to view names of the current, former, or next speaker. So please make sure to have your chat box open throughout this hearing. Number 4, the hand icon. The raised hand feature in Zoom allows participants to virtually signal that they need assistance. Number 5, exit. The Zoom leave button allows participants to exit the hearing. If you had joined this hearing by phone, please note that you can enter *6 to mute or unmute your line and *9 to raise your hand. During today's hearing, we will be taking comments on minor new source review program, air permitting, public participation requirements for state implementation plan. Under this rule, EPA is proposing to revise the public participation regulatory requirements for source subject to Clean Air Act, CAA, New Source Review, NSR, programs approved into state implementation plans, or SIPs. Specifically, the EPA is proposing to recognize in regulation that state and local air quality regulatory authorities, or air agencies, determine, pursuant to the Clean Air Act, whether, when, and to what extent public participation in minor NSR programs is necessary to assure that the national ambient air quality standards are achieved. We are joined today by the court reporter, Malia Cheney, who will be producing a verbatim written transcript of today's hearing proceedings. EPA will add a copy of the final transcript to the public docket, accessible at regulations.gov for this rulemaking, and will carefully consider your comments as the final rule is developed. We ask that you make sure that your Zoom screen name matches the name on your registration. A reminder that unless you are speaking, please turn your video and microphones off. If you experience video or sound issues, try disconnecting and rejoining. If you continue to experience technical issues, please reach out to attendee support, or you can email our hearing coordinators at osaphearing@scnainc.com. This hearing is also being live streamed. If you registered to speak today, you should have received an email notification for today's hearing that includes the approximate time when you will be asked to speak, and we will do our very best to stick to this timeline. Speakers will be called on 2 at a time, and we apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to give their comments. To be fair to everyone, we will strictly enforce the 4-minute limit. A timer slide will be displayed to indicate time has started and when time has ended. To ensure the accuracy of the transcript, we ask that you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record, along with the organization, if any, you are representing. Time will start when you state your name. If you're testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when 1 minute is remaining and again when time has expired. When called on to speak, please unmute your line. If you had joined by phone, reminder that you will need to enter *6 to mute or unmute your phone and *9 to raise your hand. When you are providing testimony, you are welcome to activate your camera by clicking on the Start Video icon. However, if you are not testifying, please keep your camera and microphone off. Please speak slowly so that our court reporter can capture your entire testimony. For the purpose of today's hearing is to receive feedback for a public comment period and will be structured as a listening session. This is not a dialogue or a question and answer forum. While the panel may occasionally ask for clarifying questions, their primary purpose here is to hear public opinions, concerns, and evidence regarding the proposed rulemaking. When you have finished speaking, please remute your line and turn off your camera. At that time, the next speaker will be called on, and so on. If time allows, we may be able to add additional speakers to the queue. If you did not pre-register and are interested in speaking, please email our hearing coordinators at osaphearingteam@scnainc.com. And finally, today's hearing will consist of 3 sessions. This is session 2 of 3. If there are no additional speakers, we may close a session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified. We also may take short breaks as needed. Next slide. If you have copies of your oral oral statements, or any additional items that you would like to share, such as a slide presentation of photos, videos, you may submit them to the docket at EPA-HQ-OAR-2025-1212 for the proposal through August 21st, 2026. For more information and/or instructions for submitting comments on the proposal, please see the proposed rules dedicated website. Thank you again for taking time today to share your comments on EPA's proposed rule, and we will get started. I will now pass the hearing on to Ms. Bunte, who will now open the hearing for comments.
Great. Thank you, Nan. I will get started once I see the speaker names that we'll start with. I'll announce those shortly. All right. We'll start off today in this panel with Serbi Sarang. If you could please state and spell your name when you begin speaking, that would be very helpful. Please go ahead.
Great. My name is Serbi Sarang. That's SURBHISARANG. And I'm a senior attorney at the Environmental Defense Fund. EDF is a nonprofit organization that leverages expertise in science, economics, and the law to deliver transformational solutions to address the biggest environmental challenges of our time, with the support of over 3 million members. EDF opposes EPA's proposal to revise its regulations to remove public participation requirements in minor new source review programs. The impacts of climate change on air quality have come into focus this summer, with communities across the country suffering from unhealthy air. And this is the time to be expanding community input on air permitting decisions, not erasing it. Wildfires in Canada have led cities like Chicago and Detroit to have the worst air quality in the world. People have been forced to remain indoors and to wear protective masks because the air is toxic. Even with these precautions, people are experiencing symptoms like difficulty breathing, shortness of breath, and throat and eye irritation. Extreme heat has engulfed portions of the country this summer, with record highs exposing over 165 million Americans to either major or extreme heat-related health issues and resulting in at least 25 heat-related deaths. Climate change-induced impacts will make it more difficult both to achieve and maintain the ambient air quality standards, and increase the importance of doing so as Americans are exposed to multiple stressors, increasing their cumulative effects. We are seeing changes in temperature, precipitation, and wind, each of which in turn affect air quality. Heat and drought conditions induced by climate change are contributing to greater numbers of wildfires, which release PM 2.5, volatile organic compounds, nitrogen oxides, and other toxic pollutants. Climate change-induced heat waves also increase the production of harmful ozone pollution. Public participation in the permitting process is a key safeguard for local air quality. Community members are uniquely positioned to share information on the impact of additional pollution on daycares and soccer fields where children play, or to alert regulators to relevant community health issues like an existing high incidence of respiratory disease. With EPA playing a minimal role in overseeing the issuance of minor new source permits, community oversight and transparency becomes even more important. Removing this safeguard reduces independent review of permit decisions and means regulators have less information on which to base critical decisions affecting community health. The proposal will make it more difficult for states and local governments to maintain and achieve the NAAQS. This proposal is therefore unlawful and EPA should withdraw it. Thank you for the opportunity to share comments.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony and taking the time today to join us. I'll ask the panelists, do you have any clarifying questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. Our next two speakers will be Annie Fox and Juliana Hernandez. Let's start with Annie Fox. Annie, if you could both state and spell your name as you begin your testimony, that would be great.
Hello, can you see me and hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Annie Fox, ANNIE FOX. Good afternoon. I'm Annie Fox, a staff attorney at Clean Air Council, an environmental health organization headquartered in Pennsylvania. The council has worked to protect everyone's right to a clean and healthy environment for approximately 50 years. A proposal considered minor in the regulations is often not a minor issue or a mere inconvenience to people in neighboring communities who have to watch their children get sickened by polluted air, are at risk from fires and larger releases when there are incidents or emissions violations at neighboring facilities, and may have the entire character of their neighborhood dominated by a new minor source facility. The permitting agency needs to understand the lived experience of neighboring communities. Also, public comments from local experts and advocacy organizations regularly identify errors in the proposed permits and crucial ways they need to include stronger public health protections. EPA has long recognized the importance of public participation. It even twice references its own ongoing efforts to improve public participation in minor NSR permitting decisions in its 2024 rulemaking, clarifying the scope of applicable regulations in state and federal operating permits. Facilities permitted as minor sources often have outsized impacts in local communities. For example, there's a current proposal for an Amazon data center in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, where the energy grid's maximum generation alerts could require the facility's proposed 350 emergency generators to operate more than the hourly and gas consumption limits. The emissions from these generators could sicken people living nearby, and Bucks County is also in southeast Pennsylvania, which is a serious ozone non-attainment region. People have a right and a need to be notified and have a chance to weigh in facilities like this. Plus, minor permits also include synthetic minor sources, which have a potential to emit at major source levels, but are restricted often narrowly to minor source limits by limits on operating hours or production levels. Public review of these permits is critical to ensure proper consideration of impacts and conditions sufficient to ensure compliance. The EPA's Office of Inspector General had issued a report in 2021 acknowledging that EPA needs greater oversight of these permits. For example, 102 of 529 of them did not have sufficient information supporting whether the limits were even technically accurate. And they found many other flaws. Public comment often catches problems like those. And minor sources like the synthetic minor Metallico facility, a scrap metal recycling facility in Neville Island in Pennsylvania, causes serious harm to communities. Emissions can make people feel ill and be carcinogenic. People often need to push for proper monitoring to make sure they stay below their limits. And even if it's a true minor, there have been several fires risking the communities and over 35 incidents that could have become fires or it had excessive emissions in just the 2025. Also, cumulative impacts must be considered. Pennsylvania has long overburdened communities, including in Mon Valley and Neville Island in the southwest and Chester in the southeast. The harms from further degraded air quality are no different whether the polluters are a series of minor facilities or a major source. The rates of cancer, premature death, childhood asthma, and other illnesses are high above the state and national averages. Pollution also drives disinvestment in these communities. Time and again, I've seen people invest time to learn about and comment on minor NSR permits proposed in their areas, even people who are already exhausted from taking care of children who have been sickened by the pollution, struggling to support their families, but still care about their families and communities enough to devote the time, demand public hearings, and show up time and again because they know the threat of a so-termed minor source poses to their families and communities. They deserve a federally guaranteed right to public notice and comment. Clean Air Council urges you to withdraw this proposal and that rescinds their rights and to prioritize the public's voice in safeguarding the health of their families and communities. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Fox, for your testimony. You cited a few sources of data throughout your testimony, and if you can provide those as comments to the docket, that would further support your testimony. Panelists, do you have any questions?
Thank you. We will be
ask?
submitting written comments with those attached.
Sounds great. Thank you. Panelists, do you have other questions? Not at this time. All right. Thank you, Ms. Fox. And we'll go next with Juliana Hernandez. If you could please come on camera and both state and spell your name.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Juliana Hernandez, and I spell my name JulianaHernandez. I'm a community member of the Harris County, Texas neighborhood of East Aldine, and I would like to express my objection to the proposed changes to the minor new source review program air permitting public participation requirements. As you all may know, these permits cover concrete batch plants, rock crushers, motorcyclers, and similar facilities whose emissions are far from minor. I grew up thinking that my quality of life in East Aldine, including being exposed to heavy emissions and enduring breathing complications such as asthma and pneumonia, were random and unchanging circumstances. When I could not focus in school due to being unable to breathe the night before, I did not know why this occurred. Ultimately, when I was hospitalized for these same breathing complications, I did not know what caused them. I just wanted to go home. I did not know, as a middle school student, that my health was being impacted by the lack of zoning in the Houston area, as well as the decisions made by private industry owners and a lack of reasonable and adequate regulation by the TCEQ. For years, I studied and played outside while there were emissions looming in my school's playgrounds from concrete facilities, which fall under these quote-unquote minor new source review permits. However, it was not until I was a college student at the University of Houston that I got to be exposed to the public participation period for a concrete batch plant in my area. This marked the first time I got the opportunity to witness my neighbors ask questions, provide their own testimony, request denial, or request strengthening of the protections in the permit, and overall have an opportunity to fight for a more protected environment and fight for less particulate matter in their backyards. These same backyards are where their children play and where their elderly parents rest. With this rule proposal, I nor my community potentially would have been able to participate in something that impacts our community's health so heavily. The proposals claim that the public participation period overwhelms the public with inconsequential information about minimal impact minor sources is simply inconsiderate of the realities faced by many residents in Texas. Considering how many folks would be left vulnerable to pollutants linked to causing cancer without an avenue to seek transparency and accountability from either the applicants or their state regulators, this proposal regarding minor NSR permits should not move forward. I plead with you now to not leave something so vital to our survival up to the states. This period is the only way many of us become aware of a proposed NSR permit. And not only is this a public health issue, it is also a workers' rights and health issue. This period permits workers and the public to inquire about how these facilities plan on keeping their workers safe. It provides an opportunity for the public to show the facility owners that folks are paying attention to their employees' safety and well-being, providing pressure for better worker safety practices. Workers in these facilities have to deal with overexposure to harmful pollutants and also a risk of fatal work injuries, which we saw at a South Houston asphalt facility earlier this year. Also, in my experience as a Texas legislative aide and a government relations coordinator for Airlines Houston, I found that many local officials within Texas themselves are also frustrated with the lack of adequate, reasonable regulation being conducted by the TCQ for our communities. I encourage the EPA to instead adequately strengthen the permit requirements, as there are states who have proved themselves not to sufficiently protect their populace's health. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Great. Thank you for sharing your perspective. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions? Okay, our next two speakers then will be Byron Gary and Reem Tariq. Byron, if you could come on screen and both share your name and spell it for us, that would be helpful.
Good afternoon. Byron Gary, BYRON GARY. I am a senior attorney with the Kentucky Resources Council. Good afternoon. My name is Byron Gary, and I'm speaking on behalf of Kentucky Resources Council and for downwind and vent line communities in Louisville and across Kentucky, including the historically overburdened neighborhoods along the Rubbertown Industrial Corridor and West Louisville. I want to start with what should concern everyone on this call, regardless of where you live. This proposal doesn't just give states more flexibility, it eliminates the federal floor entirely. Under the rule today, every state has to provide at least three things before a minor source or modification is authorized: public access to permit application, prominent public notice, and a 30-day comment period. Take that floor away, and a state could require nothing. No notice, no access to the application, no opportunity for comments at all. And minor NSR is not a marginal category. Synthetic minor permits, permits by rule, and general permits for multiple facilities are how most new and expanding industrial facilities are actually cited in this country. EPA's legal reasoning for this doesn't hold up well under its own scrutiny. The preamble argues that regulation of construction and modification under the Clean Air Act doesn't include procedural steps like public participation. Reading silence as prohibition rather than as an area Congress simply didn't need to legislate because the practice was already 50 years settled is not a reasonable reliance interest analysis. It's a policy choice dressed up as a statutory compulsion. EPA explicitly states that it believes that public participation isn't necessary to assure health and welfare standards are achieved. Respectfully, we disagree. Removing public participation doesn't just remove a courtesy to residents, it removes information regulators need as well. People living next to a proposed source often know things about local conditions and cumulative exposure that never show up in an applicant's paperwork. It removes from decision-making the necessary lived experience data required for the best possible science. When a wood products manufacturer located next to an elementary school spews black smoke from its stack, it's not the APCD that sees it. It is students and teachers. When the numerous chemical facilities in Rubbertown collectively keep neighboring residents up all night, night after night, with odors so punctious that residents had to close their windows even without air conditioning, no one from the air agency is there to observe this pattern. In Kentucky, Rubbertown and West Louisville, Calvert City, and numerous chemical and power plants across the state, and other facilities are not hypothetical examples. They are a decades-long case study in synthetic minor and permit by rule authorizations shaping who breathes what. Louisville's Strategic Toxic Air Reduction Program, Louisville's own local toxics program, exists because residents organized around information they got through public notice and comment on permits. This rule would make that information optional at best. Many of these facilities are classified as synthetic minor precisely because they've accepted enforceable limits to stay just under major source thresholds, which means minor NSR review is often the only point in the entire permitting process where the public gets any say at all. Lose that, and for a huge share of significant industrial sources, there is no public participation anywhere in the process. Full stop. We have seen recent proposals to increase hours a power plant can operate without controls by 400%. And even entirely new gas power plants, multiple, proposed as minor NSR permits. Finally, the process for this hearing itself illustrates the problem. We had only 5 business days to request it, virtual only option, originally only during business hours with limited slots that filled up almost immediately, and no in-person option in any affected community for a rule precisely about public participation. We ask EPA to withdraw this proposal and retain a sensible federal floor for minor sources, including those located in or near environmental justice communities, and to hold additional space for community comments, including in-person options in potentially most affected communities, as these sessions appeared to have filled up again. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Gary. Katie and Kaylin, do you have any clarifying questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker then will be Reem Tariq. Reem, if you could come on camera and both spell and say your name, that would be helpful.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Reem Tariq. That's REEM TARIQ. I'm a Houston resident and I work for an organization that's focused on environmental justice and clean air. I urge EPA to withdraw this proposal and preserve federal minimum requirements for public participation in minor new source review permitting. I have 5 points to support this. My first point is, this proposal removes a basic national protection. The current federal rules guarantee notice, access to permit information, and time to comment. That protection reflects the Clean Air Act itself, which repeatedly calls for public notice, comment, and participation. This proposal would let states decide whether that right exists at all. A protection embedded throughout the Clean Air Act should not depend on your zip code. My second point is minor does not reflect how pollution is experienced here in Houston. Minor is a regulatory label based on whether one facility crosses an emissions threshold. It does not reflect the cumulative pollution Houston residents actually breathe. And in Houston, we have many sources of pollution, ranging from refineries, chemical plants, concrete batch plants, highways, the port, and recurring industrial incidents. In a region already burdened by unhealthy air, weakening public protections for these sources is not only misguided, it is irresponsible. And in states with weaker regulatory systems, such as Texas, proposing to make public participation optional is frankly indefensible. My third point is EPA has not shown that public participation is unnecessary. The EPA is citing agency workload and low comment numbers as a way to justify this proposal. Few comments are more likely the result of notices that are hard to find, overly technical language, lack of alternative language access, or simply the lack of time for working families. In fact, a 2024 study found that the Clean Air Act permit notices were difficult to understand even for readers with strong literacy skills. The answer is better access, not weaker protections. My fourth point is public participation improves environmental decisions. There is research to back this up. In one study, public comments led to substantive changes in 62% of the reviews that were examined. At least in my work, residents routinely identify what permit applications miss and point out inconsistencies in these permit applications. That is not an administrative burden. That is essential local knowledge. Finally, the EPA states in Section 6H that this proposal does not concern human health. Calling this unrelated to human health is frankly ridiculous. This rule could determine whether parents are even notified before another source of pollution is approved near their homes and their children's schools. In Houston, where industry and neighborhoods often sit side by side, public notice may be the only warning that families receive. EPA should keep a strong national floor on notice, access to permit documents, the 30 days to comment, language access, and the right to request a hearing, as well as a contested case hearing. Public participation is what makes permitting democratic. Take that away, and the public's right to know and be heard, and it is no longer decision making, it is a closed door process. EPA should withdraw this proposal, and I thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Great, thank you for providing your testimony. And you mentioned a couple of studies as part of your testimony. If you could submit cites to those references, that would be very helpful.
I would absolutely do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, our next two, let me just ask our speakers actually. Do you have any questions for Ms. Tariq? Okay. All right, our next two speakers then are Jonathan Levenshus and Melissa Holmes. Mr. Levenshus, if you could come on, hello. If you could both state and spell your name before beginning, we would appreciate it.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Levenshus, Jonathan Levenshus, Levenshus. I'm speaking today to oppose the EPA's proposal to eliminate federal requirements for public participation in minor source air permitting. Here's what this rule does. It lets data centers and other pollution sources avoid disclosing their emissions, and it lets states off the hook for giving impacted communities any say before a permit is issued. That's a step backward, exactly the wrong moment, as more data centers turn to on-site diesel and gas generators to meet rising power needs. My hometown of Indianapolis is living this right now. Just last week, the Metropolitan Development Commission voted 6-1 to approve a data center campus in the Irvington neighborhood over months of community opposition. One counselor's own survey found 83% of respondents opposed. Because the developer sought a use variance rather than a full rezoning, the City County Council had no authority to call the decision up for its own vote. A commissioner tried to delay it for more public input, and the commission pushed ahead anyway. That project could include up to 56 backup diesel generators. The land use fight may be over, but the air permits for those generators are a separate process still to come, exactly the process this rule would strip away public participation from. This community has already had to fight for a seat at the table once. Under EPA's proposal, they'd have no guaranteed seat at the table the next one. Public participation isn't paperwork. It's how residents catch it when permitting authorities overlook cumulative impacts on an already overburdened community, and how people negotiate mitigation before harm is locked in. The Clean Air Act requires state implementation plans to include public participation in permitting. Yet EPA's own Inspector General found in 2021 that the lack of public participation in minor source permitting was already a critical shortcoming needing correction, not expansion. Indiana's own permitting program shows why that gap matters. The state's synthetic minor permit lets a facility that could otherwise qualify as a major source commit to limits that keep it just under that threshold, with far less public review attached. Projects like the Irvington campus, which is not too far away from my daughter's middle school, show how dozens of individually minor generators can add up to major emissions on the ground, in the same community, all while the permit moves through with minimal public input. EPA should be closing this loophole, not widening it. I urge the agency to withdraw this proposal and strengthen, not eliminate, public participation in minor source permitting. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning.
Thank you for being here and providing your perspective. Katie and Kaylin, do you have any clarifying questions you'd like to ask? Okay, thank you again. Melissa Holmes, you're up next. If you could both state and spell your name, we would appreciate it.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Holmes, Melissa and I'm a resident of California. I urge the EPA to reject this proposed rule. It proposes to remove any federal requirements for minor source permit public participation where data centers and other pollution sources would no longer have to disclose their pollution or accept public scrutiny. And states would not be required to provide public participation to impacted communities. As a member of the public, I'm deeply concerned about air pollution from data centers, especially when an increasing number of data centers are looking at using on-site generation to meet grid capacity constraints, which includes on-site backup generators. Public participation is a key element in protecting public health and stopping harmful practices. It helps ensure that permitting authorities are adhering to the law, taking into account circumstances such as highly impacted communities, and accounting for cumulative impacts. Public participation serves as a check on polluting sources, allowing affected communities to negotiate for mitigation or adjustments in practices to protect their own health. The Clean Air Act requires state air quality compliance plans to include public participation, where states must develop state implementation plans to bring districts into compliance with the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. Under the Clean Air Act, plans must include provisions for public participation in developing permitting processes. The EPA has historically provided wide latitude to states on minor source permitting requirements. In many states, minor source permits are already not subject to public review prior to issuance. And as stated before, in 2021, EPA's Inspector General identified that lack of public participation in minor source permits was a critical shortcoming and must be rectified. It is of particular concern that data centers rely on minor source air permits for on-site generation to preclude public scrutiny. Most data centers seek to use synthetic minor air permits for diesel and gas generators. These permits are capped at 95 to 99.9 tons of pollutants per year, indicating a deliberate attempt to remain minor sources to avoid scrutiny. One review of data center air permits shows that data centers cluster with up to dozens of minor air permits issued within a small geographic area. As a result, cumulative emissions from data center clusters can be extremely high. I urge you to withdraw this proposed rule and strengthen public participation requirements and safeguards around data center pollution. I very much appreciate the opportunity to comment today. Thank you.
Thank you for being here and providing your perspective. Panelists, do you have any questions you'd like to ask Ms. Holmes? Great, thank you for your testimony. All right, our next two speakers are Candace Burton and just was hidden, Julie Kimmel. Ms. Burton, if you could come on screen and both state and spell your name, That would be great.
Hi, I'm currently in the midst of my workday, so I can't turn on my camera, but
That's
can you
fine.
all hear me?
Yes, we do hear you.
Okay, perfect. My name is Candace Burton, spelled CANDACE Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Candace Burton, and I am a resident of Gary, Indiana. I am here today to urge the EPA to reject any rule changes that weakens federal public participation requirements for so-called minor air permits, including those that may apply to AI data centers. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge something that has been impossible to ignore today. This hearing runs from 7 a.m. this morning until 10 p.m. tonight, and every hour has been filled with Americans from across the country. People have stepped away from work, from their families, and from their daily responsibilities because they believe these decisions matter. That tells us something important. The American people are paying attention, we are engaged, we are informed, and we care deeply about how our government shows up for us. Today's hearing is proof that the American people are not ignorant, apathetic, or passive. Given the opportunity, we will participate. We will read the proposed rules, we will ask questions, and we will show up. I come from Gary, Indiana, where we understand what it means to live with the cumulative impacts of industrial development. Right now, our community is having serious conversations about AI data centers and the infrastructure required to support them. Residents are already facing significantly higher utility bills while asking who will ultimately pay for the power generation, transmission infrastructure, and other investments these projects require. Those conversations are not separate from air quality. Infrastructure and environmental health are directly connected. More power generation, more transmission, and more industrial development all have environmental consequences. And in communities like mine, communities that have carried environmental burdens for generations, we cannot afford to look at these decisions one permit at a time. We have to consider their cumulative impact. That is exactly why public participation matters. Environmental justice is not only about emissions, it is about whether the people most affected have a meaningful opportunity to understand what is happening, ask questions, challenge assumptions, and have their voices considered before decisions are made. Before I close, I want to speak directly to the leadership of the EPA. Every generation of public servants leaves behind a legacy. The question is, what legacy will be yours? Will it be one that expanded the public's voice or one that narrowed it? Will it strengthen the public's trust in government or further erode it? The trust between the American people and our institutions has been tested for a long time. Trust is not rebuilt by asking people to simply believe government is acting in their best interest. Trust is rebuilt through transparency, accountability, and meaningful public participation. The Constitution begins with 3 simple words: we the people. Our government exists of the people, by the people, and for the people. Public participation is not a bureaucratic hurdle. It is one of the ways that promise is fulfilled. As a believer, I'm reminded of the words Mordecai spoke to Queen Esther. He told her, "Do not think that because you are in the king's palace, you alone will escape. For if you remain silent at this time, relief and deliverance will arise from another place. And who knows whether you have come to the kingdom for such a time as this." I've always understood that passage to mean that no position of authority belongs to us forever. Leadership is a stewardship. The work of justice will continue with or without us, but each generation is given a choice about the legacy it leaves behind. I believe this is one of those moments. Economic growth and innovation are important, but they should never come at the expense of the health, safety, well-being, or voice of the American people. You have an opportunity to set a precedent, not just for this rule, but for the kind of government future generations inherit. You can demonstrate that efficiency never has to come at the expense of transparency, and that progress never requires silence, never requires silencing the very communities government exists to serve. History will remember more than the permits you approved. It will remember whether, when entrusted with this responsibility, you choose to protect the American people's right to participate in decisions that affect their lives. So today, I respectfully ask you to preserve strong federal public participation requirements, protect our right to be heard, protect the transparency that builds trust, and remember that the thousands of Americans who have participated in this hearing today are now asking for a favor. We are asking our government to do exactly what it was created to do: serve the people. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for being here today, Ms. Burton, and providing your perspective. Katie and Kaylin, do you have any clarifying questions you would like to ask? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Burton.
Thank you.
Julie Kimmel, if you could unmute and both state and spell your name for us, that would be great.
Hi, I'm Julie Kimmel, Julie Kimmel.
We can hear you.
Great. I live with my family in Northern Virginia, and I work with Mom's Clean Air Force. I strongly oppose EPA's proposal to eliminate minimum public participation requirements for minor source new source review programs. I live in northwestern Fairfax County, immediately next door to Loudoun County, aka Data Center Alley, the global hub for data center development. There are 680 data centers planned, under construction, or operating in Virginia, and literally hundreds of them are just a few miles down the road from me. Anytime I drive into Loudoun to run errands or go to the dentist or take my kid to some meet, I try to count the data centers I pass, and I usually lose track around 15 or 20. Most data centers are permitted as minor sources, or so-called synthetic minors, which means they have a potential to emit major amounts of pollution, but have agreed to keep their emissions under the major source thresholds in exchange for the far more lenient air pollution control requirements that accompany minor sources. The data centers in Virginia are primarily powered by dirty methane gas. Private companies are even building peaking gas plants on top of all the gas plant expansions our utility Dominion is requesting exclusively to power these facilities. I visited one of these peaking plants earlier this month, and it's a stone's throw from bustling neighborhoods, a regional park, a high school, and my parents' longtime favorite local restaurant and small farm. All our data centers are also home to dozens of backup diesel generators. More than 10,000 diesel generators are permitted for use by data centers in Virginia right now. 10,000. It's a number that bears repeating. It's no wonder that a recent study found that some data centers pollute even more than nearby gas power plants. Gas turbines and diesel generators are known to spew soot, nitrogen oxides, formaldehyde, and other insidious air pollutants. So imagine my absolute horror when, on the same trip to visit the peaking gas plant, I visited a collection of data centers in western Fairfax County, immediately next door to and basically on top of soccer fields that were being used for summer camp, and a large townhome community and a community center. I turned my head in one direction and saw huge diesel generator stacks, and in the other direction, a bunch of kids playing soccer. And this was 7 miles from my own house. Why would EPA want to sabotage one of the few opportunities for input our communities still have over this aggressive, unwieldy expansion? Why wouldn't we consider the significant health impacts of air pollution from facilities like these before companies receive permits, and then use that opportunity to consider alternatives? The health of hundreds of thousands of local children, including my own, is at stake. I oppose this proposal to get public participation requirements for Clean Air Act minor source, new source review programs. Families and communities like mine demand transparency and meaningful opportunities to participate in decisions that affect the air we breathe. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions you'd like to ask? Okay, thank you, Ms. Kimmel. Our next two speakers will be Bridge Roush and Alexa White. Mr. Roush, if you could join us by unmuting and both state and spell your name.
Good morning or afternoon. My name is Bridge Rouch, B-R-I-D-G-E, last name R-A-U-C-H, and I'm an organizer for the Clean Air Coalition of West New York and Buffalo. Here in Western New York, we have quite a number, obviously a huge number of legacy industrial facilities. Some of them closed, some of them still very much opening and operating. And the thing I really want to flag is with minor sources, we have insufficient permitting, in our region. We have over 150 minor sources across the state without expiration dates at present that are operating on older permits or permits that just have never been updated since they were issued back in in the 1990s. This includes the Goodyear Chemical Facility in Niagara Falls that was downgraded from a Title V to a state air facility. And there's a lot of concerns about the chemical orthotoluene, and possible community exposures from that, as well as workplace exposures that workers have been dealing with since the 1960s. This chemical causes bladder cancer, and it's a big concern within Niagara Falls, that particular facility. So over 150 facilities without expiration dates across the state. This includes oil terminals, chemical plants, plastic manufacturers, other significant facilities that are within this state facility framework. So we are extremely troubled that there is this proposal to roll back community engagement within state facility permitting procedures, and we are strongly opposed to this proposed rule. We urge rejecting this rule, and just pulling it entirely. We also just want to flag regarding data centers in particular. We have the Tesla plant here in Buffalo, where the Dojo supercomputer is being proposed, so a data center as well. It's still in the early formation stages. We haven't seen any paperwork yet, but we are very concerned about the similar facility in Memphis, Tennessee, with the XAI facility and the data center there for the Colossus supercomputer that they use there. And the practice of using dozens of gas-fired generators to power that particular supercomputer data center, and we are acting preemptively to prevent the similar actions happening here in Buffalo. And community engagement is going to be key to that particular discussion. So again, we just emphasize, please reject this rule. Don't move it any further, and please the existing facility permitting, rules are not what we need right now. So we need stronger rules, not rolling back the rules that are on the books. So thank you.
Thank you for providing your perspective. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions you'd like to ask? Very good, thank you. Our next speaker will be Alexa White. Ms. White, if you could unmute and both state and spell your name.
Alexa White, Alexa White. Good morning. My name is Dr. Alexa White, and I serve as the Climate and Environmental Justice Policy Director at the Hip Hop Caucus. The Hip Hop Caucus works with Black, Brown, Indigenous, and low-income, as well as frontline communities that face disproportionate pollution burdens. Hip Hop Caucus opposes the EPA proposal to remove public participation as a minimum federal requirement for state and local minor new source review permitting programs. The term minor source is a regulatory classification, but it does not mean that a new facility or industrial expansion is minor to the family living next door. These permits can authorize new pollution sources, changes at existing industrial facilities, and synthetic minor facilities that accept emissions limits to avoid classification as major sources. These decisions affect what is built near homes, schools, workplaces, and places of worship, and what pollution controls monitoring and reporting will be required. Our primary response is to EPA's question 3 concerning reliance interests. Communities rely on project-specific notice and comment periods to learn what is being proposed before a facility receives permission to construct or expand. Public notice gives residents access to permit applications, projected emissions, and permitting cycles for agency analyses. A meaningful comment period gives people time to understand technical information, to seek assistance, and to identify concerns before the government makes a decision. Residents also contribute information that may not appear in a company's application. They may know about recurring odors or visual emissions or heavy truck traffic, previous incidents, pollution from other facilities that are already operating in the area. The list goes on. This is why public participation is not procedural. It is very important for providing the information available to permitting agencies. A future opportunity to comment on statewide state implementation plan revision cannot replace participation in a specific permit decision. A statewide proceeding cannot tell residents that a particular company is proposing a particular project in their neighborhood. It can't even tell them what pollutants that project may release or what monitoring may apply. Companies rely on notice when an actual project is being proposed in an actual place. This also responds to EPA's question 1 about concerning how the proposal could affect permitting decisions. By removing the federal minimum, that creates a risk that agencies will make decisions without important local evidence and without hearing from the people who live with the consequences. The EPA presents this proposal as a way to reduce administrative burdens. State and local agencies may face real staffing and resource constraints. Those concerns should be addressed through adequate funding, improved electronic notice systems, technical assistance, and more efficient permitting practices. In response to question 2, the Hip Hop Caucus asked EPA to take 3 actions. First, retain the federal minimum requiring public access to permit applications, emissions information, and agency analyses. Second, retain meaningful notice in affected community at least 30 days for public comment. And third, strengthen access by requiring understandable, geographically targeted, and multilingual notice that reaches renters, the residents, and people with limited internet access. States may provide stronger protections, but every community should have the same basic rights. Those rights should not depend on a person's zip code, the resources of a local air agency, or political leadership in the state. Hip Hop Caucus will also submit detailed written comments to this docket. We ask EPA to fully consider that submission for supporting legal, technical, and policy analyses behind the recommendations presented today. The EPA should retain a strong federal floor for public notice, access to permit information, and meaningful participation. No community should lose its opportunity to respond to proposed pollution sources before the government approves it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being with us today. Katie and Kaylin, do you have any clarifying questions you'd like to ask? Great, thank you, Ms. White. Our next two speakers then will be Randy Berryman and Sarah Cinco. Let's start with Randy. If you could unmute and say and spell your name.
Hi, my name is Randy Berryman. It is spelled RandyBerryman. I live in Indianapolis, Indiana. According to the American Lung Association's 2024 State of the Air Report, we ranked 14th in the nation for short-term particle pollution. After years of hard-fought progress, our air quality has gradually improved, but a single proposal now threatens to undo that all. And what concerns me even more is the prospect of dismantling federal air quality oversight and deregulating it in states that lack resources, independence, or political will to protect the public health. Across the United States, communities are facing the unprecedented challenge of hyperscale data centers, which are accompanied by dozens and often hundreds of diesel backup generators. These facilities are not abstract infrastructure being built in industrial parks. They are being built in our neighborhoods, near our homes, and near our children's schools. Right now, a hyperscale data center proposal is proposed just 1.5 miles away from my house and less than 500 feet from residential homes. Once in operation, it will house 144 Tier 2 diesel generators. These generators do not run in isolation, and during grid outages or testing, multiple units will run simultaneously. Yet regulations would treat each one of these as an independent minor source, which would allow the facility to avoid major source permitting under the Clean Air Act. This creates a dangerous loophole that puts public health at risk, and the timing suggested is designed to solely facilitate data center expansion, with blatant disregard for public health. Here's what happens if enforcement is handed to Indiana instead of the EPA. Our state government has consistently prioritized economic development over environmental protection. Indiana ranks among the worst states for air quality, and our state legislature has repeatedly blocked strong emission standards, weakening setback requirements, and underfunded environmental enforcement. The Indiana Department of Environmental Management is chronically understaffed and faces documented pressure from industry lobbyists. If states like Indiana are given sole authority over air permitting, Hoosiers will lose. We will see a race to the bottom, states competing to attract industry by weakening protections, and communities like mine will bear health consequences. Air pollution does not respect state borders. Emissions from Indiana will blow into Illinois, Ohio, Michigan, and Kentucky. This is exactly why we need federal standards and federal enforcement. When the wind blows from the west, as it usually does, emissions from this data center will just drift directly over my neighborhood and into downtown Indianapolis, which affects over 800,000 residents. And this is just one facility. Less than 9 miles away, another data center is planned with hundreds more diesel generators. The health stakes could not be higher. According to the CDC, the leading causes of death in Indianapolis are heart disease, cancer, and chronic lower respiratory disease. Diesel exhaust is classified by the EPA as a likely human carcinogen and is a known contributor to cardiovascular and respiratory harm. By allowing these facilities to bypass major source permitting and by weakening federal oversight, we are compounding the very public health crisis that already leads our state for causes of death. This is not an isolated facility. This is a cumulative burden. Multiple data centers, each with hundreds of generators, concentrating pollution in the same airshed, affecting the same vulnerable communities, and Indiana is not going to protect us. The EPA must. I urge the EPA, reject minor new source air permitting, require major source permitting, mandate cumulative emissions monitoring, establish protective setbacks from residential areas, and maintain strong federal enforcement. Do not delegate this authority to states that have proven unwilling or inability to stand up to industry pressures. The cost of this inaction and dismantling of federal protections will not be measured in dollars. It will be measured in lives. After decades of hard-fought progress, we cannot afford to go backward. Please. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Berryman. Katie and Kaylin, do you have any questions you'd like to ask? Okay. Great. Thank you again. Ms. Cinco, if you could unmute and state and spell your name.
Hello, my name is Sara Cinco. My name is spelled Sarahcinco. I'm speaking on behalf of Public Citizens Texas Office and the Healthy Port Communities Coalition. Notably, I'm a former EPA employee where I worked in the Office of Water, Sustainable Communities and Infrastructure branch. I strongly oppose EPA's proposed rulemaking regarding minor NSR permits that would grant state and local agencies greater discretion to determine the level of public participation required in their minor NSR programs. At face value, this rulemaking would seemingly allow state agencies to have more discretion, resting on the assumption that a state agency is better equipped to understand local needs than that of a federal agency. This assumption does not consider the alternative, where a state agency fails to meaningfully engage with local communities and does not truly represent those interests. This is the case in my state of Texas, where my state's environmental regulatory agency, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, is well known as a reluctant regulator and a friend to industry who more often than not prioritizes permit efficiency, profit, and pollution over public health. This proposal asks the public to trust that state and local agencies will voluntarily provide sufficient opportunities for public participation, yet the effectiveness of that approach depends entirely on whether a state or local agency is willing to meaningfully engage with affected communities in the first place. For many Texans living near petrochemical facilities, refineries, ports, and manufacturing plants such as myself, this is a difficult and inherently unjust ask. Allow me to provide some examples of TCEQ's negligence, which is a set of precedents I'm using to predict future behavior. For more than 20 years, TCEQ knew about a specific facility in my area emitting benzene, a carcinogen. 2 decades passed, and they didn't take any action to remediate the harm caused. And just last week, I stood at a TCEQ public meeting for a proposed minor NSR permit for the construction of a concrete batch plant facility in my community of Channelview, Texas. TCEQ confirmed using outdated data to measure NAC standards, and now my community, whose cancer rates are 3 times higher than the national average, is further at risk. This is precisely why federal standards matter. EPA establishes federal requirements because every American, regardless of where they live, deserves a baseline level of transparency, accountability, and public participation in decisions that affect their health. This proposed rule aims to propel a model of cooperative federalism forward, but cooperation amongst local, state, and federal agencies is simply not enough. Without the deliberate inclusion and substantive public input of the Americans that carry the brunt of pollution and emissions in our country, how can there be a full consideration of the consequences of such a decision? These concepts are fundamentally at odds with each other. Public participation is a meaningful tool that communities and advocates alike have to be able to use to express their concerns, communicate with their state environmental agencies, and mitigate harms to their communities. The proposed rulemaking allows air agencies to determine to what extent public participation is necessary to assure that national ambient air quality standards are achieved. However, this framework is deeply concerning and flawed because it suggests that public participation is an aspect to be considered amongst many, rather than deeming it as an absolutely necessary and foundational component of environmental governance. The unintended consequences of this rule would provide air agencies legal standing to reduce opportunities for the public to participate in regulatory processes that directly impact the air they breathe, the health of their families, and the future of their communities. Efficiency should not come at the expense of democratic participation. Public participation does not create barriers to environmental protection. It is synonymous with it. For these reasons, I urge EPA to reject this proposed rule and preserve public participation requirements within minor NSR permitting programs. Thank you for your time. Laura, I don't know if I can hear you. I'm so sorry.
It looks like Laura might have some technical issues. Thank you so much for your testimony while we're working on that. Katie and Kaylin, do you guys have any follow-up questions? Okay. All right. Thank you. Looks like, all right, let me see if I can get Laura's thing to unmute real quick. Apologize for the delay. I tell you what, Laura can still hear everybody. So I'm gonna, for right now, Nan, feel free to step in, but I think the next one is Rachel Meyer and Sandra Holloway. Rachel, we'll start with you. If you want to come on camera, you don't have to turn on camera if you would like to like to start your testimony though, but first stating your name and spelling it, please.
Thank you. I'm a little out of breath. I stepped away. My name is Rachel Meyer, RCHELMEYER, and I'll begin. My name is Rachel Meyer, and I'm an Ohio River Valley field organizer for Moms Clean Air Force, a community of more than 1.6 million parent and caregivers working to protect children's health from air pollution, climate change, and toxic chemicals. I live in Western Pennsylvania and mid-active facilities primarily serving the chemical industry. Whether they are minor or major, the public must have a say in new facilities proposing to move into their communities. The New Source Review Program is one of the only tools communities have to protect public health and ensure careful analysis happens before a new pollution source is built and they are locked in to decades of added health risks. This proposal would sabotage that protection by undermining the vital public participation process that enables communities to weigh in on health impacts. It's important to consider that minor source pollution can add up. Some facilities start as minor sources and then, once established, expand to major sources. The critical time for public participation was when the facility was first proposed, even as a minor source. Another form of piecemeal permitting happens when companies continue to propose individual minor source facilities in close proximity to each other. Furthermore, many of the petrochemical facilities in our region claim they will emit the maximum amount allowable as a minor source, not accounting for the inevitable malfunctions that will push their emissions to major source levels. During an 8.5-month period, the Revolution cryogenic gas processing plant in Washington County, Pennsylvania, allowed visible emissions from the flare for periods that exceeded a total of 5 minutes during any 2 consecutive hours, with exceedances occurring during 107 distinct observation periods. The same facility is currently seeking a minor source permit with a stated potential to emit 49.5 tons per year of VOCs, 0.5 tons from the major source threshold in the county. Only about a mile away is the Harmon Creek cryogenic gas processing plant, also prone to malfunctions and violations. Its PTE is 49.5 tons per year as well. It is important context that the community where these facilities are located already suffers from high rates of asthma, heart disease, and cancer. It is a designated environmental justice area. There's a disproportionate burden from a massive amount of petrochemical buildup, even beyond the gas processing plants. And there are families with children stuck in the middle of it. Minor sources impact lives. The opportunity for public participation is clearly needed here and should be part of all new source review plans, including for minor sources. Moms Clean Air Force strongly opposes EPA's proposal to gut minor new source review program air permitting public participation requirements for state implementation plans. There's too much at risk. Families must be guaranteed the opportunity to participate in decisions that affect the air they breathe. Thank you.
Great. I hope you can hear me now. I was able to hear you, Rachel. Thank you for your testimony. And Kaylin and Katie, did you have any further clarifying questions? Great. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'll ask our logistics team. I cannot see my chat at all, so I cannot see who is up next.
Yep. The next speaker is Sandra Holloway.
That's great. Thank you. Ms. Holloway, if you could join us, unmute and spell and say your name.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. My name is Sandra Holloway, SAUNDRAHOLLOWAY. Good afternoon, members of the panel. My name is Sandra Holloway. I'm a resident of Arizona. I'm speaking today to strongly oppose this proposed rule, which strips away minimum federal public participation guarantees under the Minor New Source Review Program. Public participation is not an administrative burden to be streamlined away for the convenience of state agencies or private industrial developers. It is a fundamental pillar of the Clean Air Act and a basic democratic right. By proposing to eliminate the strict federal baselines mandated under 40 CFR section 51.161, which guarantees the public a minimum 30-day comment period on air permits, the EPA is choosing to blindfold and silence the public. This rollback is particularly dangerous given the current unprecedented boom in heavy industrial infrastructure, most notably, as others have stated, hyperscale data centers. Right now, developers are expanding these massive operations everywhere. They are securing right-of-way grants to build directly on federal public land, and they are buying up city and county tracts right next to local residential neighborhoods, family homes, and schools. To evade oversight, these developers utilize a small first, big later strategy. They apply for minor new source review permits, frameworks originally meant for small, low-impact facilities like neighborhood dry cleaners and auto body shops, to quietly establish massive emissions footprints. We are seeing individual data center complexes secure minor permits to operate massive fleets of 60, 70, or more industrial diesel backup generators. On paper, a state agency can look at these permits individually and label them as minor. But in reality, when these facilities cluster together on public land or drop right into county parcels next to where people live, their cumulative air pollution, specifically nitrogen oxides, volatile organic compounds, and fine particulate matter, can rival a mid-sized power plant. The EPA claims this rule changes nothing automatically because existing state laws remain on the books, but that's a shell game. By removing the federal baseline, this rule actively invites a race to the bottom. It gives state and local agencies the green light to submit state implementation plan revisions that voluntarily strip public notice from their own rulebooks just to attract big tech developers at the expense of local air quality. Worse still, this proposal does not exist in a vacuum. It acts as the second half of a devastating double whammy along the EPA's recent May 2026 rule change regarding what it means to begin actual construction. Under that rule, the EPA now allows industrial developers to clear land, pour concrete foundations, and build massive infrastructure shells before they ever secure their final air permits. When you combine these two rules, the corporate playbook becomes clear. An industrial developer can clear public or county land and pour concrete for massive data center complex in broad daylight right next to a school or neighborhood, while the state uses this new rule to quietly approve their heavy diesel generator air permits completely in the dark. By the time the public even realizes their health is at risk, the facility is already built. The EPA's mission is to protect human health and the environment. You cannot fulfill that mission by cutting the public out of the process, especially when heavy industry is encroaching on both our shared public spaces and our neighborhoods where children go to school Efficiency should never be purchased at the expense of community health and environmental transparency. I strongly urge the EPA to reject this proposal, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here today. We appreciate it. Katie and Kaylin, do you have any clarifying questions you would like to ask? Okay, thank you, Ms. Holloway. Our next two speakers will be Emma Simon and Judith Oppenheim. Ms. Simon, if you could unmute and both say and spell your name.
Yes, hello. Good.
Hi.
My name is Emma Simon, E-M-M-A-S-I-M-O-N. Good afternoon. My name is Emma Simon, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Natural Resources Defense Council today in opposition to EPA's proposed rule that would limit or eliminate public participation opportunities for Clean Air Act minor new source review permits. Public notice and comment are a cornerstone of the air permitting process. But EPA is letting states shut communities out of decisions about polluting facilities built or modified in their own neighborhoods. EPA cannot identify a public health or clean air justification for this attack on public participation because there is none. This matters now more than ever because most U.S. data center development is being permitted through the minor NSR program. Over 70% of Americans oppose data center development in their own communities. Yet this rulemaking would intentionally exclude community input from the data center decision-making process. Across the country, people are waking up to news that their local officials have signed non-disclosure agreements, offered tax breaks, and are racing to approve new data centers, with little to no public transparency and dubious benefit. Americans deserve a say in the quality of life in their communities, whether they want to host data centers, and what standards of care these facilities must meet. The public is already bearing the brunt of industry's rush to build these facilities. One recent study from UC Riverside and Caltech estimates that in the next 5 years, air pollution from data centers in the US could result in an additional 600,000 asthma cases and 1,300 premature deaths. Without notice or a chance to participate in the air permitting process, community members may not be able to voice opposition to data center development until it is too late. Take Virginia as an example. Virginia already, contrary to current federal rules, denies the public opportunities to participate in minor NSR permitting. Virginia is also ground zero for the country's data center development, accounting for more than a third of all hyperscalers in the world. Residents living with these facilities in their backyard complain about hazardous air pollution, never-ending noise, and skyrocketing electricity costs. Right now, Virginia's minor NSR permitting process is an outlier. But EPA wants to make it the norm by proposing to remove notice and comment opportunities for concerned communities in all 50 states. EPA is siding with billionaires and big tech multinationals over ordinary Americans and their quality of life. Americans deserve to have their voices heard before these facilities build in their communities. NRDC opposes EPA's proposal to eliminate public notice and comment opportunities at a time when they are needed most. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Simon. If you could provide a cite to the UC Riverside study that you referenced to the docket for the rule, that would be very helpful.
We'll be submitting a comment as well, and that will be included. Thank you.
Sounds great. Good. Okay, so Katie and Kaylin, do you have any other questions? Great. Thank you, Ms. Simon. Our next speaker will be Judith Oppenheim. Ms. Oppenheim, if you could unmute and say and spell your name.
My name is Judith Oppenheim. That's spelled JUDITHOPPENHEIM. I'm coming to you today from outside the Beltway between Houston and Harris County and Galveston Island. This is Texas, which is the capital of the petrochemical industry, and I live within driving distance of all these sites. No matter what route I take, I can see these facilities. My neighbors and I breathe the same air as the workers, and it is no surprise that Texas is ranked #1 in total news source permits. Yesterday, I received a text about this proposal, and the sender of the text was looking for our support in streamlining the permitting process. But I'm an engineer, and anytime there is a savings, I am aware of the speed, quality, and cost triangle. The question whether to push to streamline is instead the result of cutbacks in personnel is one that occurs to everyone. Such cuts mean that fewer EPA staff have a greater workload, meaning that attention to permitting and compliance reviews will need to be spaced out on the calendar. So what are we going to lose when we streamline? Of course, we will fit fewer fewer reviews in the space of the rest of this year. With set public comment periods, it does not matter whether the process change or new source is large, small, simple, or complex, but when local and state regulators get to take shortcuts, I can bet that they will always break down any upgrade into incremental changes so that these reviews do not happen and the public will not have their say. While we have heard from members of Texas in this part of the state, let's go to the far west. In El Paso, there are two very large data centers going in, one on the northeast side and the other within walking distance of the boundary between New Mexico and the state of Texas. This is where federal standards and the need for public review come into play, as other speakers in our talk mentioned. These borders and the clusters of such large plants are going to affect the El Pasoans, who are going to have the largest data centers in the country on either side. I urge you to remember El Pasoans in your thinking on rejecting this proposal.
Thank you for sharing your testimony today, Ms. Oppenheim. Kaylin and Katie, do you have any clarifying questions today? No? All right, thank you. Our next two speakers are Lisa DiBartolomeo and Ty Gorman. Ms. DiBartolomeo, if you could come on, thank you, and both state and spell your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa DiBartolomeo. That's Lisadi space capital BARTOLOMEO. I live in West Virginia, and I'm glad for the opportunity to testify today. Here in West Virginia, we've lived for generations with the consequences of pollution decisions being made without the meaningful involvement of the very people who have to live with them. Too often, communities have been expected to simply accept new pollution and trust that someone else is looking out for their interests. That's why I strongly oppose EPA's proposal to eliminate federal public participation requirements for so-called minor source air permits. Despite the name, as many speakers have highlighted, these permits are not always minor. They can authorize significant amounts of pollution, yet this proposal would make it easier for states to issue those permits without meaningful notice or an opportunity for the public to comment. Public participation isn't red tape. It's one of the few ways ordinary citizens can hold both government and industry accountable. It allows residents to ask questions, identify local concerns that agencies may overlook, and ensure that permitting decisions reflect the real-world impacts on the communities that breathe the air every day. That is especially important as we see increasing pressure to build new infrastructure to support data centers. Across the country, many of these facilities rely on large banks of diesel generators that are permitted as synthetic minor sources. Developers intentionally keep emissions just below major source thresholds, allowing projects with substantial pollution to avoid greater public scrutiny. Right now in West Virginia, we face numerous proposed data center sites, and eliminating this chance to comment on air permits from the federal level would shut down one of the few ways for local residents to raise their voices. Given the reality on the ground in our state, where state regulators favor industry over communities. In Appalachia, we understand cumulative impacts. One permit may not seem like much on paper, but communities don't experience pollution one permit at a time. They experience it from every power plant, every industrial facility, every compressor station, every diesel generator, and every new development that adds another source of emissions to the air they breathe. West Virginians have already carried more than our share of the nation's energy burden. We shouldn't also be asked to give up one of the few opportunities we have to participate in decisions that affect our health and our future. Even EPA's own Inspector General has previously identified the lack of public participation in minor source permitting as a weakness that needed to be addressed. Eliminating these minimum federal protections moves us in exactly the wrong direction. Public participation makes permitting better. It builds trust, improves decisions, and helps ensure that agencies fully consider local conditions and cumulative impacts before permits are issued. I urge EPA to withdraw this proposal and preserve meaningful public participation for minor source permits. Communities deserve transparency, accountability, and a real voice in decisions that affect the air they breathe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here today and sharing your statement with us. Katie and Kaylin, do you have any clarifying questions you'd like to ask? Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker then will be Ty Gorman. If you could come on, hello, and both say and spell your name.
Hi, I'm Ty Gorman, Tygorman. I live in Kansas City, Kansas, and strongly oppose EPA's proposal to strip away federal guarantees for public participation in regulatory requirements for sources subject to Clean Air Act new source review programs approved in state implementation plans. Please withdraw this proposal. Do not cut the American public out of decision-making for air pollution in order to clear the way for the richest corporations in the world to poison my neighborhood, our families, our children. A review of the data center permit shows that most data centers are seeking to use these synthetic minor air permits for diesel and gas generators right below the limit, indicating they're deliberately using this minor source category to avoid scrutiny. And the cumulative emissions from these clusters of data centers and diesel generators and gas generators can be extremely high. Pollution that releases PM 2.5, nitrogen oxide, other toxic pollutants that penetrate deep into the lungs of anyone nearby. Accepting this proposed rule leads directly to the childhood asthma, lung disease, premature death that these diesel generators can cause. I live a few blocks down the street from a proposed data center that doesn't have to re-zone in order to install these generators. Some of the data centers that I've seen proposed around the country have hundreds of these on site. There's schools and parks right next to where I live down the street from these. And I actually just stepped out of a hearing in Lyon County, Kansas, where about 100 people showed up to try to get some accountability to a data center that is proposed here that will be next to schools in this county, almost all a very conservative rural county in Kansas. And these folks aren't getting access to the county commission decision and accountability for the data center through the county permit process. Taking away this rule, or actually accepting this rule, would remove the chances for people to be safe, to have any say in where this pollution is cited. These community I live in and the community that I'm in now, working with these folks, they're low-income families. They're struggling. They're taking off work and struggling to get to these hearings. This rule would make a horrible situation even worse. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you for sharing your testimony today. Kaylin and Katie, do you have any clarifying questions? Okay. Thank you very much for being here. Our next speakers then are Megan Madden and Latricia Adams. Ms. Madden, if you could come on and unmute yourself and spell and say your name.
Hi, my name is Megan Madden. I'm going to start my video now. Wonderful. My name is spelled Megean. My last name is Madden. I'm the co-founder of the Zeal AI. However, I'm speaking today in my personal capacity. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to listen to our public input. For all we know, this is going to be one of our rare chances to share public input on a federal call. With the current rule, public must receive notice, see permit information, and have at least 30 days to comment before smaller polluting facilities are approved. This is crucial, especially because we know of all the health risks and hazards that are being introduced to the public at a very rapid pace due to the explosion of data centers. The EPA wants to remove the national minimum and let states decide how much public input to allow. I know we could go into a slippery slope argument here, but the fact is, if the federal floor is removed, we very well could end up with no input whatsoever, even at the state level, for some of these crucial items. At the face of this, I think the EPA is operating under the premise that rolling this back will allow for faster permits to be approved, along with reducing administrative burden. As others have raised, the current permitting process for minor facilities is already a giant public concern because of how quickly it's being done, because of the NDAs that our local officials are signing. Moreover, regarding the administrative burden, I reject that. Right now, we know that the public has 30 days to comment, but the record still lacks a few crucial numbers. What is the administrative cost attributable to public comment? What is the permit delay attributable to that period? We really need to have more data and facts from the EPA, especially if we're talking about clawing back the public's right to provide feedback on key issues. I highly encourage the ETA to measure the variables separately that may delay permitting process or that may be causing an administrative burden. Look at the administrative process and see where can we modernize it. And let's try to do all of these steps first before we consider clawing back public rights, specifically the federal floor. I think, quick assessment of the process, a lot of us can see that it needs to be modernized. It needs to be more friendly for average working Americans. The other item I want to call out, and I know other speakers have noted this as well, is just the term for minor permits. Some people may even call it a misnomer. It includes rock crushers, asphalt plants, concrete batch plants, auto body coating shops. And I think what everybody on this call continues to raise is that it includes diesel generators for data centers. These diesel generators are at a scale that's unprecedented, and we're moving very rapidly towards an unknown. When it comes to Americans' health, when it comes to our children's health and our future, we shouldn't be rapidly running towards unknown health risks. Rather, this is the time to make sure we're doing our due diligence and in keeping our public safe. I know there's people on this call that feel very passionately about the environment, feel very passionately about our future. And this is why we are all taking the time in our day to publicly comment and ask for the EPA to please keep the rule existing as is. This is going to ensure the public's right to have an input. It doesn't mean that the public has the ability to veto projects. Rather, it helps regulators quickly gather valuable information from the community. This is crowdsourcing for free and at scale. The public has been identifying really crucial issues that impact our health, our land, our water, our air. In Maryland alone, a public review of data centers flagged that 168 large diesel generators are going to cause emissions that were unprecedented. Sound monitoring, operating data, maintenance plans, testing. Again, the public didn't stop it. What the public did was encourage regulators to see how they can make it so the public isn't harmed by these type of regulations. In conclusion, I ask please EPA to modernize the process first, measure the burden, and please keep the federal floor as it guarantees our ability to publicly comment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for being here today, Ms. Madden. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions you would like to ask? Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Great. Our last speaker on the list at the moment is Latricia Adams. Ms. Adams, if you could join and both say and spell your name.
Yes, good afternoon. Latricia Adams, LATRICEA, Adams, ADAMS. I am the founder, CEO, and president of Young Gifted and Green, and my family is from Southwest Memphis, zip code 38109, and they still reside there. This is a historically red line community, one that was subjected to the evils of Jim Crow, a community with over 17 highly polluting industries, including a hyperscale data center. We oppose this proposal and ask EPA to withdraw it, as taking away the right to comment on sources of any size is an aberration of our inalienable rights. EPA says public participation has no demonstrated relationship to whether a minor permit protects air quality. I'm here to tell you that that is simply not true, and Memphis is the proof. In January 2025, a hyperscale data center applied to the Shelby County Health Department for a minor source permit. Because federal law required notice, that application became public. Residents showed up at a local high school and that is subjected to a litany of industrial pollution exacerbated by data center pollution and cancer-causing pollutants like nitrogen oxide and formaldehyde. The health department received more than 1,700 comments. And under that scrutiny, aerial imagery documented roughly 35 gas turbines already running on that site, far more than were authorized. None of that happens under the rule you are proposing today. No notice, no photographs, no 1,700 comments. The permit issues quietly, and the community finds out when it starts breathing the difference. Now consider where it issues, or where the issues lie. Southwest Memphis carries at least 22 pollution sources and a cumulative cancer risk 4 times higher than the national average. Shelby County also leads Tennessee in emergency room visits for asthma. Even EPA itself flagged our zip code for elevated cancer risk from ethylene oxide in 2022. EPA argues that public comments and people in the community don't participate. I would argue that that is not true. Again, the 1,700 comments on one permit say otherwise. Low participation when it does occur is a symptom of weak notice, not public indifference. The answer is better notice, not no notice at all. Part of EPA's role as a federal agency is to protect our environment and democracy. Acquiescence to industry like data centers because we aren't stupid. We know what this is about. It's egregious and an act of cowardice. This is not the America I know. What happened to the home of the free and the home of the brave? I did not vote for oligarchs on my ballot, and I absolutely did not approve my taxpayer dollars to be spent to pay EPA salaries working to dismantle our democracy to support the tech bros. I end with this quote by my ancestor, James Baldwin. If one really wishes to know how justice is administered in a country, one does not question the policemen, the lawyers, the judges, or the protected members of the middle class. One goes to the unprotected, those who precisely need the law's protection most, and listens to their testimonies. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I implore you to act with humanity and withdraw this rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adams, for providing your perspective. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Adams. Our next speakers are going to be Abre Connor and Lori Anderson. Abre, if you could unmute yourself and both spell and state your name.
Yes, Abre Connor, A-B-R-E, and an apostrophe after the E, Connor, C-O-N-N-E-R. As stated, my name is Abre Connor, and I oversee the NAACP's National Center for Environmental and Climate Justice. We are living in a time where everyday people are showing up to speak more than ever regarding air pollution because of data centers that are showing up in their communities. The NAACP has a tracker where everyday people can input their information to ask for technical assistance, and we have nearly 300 distinct data center projects where people have input information. And because of this tracker, we have unique insight into seeing what people are most interested in. And some of those areas of interest are public comments, public participation, and ensuring that their voices are being heard. But at the same time, the EPA is proposing to curtail opportunities for public comment and to leave those decisions regarding notice and community engagement to state and local air agencies and to allow them to issue pre-construction air pollution permits for most new stationary air pollution sources without the communities who are most impacted at the center. So we strongly oppose this proposed change. The NAACP has fought alongside communities for decades regarding air pollution because our communities are some of the ones most impacted with the fewest opportunities to make our voices heard or to share concerns. This issue has always been a problem, but now it is being exacerbated because of data centers. The mission of the EPA is supposed to be to protect human health for everyone and the environment for all of us. The EPA is supposed to work to ensure that Americans, everybody who is included here, who's giving public comment, and everyone who has not been able to have clean air, land, and water, and that all parts of societies, including communities, individuals, businesses, states, local, and tribal governments, have access to accurate information sufficiently to effectively participate in managing human health and environmental risk. This proposed change seems counter to the EPA's mission. We are currently fighting data center buildouts in multiple places where state agencies and local agencies are going behind communities' back, making deals without consent and without any thoughts around community needs. Communities typically can only rely on the public comment processes that are required to ensure that their voices are a part of the conversation. In fact, the NAACP had to file notice of intent to sue in Memphis and then a full lawsuit in South Haven, Mississippi, because of the lack of transparency, local public engagement, and public comment process, as well as accountability structures for basic democratic principles in decision-making. The cautionary tale of the XAI data center demonstrates what a lack of public process can mean, and it is a demonstration of one of the most egregious showing of what can happen when decisions of allegedly minor sources of pollution, which are indeed not minor, can happen, and when there's not clear mechanisms for public engagement, accountability, and transparency at the local level. Despite Memphis residents asking for more information, they did not have the opportunity to comment on or scrutinize projects that were being bulldozed into their community. That is unacceptable, and this change can increase the number of bad actors. In fact, once XAI continue to move forward without following the clear guidelines under the Clean Air Act, they copied and pasted that exact same decision-making into South Haven as well. So we urge you to not move forward with this proposed rulemaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Connor, for sharing your perspective. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions you would like to ask? Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Lori Anderson. Ms. Anderson, if you could come on by unmuting yourself and both state and spell your name.
Thank you. My name is Lori Anderson, LAURIEANDERSON, and I am a Colorado field organizer with Moms Clean Air Force. I am raising my family along the Northern Front Range in Colorado in the heart of the Wattenberg Field, the most heavily developed and lucrative portion of the DJ Basin, where our communities are already impacted by pollution from large-scale oil and gas development, and where we remain in severe ozone non-attainment, meaning our air does not meet EPA's health-based standards, and families are already breathing unhealthy levels of pollution. Moms Clean Air Force strongly opposes EPA's proposal to get public participation requirements for Clean Air Act minor source, new source review programs. This proposal could allow polluters to move forward with permitting new pollution sources without even notifying communities about the new or expanded AI data centers, petrochemical facilities, or other toxic enterprises moving into their neighborhoods. Families deserve transparency and meaningful opportunities to participate in decisions that affect the air they breathe. One of the most important opportunities that communities have to weigh in on new pollution sources is through the public process. This process is important for public health and economic reasons, to ensure the new or modified existing facilities will not violate health-based air quality standards. But the public process only works if communities actually have the opportunity to raise concerns before a project is effectively a done deal. Once permits are granted, the foregone conclusion is that the project will move forward regardless of legitimate community concerns. Communities must have the chance to weigh in before a pollution source locks them into decades of added health risk. Local residents often know their communities best. In Colorado, I have heard families dismissively referred to as RBUs, residential building units, as if their lived experience doesn't matter. This is unacceptable. For a pregnant woman, a parent of a child with asthma, or a family already living with cumulative pollution burdens, their concerns are essential and must be addressed before any permits are issued. Communities like Globeville, Elyria, Swansea, known as GES, the most polluted zip code in Colorado, continue to bear a high burden of pollution from the Suncor refinery, the most polluting refinery in the nation. It is unfathomable to think that additional industrial development could be greenlit without vital community input, further impacting families already facing medical impacts and financial costs from pollution. Just because a new source is classified as minor does not mean that the impacts of its pollution will be minor. Colorado is seeing increasing proposals for data centers, including on-site power generation and using natural gas turbines, more oil and gas operations, and more new power generation facilities to meet the rising energy demand. Weakening new source permitting protections now would expose many more communities to long-term harm. Some developers, like many data centers, are using piecemeal permitting methods where larger projects are broken into smaller units to avoid triggering major source status, even if the overall emissions of the full project would be significant. The new source review permitting process is intended to give communities an opportunity to consider the expected increase of local air pollution from a new project and how to control it. It's intended to protect human health and to ensure that states and localities meet the national ambient air quality standards. These protections must be fully maintained. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and for being here today to present your perspective. Katie and Kaylin, do you have any clarifying questions you would like to ask? Okay, thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Hello, everyone. So Laura Bunty has been chairing this hearing session, and we would like to thank everyone who has shared comments so far on EPA's proposed action. At this time, we're just going to take a small, short 15-minute break. If you are watching the hearing on YouTube and you're interested in speaking, please feel free to reach out to our hearing coordinators at osaphearingteam@scna.com. That email address should be listed on the screen and on the proposal's website. Again, if you're joining us by phone and you would like to provide comments, you can raise your hand by pressing *9, and our logistics team will reach out to you to let you know if there are any time slots available. If you have any questions about today's hearing, feel free to direct message attendee support in the chat box or you can call us at 844-901-0246 or email osaphearingteam@scnainc.com. So we will resume the hearing just after 3 p.m., so 3:05 Eastern Time. And we look forward to seeing you all back here after our break. Thank you so much.
Great. Welcome back, everyone, from the break. Thank you for taking a moment to stretch and return to us now for the rest of the session 2. I'd like to introduce you to my colleague, Richard Bowen, who is joining us for the remainder of this session. Richard is an environmental policy analyst in EPA's Office of State Air Partnerships. Thank you for joining the panel, Richard. For session 2 of the hearing, our next 2 speakers are Shiv Srivastava and Brian Smigelski. Shiv, if you could join us by unmuting yourself and by spelling and stating your name, that would be great.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Shiv Srivastava. That is spelled S-H-I-V, last name S-R-I-V-A-S-T-A-V-A. I am the policy director at Fenceline Watch, a community-based environmental justice organization located along the Houston Ship Channel. We work in the communities of Magnolia Park, Harrisburg, Smith Addition, and Manchester in Houston's East End, home to the nation's largest petrochemical complex. We are strongly opposed to the changes EPA has laid out in its proposed rule. This rule would close vital public participation requirements for minor new source review permits. EPA's proposed rule drastically limits transparency and access to public input for our communities living along the fence line of industry, and ultimately puts the health and safety of our families as well as workers in danger. EPA's proposed rule heavily relies on the requirements enumerated for major sources added after the 1977 Clean Air Act amendments, and argues that such prescriptive rules were never intended to apply to minor sources. However, we've seen industry intentionally misrepresent their facilities as minor sources when they are in fact major source polluters. TCEQ has granted minor new source review permits to what by all accounts are major source facilities. A December 2023 report details dozens of instances of TCEQ allowing and potentially encouraging misuse of minor source permitting to allow major industry players such as ExxonMobil to abuse minor source and POW permitting to skirt major new source review. The TCEQ's inability or outright reluctance to properly regulate industries along the Houston Ship Channel oftentimes burst into the public consciousness when inevitably these facilities catch fire, leak, or explode. Or as in 2019, when a giant black plume of toxic smoke covered the Houston skyline, billowing from the ITC storage tank farm. The ITC fire was a multi-day disaster that burned for several days and caused an estimated $150 million in damage. Of note, TCEQ granted minor source permit status to ITC in both 2014 and 2017, even with concerns documented by TCEQ staff about such a designation. The list of deficiencies in TCEQ's approach to regulation of the dangerous industries co-located in our communities, which lack zoning, next to our churches, across from our schools, and behind our homes, is not possible in 4 minutes. However, the simple truth is the Houston, Galveston, Brazoria area is in severe non-attainment of the 2008 ozone standards and non-attainment for 2015 standards, and is on track to fall short of other NAC standards, as has been the case for decades, with successive SIPs submitted by the state continually failing to meet federal Clean Air Act standards. The EPA's proposed rule would provide deference to an agency that has proven over and over that it's unable to assure NAC standards are met. In the rule, EPA states that the utility of public participation in the context of minor NSR program varies, however, does not expand on this assertion. Fenceline Watch has been instrumental in adding language, access, and accessibility rules in the public notification and participation process for air and water permits in Texas. These changes were ultimately added into the Texas Administrative Code as a result of testimony provided by our executive director at a public permit hearing. This is one example of many in which public input brought to light deficiencies and directly impacted and caused changes to proposed permits. Finally, the EPA's assertion in the rule that public notification and public comment presents a regulatory burden is a fundamental misunderstanding of the role that EPA, TCEQ, and regulating air agencies across the country serve. It is not a burden, it is their duty. Further, as members of a community that live at the fence line of both minor and major sources, we strongly disagree that information regarding impacts of minor sources and modifications are inconsequential, as the rule states. In fact, this assertion highlights why this proposed rule is so misguided. Such determinations must be made by our communities that are impacted by industry and then conveyed to regulatory agencies through public comment. It should not and cannot be dictated to us by agency officials. Public participation is the bedrock of our system, a necessary cog that assures federal Clean Air Act standards are met. Vitally, public input is one of the few venues that our community has to interact and have meaningful input with federal and state regulators. If we're intellectually honest, we are aware of the level of access extended to the industry and regulated entities is greater than what's extended to our community. Public notification and public input is one of the few opportunities we have to be heard. We'd like to thank EPA for the opportunity to provide comment, and we strongly suggest that EPA withdraw the proposed rule and instead push for greater public participation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your testimony today. Panelists, Richard and Katie, would you like to ask any clarifying questions?
Yes, Mr. Srivastava, you mentioned in your testimony a 2023 report detailing TCEQ permitting sources that should be major instead as minor sources. Also mentioned some instances in which there have been accidents at high-profile facilities. I was wondering if you'd be willing to provide those resources as part of a written comment to the public docket.
Yes, we will be submitting more robust written comments before August 21st.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Our next speaker today will be Brian Smigelski. Could you please unmute yourself and say and spell your name?
Yep. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Smigelski, spelled Bryan Smigielski, and I'm a campaign organizer with the Sierra Club, and I'm based in Detroit, Michigan. I work on clean air issues across Michigan, and I'm here to urge EPA to withdraw this proposal. Here in Detroit, with the highest asthma rates in the country, we are frequently faced with new air permit proposals claiming to be minor sources. What worries me most about this proposal is that for so many of the air permit requests we face near Detroit, minor source claims rest on shady monitoring data, convenient modeling assumptions, and data reporting loopholes. Like one example I've seen is cherry picking a favorable baseline period so real emissions increase nets out below the threshold for major review. Right now, we're able to hold a local oil refinery to greater accountability because we caught that during a public participation process. Public comment is our window to demand accuracy and accountability at the minor classification stage or major classification, to ask for real measurement instead of a favorable assumption, to challenge the runtime hours a generator is credited with, to question emission factors pulled from a table rather than a stack test, to probe modeling inputs like stack height or worst case weather that quietly lower the predicted impact, to ask whether nearby sources were counted or ignored in the cumulative picture, and to insist on enforceable limits and real record keeping instead of promise. Take that away, and thousands of facilities' claims to minor status will never face outside review or real public scrutiny, drastically increasing chances of bad actors and bad assumptions. In Detroit, we recently lived the devastating consequences of major sources being treated as minor modifications. On Zug Island, DTE's EES Coke battery called a 2014 permit change minor when it was major, dodging the pollution controls that the law already required. That one misclassification let the plant emit over 1,000 tons of sulfur dioxide above its baseline in a single year into a community already failing the SO2 standard, and that unlawful, inadequately monitored pollution continued for years until an EPA employee happened to notice the mismatch in emissions. At trial, this facility pollution was tied to an estimated 26 premature deaths in a single year and roughly $1 billion in health and social costs over 4 years. A federal court finally ruled against the company and imposed a $100 million penalty. But EPA cannot catch everything or fight an expensive years-long court battle for every wrongful minor source classification, especially with limited and shrinking resources. Public participation brings in outside technical experts and local community knowledge that often notice what a permit reviewer working from paperwork alone cannot. If this rule is meant to save administrative resources, it does the opposite. And even the ES Coke catch came only after years of preventable deaths and illnesses. If it had been correctly classified as a major modification in 2014, the plant would have installed modern desulfurization controls from the start and saved lives. Yet residents breathed that pollution instead, and many of them died early because of it. This rule makes that kind of misclassification easier to get away with. And that was just one facility, one wrongful minor modification classification that slipped through the public participation process. This rule strips even that front-end scrutiny nationwide, right as more sources than ever are seeking minor permits. It makes that failure far more likely and far more common. Multiply one wrongful minor source classification tragedy across the country, and we are choosing more premature deaths, hundreds of thousands of asthma attacks, and billions of dollars in public health costs borne by communities now even less equipped to see it coming or to fight back. The Clean Air Act built public participation into this process for these reasons. This proposal invites a rampant abdication of accountability. telling polluting industrial actors they will face even less scrutiny when they're choosing assumptions to base minor source classification claims on. I urge EPA to withdraw it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for your participation today. Katie and Richard, do you have any clarifying questions you'd like to ask? Okay. Thank you again. Our next speakers today will be Lori Gablehouse and Joseph Robel. Ms. Gablehouse, if you could unmute yourself and both state and spell your name.
Thank you. My name is Laurie Gablehouse, Laurie, Gablehouse. Thank you. Good afternoon, and I am a resident of Harris County, Texas, which is Houston, Texas, and am here to oppose my changes to this regulation and process that the federal government allows for today. I feel that reducing participation by the public is not an administrative burden. It's a fundamental safeguard to ensure that our Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, TCEQ, allows for us, those of us that live and breathe the air, that their permits allow these plants and these industrial sites to emit. The consequences of those decisions are things I have to live with. I'm in the neighborhood that is near these plants where they are emitting these things that in today's environment would not be monitored properly, or I would even be aware of. I bought my home 25 years ago, not thinking anything about an industrial site that is near me, but I live in a part of Texas that is unincorporated, and unlike traditional zoning in other parts of the country, we do not have that here. Maybe it's called the Wild West. Could be. But it doesn't exist here. And because of that, these plants have been able to grow up next to me within a mile of my home. And we have churches, schools, these neighborhoods, about 1,000, more than 1,000 neighborhoods are now have residential homes around this. And we deserve the opportunity to know when something is going to change, when it is going to be added, something is being added that is affecting the air that we breathe in our backyard. We want to be able to raise concerns, talk to the people who are going to be our new neighbors, and make sure that they understand our position on what they are doing and how it is impacting our backyard, basically. And I also want to speak about accountability. I think the members of the commission, as has been stated before, they don't live here, and they don't honestly probably have the time to look into what is going to change when they make a decision. And I think we provide that safeguard. We, the community, give them that reality check that allows for them to maybe take a moment to think about it, because they have to look us in the eye if they give us a public hearing, just like you're doing today. They don't just scan through a bunch of documents and a bunch of public comments, but they have to look me in the eye and hear what I have to say. And I appreciate that part of the democratic process. I think it's a valuable part of why I live in the country and the place that I live, and I want to see that continue. It's not a minor issue to me to allow for me to participate and sit at the table and be a part of the process, even if I don't like the outcome. I want the opportunity to make sure they're making an informed decision on my behalf, so that later I'm on record and we're all on record to know what happened and why it happened. And, you know, if something needs to change later, we all were informed in the beginning, and this isn't something we have to backtrack on at the end. So I respectfully ask that you take into consideration the robust public participation opportunity we have today. It could be better, but at least don't make it go backwards and take away what chance we do have today to make sure that our comments and our voices are heard. You take my money for taxes, and I hope that you will continue to allow my voice to be at the table as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you for taking the time to be here today. Katie and Richard, would you like to ask any clarifying questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Gablehouse. All right, our next speaker then is Joseph Robele. If you could come unmute yourself and both spell and state your name.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, yes. And see you now
Awesome.
too.
Awesome. Yosef Robele, Y-O-S-E-F, Yosef, R-O-B-E-L-E, Robele. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Yosef Robele, Federal Policy Manager with We Act for Environmental Justice, overseeing energy and transportation issues. We are an environmental justice nonprofit that has fought and continues to fight for environmental justice at the local, state, and federal levels. Additionally, we convened an Environmental Justice Leadership Forum, a national coalition of 42 environmental justice organizations across 25 states and the District of Columbia. Together, we advance climate justice and impact policy to ensure the health and well-being of communities of color and low-income communities throughout the United States. I'm speaking here today to represent my organization's concerns with the proposed rule in the Minor News Source Review Program. This rule is the latest in a series of deregulatory actions by the EPA to eliminate important environmental safeguards in order to fast-track polluting facilities. This time, the EPA has targeted one of the most critical pillars of effective oversight and governance, public participation. The minor sources regulated under this program include polluting facilities like landfills, incinerators, power plants, and chemical plants that have long burdened environmental justice communities with health issues and other economic burdens. We Act and environmental justice groups across the country have long advocated for effective and inclusive public participation processes to ensure communities' well-being is considered properly in decision-making processes. Effective and inclusive public participation processes necessitates transparency, language access, and sufficient opportunities for communities to provide feedback, among many other things. In particular, early and intentional public notice is imperative to effective public participation because for many communities, public notice is the only avenue for them to learn what is taking place in their backyards. Public participation, along with adequate public notice in the minor NSR program, plays an important role in managing air quality, in part due to communities having an avenue in which they can act as watchdogs to raise the alarm when their local and state agencies fall short of safeguarding their air quality. Without this, environmental justice communities are left vulnerable to further disproportionate siting of polluting facilities in our already overburdened communities, as policymakers and industry will continue to treat our communities as sacrifice zones. Unfortunately, we've repeatedly seen in this administration efforts to worsen public participation processes in their attempts to limit transparency and public input. Let us be clear that these attempts to eliminate public scrutiny from decision-making processes is fundamentally anti-democratic. While the EPA may try to make claims to the contrary, public participation is not an optional checkmark in fulfilling the Clean Air Act, but instead is a critical and necessary activity. A case study that illustrates this is the build-out of data centers, which I am sure the EPA staff are aware of. Most data centers are permitted as minor sources and thus subject to this rule change. Data centers, due to their numerous impacts, including their impacts on air and water quality, as well as utility bills, have become increasingly unpopular among Americans, with recent surveys demonstrating that a whopping 7 in 10 Americans would disapprove of a data center being built in their area. While this fact would give most pause, this administration has instead chosen to obscure and limit the avenues in which the public can voice their concerns over these facilities being built. To reiterate, as I said before, this is fundamentally anti-democratic. The fact that there is widespread pushback against the build-out indicates that we should be expanding avenues for public participation in decision-making processes, not shrinking them. To close, we call on the EPA to reverse course and pursue an agenda that amplifies democracy and is in line with effectively administrating the NAC standards to protect the communities, the public health, and environment. With that, I close and thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for being here and sharing your perspective. Katie and Richard, do you have any clarifying questions you'd like to ask? Okay, thank you, Mr. Robele. Our next speakers then will be Barbara Weber and Michaela Curry. Ms. Weber, if you could join us, unmute yourself and both state and spell your name.
Yes, it's Barbara Weber, B-A-R-B-A-R-A, W-E-B-E-R. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Barbara Weber, and I serve as the California Field Organizer for Mom's Clean Air Force. I'm here to strongly oppose EPA's proposal to gut the public participation requirements for minor source, new source review programs. This proposal would strip away one of the only tools communities have to learn about and weigh in on certain new sources of pollution before they are built in their neighborhoods. For decades, federal law has guaranteed something simple and fair. When a company wants to build a minor new source of air pollution, the public gets at least 30 days notice, a chance to comment, and an analysis of how that pollution will affect the air they breathe. EPA now proposes to eliminate those minimum requirements for minor new source review programs. In practice, that means polluters could move forward with new or expanded facilities, AI data centers, petrochemical plants, oil and gas infrastructure, without ever notifying the families who will live next to them. Do not be misled by the word minor. That's why I put in quotes. Minor does not mean harmless. Most AI data centers are permitted as minor sources or so-called synthetic minors, facilities with the potential to emit major amounts of pollution that agree to stay just under the thresholds in exchange for far weaker pollution controls. Many enter a community as minor and expand piece by piece, breaking large projects into smaller units to dodge the stronger requirements that come with major source status. By the time some of them convert to major sources, it is too late and the community is stuck with them. The public participation process is often the only moment when residents can learn about a project and act before decades of added health risks are locked in. My concern is personal. I live in Santa Monica, less than a mile from the 10 freeway, and last year I lived through the Los Angeles fires when ash fell from the sky and the air burned my lungs even indoors. I know what it feels like when pollution accumulates and communities have no say. And here in California, we know exactly which neighborhoods will bear the burden of this proposal. The same low-income communities and communities of color are already living beside freeways, refineries, ports, and warehouses, in the same communities where children already face elevated rates of asthma and adverse birth outcomes. These facilities are disproportionately sited in the places least equipped to absorb more pollution. Nearly half of all children in the United States already live within healthy levels of air pollution, according to the American Lung Association's 2026 State of the Air report. Families have a right to ask what more pollution will mean for their children's developing lungs before new projects are permitted, not after. The new source review process exists to protect public health. This proposal would sabotage that protection by shutting communities out of decisions that shape the air their children breathe. Moms Clean Air Force strongly opposes it, and I urge EPA to withdraw this proposal and preserve meaningful public notice and comment for minor source permitting. Economic development must not come at the cost of our children's health, and it must never happen behind our communities' backs. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Weber. Katie and Richard, do you have any clarifying questions you would like to ask? Thank you very much for your testimony today. Our next speaker is Michaela Curry. Ms. Curry, if you could join us by unmuting your mic and by stating and spelling your name.
Yes, hello. My name is Michaela Curry, Michaela-Curry. I live in North Carolina. I do work at Sierra Club, but I am testifying today on my own behalf. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about this important issue. The irony is not lost on me that I'm here speaking to you while within the last week, many on this call have navigated devastatingly dangerous air quality in the places we live. And yet here we are, having to address EPA's proposal to eliminate federal public participation requirements for, quote, minor source air permits. We know already that many minor source air permits address issues that include harmful polluting sources like diesel generators, which are increasingly being built in massive numbers as on-site generation backup for data centers. We also know that public participation requirements for minor sources are what allow communities to scrutinize whether a source calling itself minor is actually minor. Here in North Carolina, we are processing recent news that our monopoly utility, Duke Energy, and tech giant Amazon have applied for 2 minor source air permits to collectively construct over 600 diesel engines to serve 1 proposed data center campus. This community, like many others across the country, has concerns about potential emissions of particulate matter, sulfur dioxide, benzene, and other toxic air pollutants, and they, like other communities, deserve the continued opportunity to be involved in public processes that account for cumulative impacts of pollutants, particularly the impacts to their health. I oppose this proposed rule. I oppose any changes that remove or reduce requirements for transparency or public participation for, quote, minor source pollution. It doesn't make sense to me that at a time when the general public is likely at an increased risk of cumulative exposure from these so-called minor sources, that the agency whose stated mission is to protect human health would reduce opportunities for the public to raise concerns about impacts to their health. I'm a poet, and sometimes when I can't make things make sense, I make them rhyme. So for the rest of my testimony today, I'd like to share a short poem I wrote about this called Nothing Minor About It. There's nothing minor about it when you can't take a breath. There's nothing minor about it when we mean human health. There's nothing minor about it when it can cause people's death. There's nothing minor about it when the only thing protected is wealth. Who decides what is minor if no one has the chance to speak? This change would silence the sick, the dying, the weak. Oxygen tanks, medical bills, breaths that don't reach the lung, hearts that stop working, from the old to the young. Squeezing under the limit, a tax altogether. One raindrop isn't the storm, one cloud isn't the weather. Stacked together makes the impact. We need to look at the whole, if protection of people is truly the goal. There's nothing minor about it when you can't take a breath. There's nothing minor about it when we mean human health. There is no clear line, no separately clear air. We all are at risk from these harms that we'll bear. If the dose makes the poison, but the dose comes from all hands, who says it's too much? Who takes a stand? Nothing minor about it, and who is it for? We need you to stand up. We need you to do more. I urge EPA to withdraw this proposal. Thank you.
Ms. Curry, thank you very much for your testimony. Katie and Richard, do you have any clarifying questions you'd like to ask? No. Okay, thank you, Ms. Curry. Our next two speakers will be Kia Stanford and Olive Burris. Ms. Stanford, if you could join us by unmuting yourself and by stating both your name and spelling it.
Sure. Hello, my name is Kaya Stanford. That is Kiyastanford. Hello. As I stated before, my name is Kaya Stanford, and I'm the Georgia State Organizer for Moms Clean Air Force, a national organization of over 1.6 million moms, dads, and caregivers united to protect the next generation from air pollution and the impending dangers of the climate crisis. I'm speaking to you all today to strongly oppose EPA's proposal to gut the public participation requirements for the Clean Air Act, minor source, new source review programs approved into the state implementation plans. This proposal could allow polluters to move forward with permitting new pollution sources while bypassing community notices and the current channels of communication. This is especially alarming to me in Georgia with the rise of possible pollutant sources like AI data centers rapidly moving into communities throughout the state. Many data centers are permitted as minor sources and would be directly impacted by this proposal. With EPA's proposition to remove public participation requirements, I worry about the removal of transparency and channels of communication families deserve regarding decisions that affect the quality of the air in their communities and ultimately their health. The New Source Review Program is one of the only tools communities have to protect public health and ensure careful analysis happens before a new pollution source is built. Not only would this proposal sabotage protections by undermining the public participation process for all parties to weigh in on health impacts for minor, in quotation, new pollution sources, but it would exacerbate community-level impacts on disproportionately affected low-income and communities of color who bear the grunt of these decisions. Just because a pollution source is categorized as minor does not mean its pollution and health impacts will be minor. Many data centers are using piece metal permitting methods where larger projects are broken into smaller units to avoid triggering major source status, and polluting sources are added incrementally over time. Even if the overall emissions of the full project would be significant and pose significant health risk. Data shared by the Georgia Department of Public Health shows that respiratory illnesses like asthma is one of the most chronic conditions affecting children in Georgia. And although it can impact people of all backgrounds, it's more common in boys and people who identify as Black or African American, and children who live in households with lower incomes. With that said, removing federal standards within this program would leave the most vulnerable in our population more susceptible to illness caused by airborne pollutants that come with newly proposed projects. I urge EPA to consider the voices of not only the advocates and experts present during today's hearing, but to continue to prioritize the voices within the communities who will be impacted by new minor pollution sources. As someone who has lived with a chronic health condition since birth that caused sensitivity to air quality while simultaneously being subjected to pollutants by industrial sources in Stone Mountain and Decatur, Georgia, I am acutely aware of the impacts that they have on communities. Moms Clean Air Force strongly opposes EPA's proposal to gut the public participation components of the Minor New Source Review Program, as do I. Please prioritize the health and wellness of families throughout this country over the economic interest of polluters, and continue to require review periods that include community input. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for being here today. And Ms. Stanford, you mentioned some public health data. If there's an opportunity for you at some point to collect that and submit it to the docket as part of your comments, that would be helpful.
Yes.
Panelists, do you have any other clarifying questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker will be Olive Burris. Ms. Burris, if you could join us by unmuting your mic and by stating and spelling your name.
Hi, I'm Olive Burris, OLIVEBURRESS. I am commenting here today to ask you to deny the proposed rule change that would eliminate the requirement for a public comment period for a minor source air permit. I'm asking this for many of the reasons you've already heard, that this permit protects communities, protects especially at-risk individuals. But I'm also asking this because, as I've told people I know about this proceeding, I've learned that almost everyone I've talked to has had a reason to oppose this proposed change. Because minor source permits impact so many different types of infrastructure, I have not heard the same reason to oppose this rule change twice. I have heard people who have had concerns because an asphalt plant near them could, if this was not allowed, or if this was not allowed, would be allowed to potentially produce even more pollution. I've heard concerns from communities who have proposed data centers that they don't want built because of the massive impacts they'll have on their communities and on their environments. And I've even heard folks who are concerned because, like many others have said, many industrial entities will claim or rather file for multiple minor source air permits simultaneously to allow themselves to produce one entity that will create a tremendous amount of pollution while still getting permitting and approval with a much less stringent requirement. Additionally, minor source air permits are not just important because they allow people to speak out. They're important because they often are the only reason people know of these projects before they are finalized. In many communities I have been in and spoken in, many people do not know these projects until there is a public comment opportunity, in which case they turn out, they comment, sometimes not even opposed to the permit itself. But unfortunately, the public comment opportunity and the finished project are the 2 points of most projects that actually get any public attention, any media attention. To eliminate a public comment opportunity from this permit would mean that there would be effectively no way for most people to have any impact on what's approved in the communities, as they wouldn't know about it until it's actually been finalized and built. This is especially impactful for the vast majority of Americans who are mostly focused on working and supporting themselves and their family, and just do not have the time or capacity to go out of their way to research into what projects could be popping up in their neighborhoods and in their communities, unless there's built-in mechanisms like this that help them become aware of it. This is also impactful, not just for those communities, but also for individuals who might be especially at risk and are even more likely to have less time to do this research, even more likely to be already dealing with a multitude of pressures outside of what is going to be built near them that could impact themselves and their health. Because of this, to eliminate the minor source air pollution, public comment opportunity, minor source air permit public comment opportunity rather, would not be streamlining the regulatory process for these industries significantly, but would be massively impacting the potential health of nearby communities and environments to a frankly unforgivable degree. Please oppose this proposed rule and continue to require public comment opportunities for minor source air pollution permits. Additionally, I am from North Carolina. Because we're a state DEQ, we would likely still have minor source air permit public comment opportunities. However, not every state requires that. And so to eliminate this would essentially have entire states that would not have protections others would. And many of these states are states that have highly gerrymandered regulatory bodies, highly controlled regulatory bodies who are not going to go out of their way to protect them in the way that EPA can and must. For all these reasons, please deny this rule change. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for sharing your testimony today. Katie and Richard, do you have any clarifying questions you would like to ask? Okay. Thank you again, Ms. Burris. Our next two speakers are Maurice Carter and Treva Gear. Mr. Carter, if you could join us by unmuting yourself and by stating and spelling your name.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Maurice Carter, Mauricecarter. I'm co-founder and president of Sustainable Newton, a community nonprofit in Newton County, Georgia, building a world where people and planet are as important as profit and future generations matter. We drive solution-oriented responses to global issues of climate change and sustainability by building awareness, engaging and enabling citizens, businesses, and local governments to act. Our Environmental Hazards Committee monitors and alerts county residents to environmental health risks, such as elevated ethylene oxide levels from a commercial sterilizer facility, harmful smoke from a recent chemical fire, and pollution from data centers. We also press federal, state, and local officials for laws and oversight to protect the community from harm. Removing federal requirements for public notice and participation in minor new source reviews would substantially impede our ability to protect our neighbors. Sustainable Newton has engaged since November with the Georgia Environmental Protection Division's review of minor source air permit applications from a data center developer server farm seeking to operate 37 diesel backup generators in Covington, Georgia, and a Houston-based energy company, VoltaGrid, applying to construct and operate 33 gas-fired engines behind the meter to provide 90 megawatts of firm power to that data center. Along with the Southern Environmental Law Center and the Altamaha Riverkeeper, Sustainable Newton raised concerns with these applications to EPD in December and reiterated them when responding to the state's draft permit in March. Among issues we raised are a challenge to EPD's decision to allow VoltaGrid and Server Farm to apply for separate minor source permits rather than undergoing full review of their combined emissions from a co-located operation. As we noted in our March comments, VoltaGrid intends to sell power exclusively to the adjacent Server Farm data center, and Server Farm will be solely relying on VoltaGrid's power. The two entities will likewise share the same piece of undivided property owned by Server Farm. Despite the foregoing, EPD is proposing to permit the two entities as separate sources, allowing both to escape more rigorous Title V permitting requirements, amongst other issues. This also appears to be improper, especially because this arrangement would violate the Georgia Territorial Electric Service Act. Last week, we petitioned the Georgia Public Service Commission to determine if these electricity sales as described in the VoltaGrid application are legal in Georgia. Before that, on June 25th, we sent evidence to EPD, including aerial photos showing both VoltaGrid and Server Farm constructing unpermitted emission sources not allowed under the Clean Air Act or Georgia state law. EPD sent notices of violation to both companies on July 2nd and ordered VoltaGrid to stop work on air pollution emission sources and or control equipment. While Server Farm has since received a permit, they remain liable for penalties and further enforcement actions. VoltaGrid has not received a permit to date. The point is, none of this would have happened had Sustainable Newton and our partners not been notified through the new source review process presently required for minor sources. Nonprofits like ours rely on a transparent review process, giving local communities an opportunity to hold polluters accountable. Without that, people suffer. As we noted in March, per Georgia EPD's draft permit narrative, air pollution from this facility will cause ambient levels of formaldehyde that equal EPD's maximum allowable concentration. Covington was called out in EPA's National Air Toxics Assessment Report in 2018 as an area where risks of cancer were potentially elevated by ethylene oxide emissions from a commercial sterilizer facility. Because we had the opportunity to participate in these permitting discussions, our concerns remain under consideration by both EPD and the Public Service Commission and may yet positively affect the conditions under which these companies must operate. So for that reason, we urge you not to take away our ability to protect our neighbors and ourselves going forward. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for being here today to share your perspective. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions to ask? No. All right. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Our next speaker will be Treva Geer. Ms. Geer, if you could join us by unmuting yourself and by spelling and stating your name.
All right. Treva Geer, Treva, last name Geer, Gear. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Treva Geer, the Georgia State Manager for Dogwood Alliance, an environmental nonprofit based in Asheville, North Carolina. Our mission is to protect forests and the faces behind the forests who rely on them and are directly impacted by pollution from the woody biomass industry. We work in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. I'm also a member of the Concerned Citizens of Cook County based in Ado, Georgia. 6 years ago, I joined the fight to protect the air of my community when 2 wood pellet plants were proposed for my hometown of Ado, Georgia. The right and opportunity to have public comment on air permits is critically important to the health, safety, and overall welfare of all communities. The public comment period helped my Ado community express their concerns due to cumulative impact and proximity to sensitive receptors, nursing homes, schools, daycares, and community parks. Public comment has given voice to residents in small towns like Gloucester, Mississippi, Lumber City, Georgia, and Ahoskie, North Carolina. The quality of our air matters, people matter, our voices matter, our health matters. First, the public comment period brings awareness that a wood pellet plant, biomass burner, or other industry is coming. Without public comment, communities, local governments, nor agencies that support these communities would ever know that an industry is coming to their city or what they're going to be exposed to. In the environmental justice communities that we work in, they are all exposed to a disproportionate amount of industrial pollution. They're already living in polluted places. Instead of reducing public comment, it should be strengthened. Even current announcements don't reach the residents who will be impacted directly. It's up to groups like mine to notify them. But once they know, they are always ready to speak up and speak out. The idea that the EPA is considering removing this 1973 requirement is alarming and anti-democratic, making it easier for polluting industries to move into communities under a cloud of secrecy is not the mandate of the EPA or state regulatory agencies. Removing this so-called red tape for permitted poisoning of communities is not consistent with the purpose and mission of the Environmental Protection Agency. The public comment period is part of your protection. Air permits requested by the woody biomass industry often fall into your category as a minor source, when in reality, they are major sources of pollution for our communities. A new industry adds to the cumulative impact to our air. State agencies don't typically visit the site, and oftentimes regional air monitors are far from our EJ communities. As we work with other environmental partners in the review of air permits for the woody biomass industry, there is always a miscalculation, or shall I say an undercalculation of the hazardous air pollutants and volatile organic compounds. Undercalculating toxins like formaldehyde or methanol emissions is a deadly omission for communities. We've seen the direct consequences in communities across the Southeast, especially those like Gloucester, Mississippi. In our work, we find that the woody biomass industry often reports their potential emissions just up to the max limit before it will be flagged as a major source. Public comment allows for oversight and review of such calculations, and we often find that they are fudging on the numbers. That's a problem, and you, the EPA, should want to know more about it before issuing an air permit. Lastly, the mission of the EPA is to protect human health and the environment. EPA works to ensure that Americans have clean air, land, and water. All parts of society, communities, individuals, businesses, and state, local, and tribal governments have access to accurate information sufficient to effectively participate in managing human health and environmental risks. How can communities and individuals effectively participate if you remove the one tool of participation, which is public comment? On behalf of Dogwood Alliance and the Southeastern communities that we serve, please do not remove the public comment period. It's the only tool that allows us humans to participate and protect ourselves from industries, including the woody biomass industry that threaten our health. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gear, for providing your perspective today and taking the time out to be here. Katie and Richard, would you like to ask any clarifying questions?
Dr. Gear, if you have examples of permitted sources that received minor source permits that should have been permitted as major after further investigation, would you be willing to submit such examples as part of a submission to the public docket?
Yes, sir, I would be.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your testimony today, Ms. Gear. Our next two speakers will be Milan Gukian and Ashley Zhang. Ms. Gukian, if you could join us by unmuting yourself and by stating and spelling your name.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, my name is Milan Gukian, Milannguckian. I live outside the city limits of New Braunfels in Comal County, Texas, on a 5-acre lot that my wife and I purchased in April of 1996. We chose this property because of its beauty, its tranquility, and its abundance of birds and wildlife. We were especially drawn to the clear blue skies and the clean, crisp air. Over the next 20 years, we cleared, planned, designed, and then built our dream home. We situated the house to take advantage of the scenic vistas in every direction. We worked long hours, we scrimped, and we saved to be able to afford the home we had envisioned. In May 2017, we moved into our new home. In August of 2017, our dream of an idyllic retirement abruptly ended. Posted on the 1.5-mile stretch of ranch fence line directly across the road from us was an 18 by 24-inch sign stating that Vulcan Construction Materials, LLC, out of Alabama, had applied for an air permit. Vulcan's air permit would helicopter an aggregate production operation onto the 1,500-acre White Ranch, a ranch that sits entirely atop the environmentally sensitive Edwards Aquifer Recharge Zone and is surrounded by over 8,000 other property owners with the same dreams and visions that we had. The newspaper notification that came along with this application was posted in a neighboring city, not the New Braunfels newspaper. We had to scramble to request a public meeting and effective party status in the time allotted because of this shortfall in the public notification process. We complained vehemently then about the lack of public notice requirements and have worked tirelessly over the last 9 years, 4 legislative sessions, and 1 sunset review process to strengthen public participation in Texas. Now the EPA is proposing to potentially erase the gains we have achieved over the last decade and eliminate one of the few opportunities Texans have relied on for years to protect their communities. EPA should keep the current federal minimum requirements and strengthen public notice and comment opportunities instead of weakening them. As a side note, the organization that our neighbors created, Preserve Our Hill Country Environment, is still fighting to protect the White Ranch and our community. Vulcan has not turned over a stone. None of this would have been possible if not for the protections that public participation ensures. There would be no public meetings nor any scrutiny at all on permit applications provided by industry. The Clean Air Act established the minor NSR program with public participation requirements as a core piece of the act, and it should not be discarded. Communities deserve notice and a chance to comment before polluting facilities are approved near our homes, schools, and neighborhoods. This proposal could make it easier for agencies like TCEQ to process permits without giving communities enough notice or a meaningful chance to participate. Instead, it would silence community voices and eradicate public record. Public participation should be guaranteed, not left to the state's agency discretion. Minor permits have major impacts on our communities and our environment. Psalm 24.1 states, The earth is the Lord's and everything in it, the world, and all who live in it. Accordingly, we are just stewards of the land. It is our divine responsibility to ensure that we protect the earth, all its inhabitants, and its natural resources. In Texas, the TCEQ is considered a reluctant regulator. Texas communities and citizens refer to them as a permitting agency, not an environmental steward. I respectfully request that the EPA withdraw this proposal and keep federal public participation protections in place. Communities rely on federal public participation protections to learn about proposed facilities, raise health concerns, and create a public record before permits are approved. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for joining us today to share your perspective. Katie and Richard, do you have any clarifying questions you would like to ask? No. All right, thank you very much for your testimony today. Our next speaker will be Ashley Zhang. Ms. Zhang, if you could join us by unmuting yourself and by stating and spelling your name.
Hello, my name is Ashley Zhang, ASHLEY ZHANG. I am a college student at Rice University in Houston, Texas, and I am here today to strongly oppose the EPA's proposed rule. As a Texas resident my entire life, I'm very concerned about how this ruling would affect my state. The Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, TCEQ, already often does not facilitate meaningful public participation. Having attended multiple permit meetings in Texas, I have seen how difficult participating in this process is. Public notices for these permit meetings are posted on hard-to-navigate websites, and on posters with small print and limited distribution. At one meeting, there was no signage directing people to the correct location on a large high school campus. At another, the meeting was held outside of the community that the facility was proposed to be built in. These practices do not encourage participation, they discourage it. Despite this, residents still show up and comment. When little public participation occurs, it is because there is a lack of access, not a lack of need. Instead of removing public participation, we need to improve the inclusivity of this process. Given TCQ's track record, passing this rule would most likely eliminate public participation for many minor NSR air permits in Texas. This would remove the only formal opportunity residents have to speak directly to regulators and permit applicants before decisions are made. Federal minimum standards exist to ensure that residents receive the basic right to a public notice and to participate regardless of where they live. The proposed rule argues that public participation is unnecessary to ensure compliance with the NAAQS. As of 2026, 28 Texas counties are considered non-attainment for a NAAQS pollutant by the EPA, accounting for over 12.8 million residents. Harris County has been classified as non-attainment for ozone since the standards were established more than 5 decades ago. This shows that regulatory oversight in Texas has not been sufficient. Public participation provides this important additional layer of accountability. At a recent concrete batch plant permit meeting, residents questioned whether the proposed facility met the required 550-foot separation distance between nearby facilities. The applicant stated that he had measured the distance using Google Maps, and when community members checked the measurements themselves, they found it to be significantly less than required. Without public participation, concerns like these might have never ever been raised. Public participation provides local expertise, helps identify potential errors, and ensures permitting requirements are properly followed. In Houston, the convergence of industry and neighborhoods is impossible to ignore. Concrete batch plants, metal recycling facilities, and other so-called minor sources often operate just feet from homes, schools, and community centers due to a lack of zoning laws. While these facilities may be considered quote-unquote minor under permitting regulations, their impacts are anything but. I witnessed this while visiting a resident in Northeast Houston, where a metal recycling facility operated just directly behind his backyard. After the facility moved into the neighborhood, the homeowner described years of sewage spills caused by dislodged pipes, disrupted sleep, and repeated hospitalizations for his young daughter's asthma. Despite being there for only an hour, a distinct, unforgettable metallic taste lingered in my mouth. Removing opportunities for public participation for public participation for so-called minor sources ignores the reality that minor individual sources have large and cumulative impacts. For an agency whose mission is to protect human health and the environment, public participation is not an obstacle to permitting. It is an essential democratic and public health safeguard. I urge the EPA to withdraw this proposed rule and instead strengthen public participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions? All right, thank you again for your testimony. Our next two speakers are Sam Breyfogle and Crystal Martin. Mr. Breyfogle, if you could join us by unmuting yourself and by stating and spelling your name.
Yes, my name is Sam Breyfogle, SAMUELWBREYFOGLE. I'm a resident of LaGrange, Georgia, and would ask that this process end up with the rejection of a proposal rule change to limit public participation in minor air source pollution permitting. I would hope that the EPA would enforce the intent of the Clean Air Act to its greatest extent and include the public in the process, as is my expectation of the Environmental Protection Agency. I live around 2 miles from an evolving data center development. There's 3 data centers planned to be built, 2 ridges over, and another 2 or 3, depending on size, in development just beyond that one. So within 3 miles, there may be 6 data centers close to my home and the homes of many others upwind of our downtown and our hospital. So those data centers will have multiple portable diesel generators for emergency power, which would fall under the limit for this presently fall under the limit of the permitting change unless the cumulative effects are considered. So I am concerned about these cumulative impacts. There's planned development of an inland port right in our community, which is going to bring hundreds of diesel trucks in and out of our community that may be subject to relaxed diesel regulations. We've got poorly regulated lawn equipment, which isn't readily trackable. There's wildfire smoke that's unpredictable. There are numerous backup generators that are planned at the data centers. Really concern me because of this. And this is just as the regional and national energy production is ramping up. So these large air polluting facilities are going to be adding to the problem. So I encourage you to reject this change in the rule and keep the public involvement in this process. It's critical and it needs to be preserved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Breyfogle. Panelists, do you have any clarifying questions you would like to ask? Great, thank you for your testimony today. Our next speaker will be Crystal Martin. Ms. Martin, if you could join us by unmuting yourself and by stating your name and spelling it.
Good afternoon. My name is Crystal Martin, KrystalMartin, and I'm a community organizer with the Greater Greener Gloucester Project in Gloucester, Mississippi. Gloucester is home to the Drax Wood Pellet Facility, and I am here today in strong opposition to EPA's proposed changes to the minor new source review public participation requirements. For my community, this is not a theoretical policy discussion. We are living the consequences of weak oversight, and we have seen firsthand the power of public participation. When Drax sought permits in our community, residents and community stakeholders showed up. We submitted public comments, asked difficult questions, and refused to accept incomplete answers. Through that public participation process, our community helped uncover evidence that the facility had been emitting hundreds of tons of illegal air pollution into our community. Our comments mattered. They helped expose violations and public health concerns that ultimately led to permit denial by MDEQ and required DRAX to install new air pollution controls to reduce harmful emissions. That accountability did not happen by accident. It happened because ordinary people had the opportunity to participate in the permitting process. Comments from community groups also led to a $2.5 million enforcement settlement against that industry. So under this proposal, opportunities to provide comments could be lost. As someone who organizes in a rural community living with the harmful impacts of industrial air pollution, I can tell you that public participation is not an obstacle to permitting. It is one of the few protections communities have. Weakening public notice and opportunities for public comment leaves families like mine with fewer tools to protect our health and to hold polluters accountable. The Clean Air Act exists to protect public health and air quality. That purpose cannot be fulfilled if the people breathing the air are excluded from decisions that affect them. Regulators do not live in our neighborhoods. They do not know where our children play, where our churches are located, or which families are already living with asthma, heart disease, lung cancer, and on oxygen tanks and other pollution-related illnesses. But we have to live in our communities. Our lived experience is expertise. Our voices strengthen permits, our questions improve compliance, and our participation protects communities. So I urge EPA to reject any proposal that weakens public notice or limits meaningful community involvement in minor new source review program permitting. Instead, strengthen public participation, expand access to permit information, and ensure that frontline communities have a seat at the table before permits are issued, not after the damage has already been done. Communities like Gloucester, Mississippi, should never have to choose between economic development and the right to breathe clean air. We deserve both. So even though you may not have any clarifying questions, my hope is that you take our comments and concerns into careful consideration and reject this proposal. Thank you.
Laura, we can't hear.
Do the panel have any clarifying questions for Ms. Martin? Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Martin, for participating today. Our next two speakers will be Rich Herwick and Jane Williams.
Okay. I just say here for all the other people. My name is Rich Herwick. That's Herweck. Talking about a concrete batch plant that was built in Katy while my daughter was a teenager. She's been having asthma since then, and as an adult still has that problem. Keep public involvement. That's what we've been paying taxes for 75 years for. Rather than diesel, let's change to hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles that'll reduce the toxic chemicals from all the trucks and other point source stationary facilities. We deserve to breathe clean air. God bless you.
Can you hear me now? I lost my audio there for a while. I was able to hear you, but you couldn't hear me. Thank you for your testimony today. Katie and Richard, do you have any clarifying questions you'd like to ask? All right. Thank you, Mr. Herwick.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Thanks for being here. All right, our
Yes,
next
ma'am.
speaker today then is Jane Williams. Ms. Williams, if you could join us by unmuting yourself and by stating your name and spelling it.
Good afternoon. I am Jane Williams, JaneWilliams. I'm the Executive Director of California Communities Against Toxics and the volunteer leader of the Sierra Club National Clean Air Team. So I'm here today to urge the agency to withdraw this proposed rule that essentially guts public participation while enriching people who want to increase air pollution in highly impacted communities. A few points that I want to point out, a few things I want to point out. Number one, the National Air Toxics Trend Assessments, the actual monitors that monitor for air toxics across the country, have been so reduced now that there's only 20 of those stations in urban areas and only 7 in rural areas. And so when facilities expand, you really don't know what pollutants are actually doing in the ambient air, since we do not have fence line monitoring for most of the NESHAP rules. So while we keep a little bit better track of criteria pollutants, we don't keep a very good track at all of air toxics emissions. So many folks who came and gave just amazing, inspired, and motivating testimony today about sterilizers and concrete batch plants and the new data centers that are using backup diesel generators, horribly polluting way to make energy, or even gas-fired turbines. These are all increasing not only criteria pollutants, but also air toxics emissions into the communities that are hosting these facilities. So the rule, even though it's called the new source review, it is not just applicable to new sources. Any source that is in existence that's creating a modification to an existing source can get permits under NSR, under this particular provision of the Clean Air Act. So I want to point out, ironically, I started my clean air career in the very late 80s when a local cement plant in my community got permits to burn quote unquote supplemental fuels. And this particular cement kiln burned about 80% of all the hazardous waste that was burnable in the state of California for many years. And so you can modify a facility to do all kinds of things that are highly polluting in either a rural or urban community under this program. So ending the notification to the public that these modifications could be taking place and these activities could be taking place, that would have such a huge impact on the risk that the host communities face is just unconscionable. I also work in a community in Paramount, California, where we have 4 foundries and a number of chrome platers and heat treaters. And we have a current air pollution monitoring program where we monitor hexavalent chromium emissions. And actually, over time, those emissions, despite a huge impact, a huge regulatory surge by the South Coast Air Quality Management District, we have measured enormous amounts of hexavalent chromium just since January, actually. And so the cumulative impact of having multiple facilities that are all minor source permitted facilities, but the cumulative impact is huge. So because of these reasons, I want to urge the agency to please withdraw this rule and actually strengthen the public involvement and public participation requirements in the Clean Air Act programs. Thank you very much for the opportunity to give testimony today.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Williams. Richard and Katie, do you have any clarifying questions you would like to ask? Okay, thank you again, Ms. Williams. Our next speaker is Victoria Matias. Ms. Matias, if you could unmute yourself and state and spell your name.
Hi, thank you. My name is Victoria Matias, Victorai, Matias. My name is Victoria Matias. I am the community coordinator of the Texas Health and Environment Alliance. We are a Houston-based nonprofit that strives to protect public health and the environment from the effects of historical contamination. We strongly oppose EPA's proposed changes to the public participation requirements for minor new source review permitting. For many residents, that required public notice and comment period is the first and often only way they learn that a polluting facility may be built or expanded near their homes, schools, parks, or places of worship. For communities already living near industrial facility, it may also be their only formal opportunity to tell the permitting agency about the odors, dust, truck traffic, flooding concerns, and health problems they are already facing. Facilities regulated under the minor NSR may be called minor sources, but their impacts are not minor to the families who live nearby. In Texas, concrete batch plants, rock crushers, metal recyclers, and other industrial sources are frequently concentrated in communities that are already overburdened by pollution. Public notice and comment may be their only chance to ask questions, identify errors, provide critical local knowledge, and create a public record before a final decision is made. Removing the federal baseline and giving states more discretion leaves the door open for that opportunity to be weakened or lost entirely. Public participation, such as what we are experiencing here today during this hearing, is one of the few effective tools we as citizens have to exercise our democratic right to participate in the decisions that affect our lives. Please do not diminish one of the pillars of our democracy and the benefits and protections that the public process offers our country. These communities have already lost enough to pollution, illness, disinvestment, and decisions made without them. Please do not take away one of the few remaining opportunities they have to know what is happening in their neighborhoods and to be heard. We urge EPA to withdraw this proposal and maintain strong, consistent federal public participation requirements. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being here today. Richard and Katie, do you have any clarifying questions you would like to ask? Okay, thank you, Ms. Matias. And with that, we are going to conclude session 2 of today's public hearing. Again, my name is Laura Bunty. I have been serving as chair for session 2 of the hearing on EPA's proposed rule for minor new source review program public participation requirements for state implementation plans. I want to thank my fellow panelists, our support team, and everyone who offered testimony today or who took time out of your schedules to be observers, to participate, and listen to today's hearing on the proposed rule. As a reminder, you can submit written comments on this proposal through August 21st, 2026. Written comments are considered with the same weight as oral comments provided here today. Instructions for submitting written comments are available on the proposal's dedicated website. We will now take a brief recess, and our next session of this public hearing will begin at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. See you then.
Hello, and welcome to EPA's public hearing on minor new source review program air permitting public participation requirements for state implementation plans. My name is Nanishka or Nan Abaladejo, and I'll be helping to support today's proceedings. Before we begin, just a quick reminder that everyone should be muted, and we ask that cameras remain off unless it's your turn to provide testimony. So at this time, I'm going to turn the meeting over to the hearing chair, Paul Almodovar, for instructions and to formally welcome everyone to today's hearing.
Thank you, Nan. And good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for attending today's virtual public hearing on EPA's proposed rule, Minor New Source Review Program, Air Permitting Public Participation Requirements for State Implementation Plans. My name is Paul Almodovar, and I am the Acting Director of the Permitting and Program Support Division at EPA's Office of State Air Partnerships. I will be sharing this session of the hearing. At this time, I'd like to ask our EPA panelists to introduce themselves.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kalen Murphy, and I'm an environmental policy analyst in the EPA's Office of State Air Partnerships.
Hi, I'm Katie Hanks, an environmental protection specialist in EPA's Office of State Air Partnerships.
Thank you, panelists. Now I will turn things back over to the hearing host, Nan, who will provide instructions for today's hearing. Nan?
Thank you, Paul. So before we begin, I'd like to go through a few ground rules and housekeeping items that will make today's hearing run more smoothly. A reminder that the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, is committed to facilitating a productive listening session and an environment of mutual respect and safety. The agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or disruptions of the public hearing. EPA expects all participants, including panelists, registered speakers, and presenters, to conduct themselves in a respectful, professional, and civil manner. EPA will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note, by registering for this hearing, you have agreed to abide by these rules. Now, most of you are familiar with Zoom's features, but for those of you who are not, this slide shows the top 5 features that will be useful to you as a participant in today's hearing. Starting from left to right, number 1, microphone icon. Located on the far left of your toolbar, the Zoom microphone feature allows participants the ability to manage audio functionality, to mute or unmute your mic. Number 2, the camera icon. Located next to the audio icon, the Zoom camera feature controls your webcam. It manages your video's on and off functionality. Number 3, the comment bubble. The Zoom chat feature allows participants to send instant messages or questions to attendee support. It can also be used to view the names of the current, former, or next speakers. So please make sure that your chat box is open throughout the hearing. Number 4, the hand icon. The raise hand feature in Zoom allows participants to virtually signal that they need assistance. And then number 5, exit. The Zoom leave button allows participants to exit the hearing. If you have joined this hearing by phone, please note that you can enter *6 to mute or unmute your line and *9 to raise your hand. During today's hearing, we will take comments on the Minor New Source Review Program Air Permitting Public Participation Requirements for State Implementation Plans. Under this rule, EPA is proposing to revise the Public Participation Regulatory Requirement for sources subject to the Clean Air Act, or CAA, New Source Review, NSR programs, approved into state implementation plans. Specifically, the EPA is proposing to recognize in regulation that state and local air quality regulatory authorities, or air agencies, determine, pursuant to the Clean Air Act, whether, when, and to what extent the public participation in minor new source review programs is necessary to assure the national ambient air quality standards are achieved. We are joined today by the court reporter, Malia Cheney, who will produce a verbatim transcript of today's proceedings. EPA will add a copy of the final transcript to the public docket, which is accessible at regulations.gov for this rulemaking, and will carefully consider your comments as the final rules developed. We ask that you make sure that your Zoom screen name matches the name on your registration. A reminder that unless you are speaking, please turn your video and microphones off. If you experience video or sound issues, try disconnecting and rejoining. If you continue to experience technical issues, please reach out to attendee support, or you can email our hearing coordinators at osaphearingteam@scna.com. This hearing is being live streamed on YouTube. Now, if you registered to speak today, you should have received an email notification for today's hearing that includes the approximate time you will be asked to speak. We will do our best to keep to that timeline. Speakers will be called on 2 at a time, and we apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to give their comments. To be fair to everyone, we are going to strictly enforce the 4-minute limit. A timer slide will be displayed to indicate that your time has started and when time has ended. To ensure the accuracy of the transcript, we ask that you please state your first and last name and spell it for the record, along with the organization, if any, you are representing. Time will start when you state your name. If you are testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when your time has 1 minute remaining and again when time has expired. When called on to speak, please unmute your line. If you have joined by phone, you will need to enter *6 to mute or unmute your phone line and *9 to raise your hand. When you are providing comments, you are welcome to activate your video camera by clicking the Start Video icon. However, if you're not testifying, please keep your camera and microphone off. Please speak slowly so that our court reporter can capture your entire testimony. The purpose of today's hearing is to receive feedback for a public comment period and will be structured as a listening session. This is not a dialogue or a question and answer forum. While panel may occasionally ask clarifying questions, their primary purpose today is to hear public opinion, concerns, and evidence regarding the proposed rulemaking. When you have finished speaking, please remute your line and turn off your camera. At that time, the next speaker will be called on, and so on. If time allows, we may be able to add additional speakers to the queue. If you did not pre-register and you're interested to speak, please email our hearing coordinators at osaphearingteam@scnainc.com. Finally, today's hearing consists of 3 sessions. This is session 3 of 3. If there are no additional speakers, we may close the session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified. We may also take short breaks as needed. If you have copies of your oral testimony or any additional items that you would like to share, such as a slide presentation, photos, videos, you may submit them to the docket at EPA-HQ-OAR-2025-1212 for the proposal through August 21st, 2026. For more information and/or instructions for submitting comments on the proposal, please see the proposal's dedicated website. Thank you again for taking time out of your day to share your comments on EPA's proposed rule, and we'll get started. I will now hand the hearing over to Paul, who will now open the hearing for comments.
Thank you, Nan. Our first two speakers are Mariam Nasser and Shayna Oliver. Ms. Nasser, you can just unmute yourself and begin your testimony. Please make sure you state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Thank you.
All right. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Mariam Nasser, M-A-R-I-A-M, Nasser, N-A-S-R. And today I'm going to be going to speak on the proposal that is proposed by EPA today, as a longtime resident of Houston, Texas. As a longtime Houstonian, I have lived near refineries in Harris County and have witnessed the detrimental consequences that the expansion of petrochemical facilities and data centers has had on me, my family, and my neighbors, whether it's from the rising cases of chronic asthma, COPD, and lung cancer in our cancer alleys in Harris County, or which is killing our neighbors at a very alarming rate, or the climate disasters and chronic flooding that displaces us and destroys our homes every tropical storm. There is already a lack of accountability and checks and balances that is concurrent with the rising expansion of these infrastructures as is, with almost all of us either finding out about these changes way last minute or not even being told about it until these infrastructures have already been built, which is by then way too late for us to do anything about it. So taking away our right to public notice and comment is not a minor change. It is a life-changing and a death sentence decision to our livelihoods, our environment, and our homes. Referring these decisions directly to TCEQ, who has a strong history of ruling in leniency to big oil and gas, rather than the communities that will substantially be impacted by these decisions, is concerning and dangerous and provides an opening for major and minor sources that would normally be enforced to decrease emissions to instead increase their emissions and ultimately increase pollution and corruption in our city. The EPA stands for the Environmental Protection Agency, which exists to protect our environment and our lives from pollution in our airs and waters. Therefore, it is then imperative, and we implore you, that not only you uphold our rights to be informed about these facilities and the impacts that they have on us, but to protect our rights to have a say in these decisions that ultimately impact our lives on a personal and systemic level. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today to offer your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Excellent. Thank you. Our next speaker, Shayna Oliver.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Shayna Oliver, S-H-A-I-N-A, Oliver, O-L-I-V-E-R. I'm an Indigenous Peoples' Rights Advocate and field organizer with Moms Clean Air Force and Equimadre's Outreach Coordinator. We are a national organization of parents united against harmful air pollution and climate change and protection for our children's health and future. Colorado moms and Equimadre's parents, we urge you to consider the health of our children and strongly oppose this proposal to eliminate the minimum public participation requirements for minor new source review programs. This proposal could allow polluters to move forward with permitting new pollution sources without even notifying communities about the new and expanded AI data centers, petrochemical facilities, and other toxic enterprises moving into their neighborhoods. It's a proposal that's dangerous for children's health and dangerous for communities like mine. Importantly, I'm a mother of 4 children, and we are federally recognized tribal members of the Navajo Nation, living, learning, and working in Northeast Denver, Colorado. As a tribal member and mother, I've seen the environmental deterioration of my ancestral land and its impact on public health on and off the Navajo reservation due to the environmental racism in the United States' laws, policies, and regulations. Our communities have been on a path of cleaning up toxic contaminants out of our communities and addressing our ground level ozone smog pollution that has left our community in Denver in non-attainment with levels of ozone that are unhealthy to breathe. As moms, we know these toxic environments are detrimental to our children's health and their future. Communities have been facing these environmental assaults and are on track in transforming communities to be resilient and looking into the future in an environment that doesn't overlook community voices. For far too long, our communities have been battling premature deaths, adverse birth outcomes, mental illness, cancer, respiratory illness, and autoimmune disease. And it's common for our children to have one or more of these adversaries in our communities. Our communities and leadership need leadership to think of economies that include community voices and that protect our children's health. As a mom and as a parent with family members with asthma, we are most vulnerable to environmental impacts from polluting facilities and developments like the new pollution sources that would be covered by this proposed rule. Communities like mine have long waited for environmental protections that best protect our children from harmful contaminants that have the potential to alter genes, disrupt developmental of internal organs, and harm babies' health before they even take their first breath. According to the American Lung Association's 2026 State of the Air report, Denver, Greeley, Aurora are among the top 10 cities for terrible ozone pollution. Parents in Colorado Moms Clean Air Force strongly oppose this proposal to take away communities' ability to weigh in on new pollution sources before they're locked into decades of added health risks. Just because a pollution source is categorized as minor doesn't mean that impacts of its pollution will be minor. Parents and communities' voices are just as important as the voices of industry and must remain central to the new source review process. Importantly, the rights of tribal sovereignty must be protected and respected in the right to exist as sovereign nations and reserve the right to exist and inherent to future generations. And I thank you for taking my comments.
And thank you for taking the time today to offer your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Okay, thank you. Our next two speakers are Stephanie Bishop Schweikert and Erica Gibson. Please make sure to state and spell your name for the record before you begin your testimony. Go ahead, Ms. Bishop.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Bishop Schweikert, Stephanie, Bishop, Bishop, Schweikert, Schweickert. I'm the Director of Environmental Health Campaigns with North Carolina Conservation Network. We're a network of environmental and community organizations across the state and have volunteers who represent all regions of North Carolina. I'm speaking today out of concern about EPA's proposed rule, which would allow states to eliminate public notice and comment in most air pollution permit proceedings. In North Carolina, facilities that are defined as minor sources under EPA are often large facilities that can have tremendous adverse impact on air quality. Further, even small sources can adversely impact air quality in our state, particularly when clustered together in overburdened communities. Public notice is often the only way people become aware that a new pollution source is coming to their community or that an existing source is expanding its air pollution. And the public plays an important oversight role with minor new source review permits. People who live, work, or recreate near proposed new sources are more aware of nearby sensitive populations like schools and daycare facilities. Public participation helps ensure that new source review permits protect air quality as the Clean Air Act specifies. In 2024, the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality authorized Duke Energy to build 2 new methane gas-fired power plants. Though each of these new power plants will emit above major source thresholds, Duke Energy received minor new source review permits by relying on the Federal Project Emissions Accounting Rule. Through NCDEQ's public comment periods and hearings, a number of deficiencies in the permits were identified and corrected. First, the draft Roxborough permit required initial performance testing for several pollutants, but omitted that requirement for sulfur dioxide and hydrogen sulfide. In response to public comment, the final permit required performance testing to confirm the emission factors for those pollutants. Second, both draft permits relied on unenforceable assumptions about potential emissions from the ancillary equipment to establish facility-wide emission limits. In response to public comment, the final permits were corrected to include reporting requirements for the actual hours of operation of the emergency generators and the actual capacity factor of the auxiliary boilers. Regulators can make mistakes, but concerned members of the public can help catch them. The public process works and should not be dismantled. Right now, Amazon is proposing to build a massive data center in Hamlet, North Carolina, with more than 600 diesel-fired generators on site. Hamlet is already overburdened by air pollution from many other industrial facilities. 2 new source review permits are currently out for public comment. Communities are planning to comment on serious deficiencies in the draft permits. Taking away the public's future opportunity to do so would result in deficient permits and unacceptable impacts on public health. Permits issued in secret are less likely to include strong protection for communities. Eliminating federal requirements for public notice and comments leaves states like mine at risk. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time today to offer your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Okay, thank you. Ms. Gibson.
Hello, good evening. My name is Erica Gibson, ERIKA-GIBSON, and I'm a community advocate from Fort Bend County, Texas. And before I begin, I'd like to ask one question. What's the value of a human life? Because that's really what we're talking about tonight. We're not just discussing permits or regulations. We're deciding how much weight we give the health of children with asthma, seniors, cancer survivors, or people like me, a lupus survivor, whose health can be affected by the quality of the air that I breathe. I'm here because my community spent over 2 years fighting a proposed rock crushing plant known as Jewel Pit. What I witnessed during that fight forever changed the way that I view environmental permitting and public participation. Before Jewel Pit, I believe that communities would be informed before decisions could affect their health. And I believe that residents would have an opportunity to participate in a meaningful way. But I was wrong. Many of our neighbors had no idea that the proposed rock plant was coming to our community. So we did what communities do. We came together. We knocked on doors, we engaged our elected officials, and we held community meetings. And we made sure our neighbors understood what was at stake. What started as a few concerned residents became a movement. Airlines Houston joined us with technical expertise, and together we built a coalition rooted in one simple belief, that the people who breathe the air should have a voice in the decisions that it's affecting it. Our community submitted over 2,000 public comments, and every TCEQ meeting was standing room only. Parents, grandparents, teachers, business owners filled those rooms because it wasn't about politics. It was about protecting our families. And in 2026, nearly after 2 years, Jewel Pit withdrew its application. That victory proved something important. Meaningful public participation works, but it also exposed a flaw in the system. It should never take 2 years and thousands of public comments and extraordinary volunteer efforts for the community to be heard. Communities don't experience pollution one permit at a time. We feel the compounding effects of every new source of pollution. What may appear to be a minor permit on paper can mean more dust, more traffic, more emissions, and greater health risks for the people that live nearby. I urge the EPA to strengthen those protections, because clean air should not depend on your zip code or whether your community has the resources to organize a 2-year campaign. Communities are not obstacles to progress. We are experts in our own lived experiences. We know where our children play. We know where our elderly neighbors live, and we know what's at stake. Please continue building a permitting process that values those voices, not as an afterthought, but as an essential part of protecting public health. Because at the end of the day, every permit is about the people. So I ask you again, what is the value of a human life? Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you. Our next two speakers are Kate Lyon Hunter and Rusty Blackstone. Please make sure to state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Caitlin Hunter. Kate Lyon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kate Lyon Hunter. That's Caitllion, Hunter, Hunter. I represent Rise St. James, a faith-based nonprofit based in Cancer Alley, Louisiana. We represent fence-line communities throughout Louisiana who are affected by some of the worst types of industrial pollution. As the Director of Research and Policy and a Louisiana barred attorney, I frequently engage with the public comment process, whether representing RISE's individual members or through our outside attorneys. We will submit written comments, but I really want to take the time today to share our experience with how minor source permits are abused in Louisiana. We do not think that this proposed rule is appropriate for states like Louisiana, which have widespread industrial activity and pollution. I worked very closely tracking a project called Air Products. Air Products originally applied for a minor source air permit with the LDQ. Their original application stated that they would produce just under 100 tons per year of both NOx and carbon monoxide. We fought back on this because this multi-billion-dollar ammonia and hydrogen plant was certainly going to have more emissions than they claimed based on peer facilities. They then applied for a major source permit after the issuance of that minor source and revealed that they plan to emit almost 300 tons per year of carbon monoxide. That is to say, without any major changes in the infrastructure, the company modified their application after receiving a minor source to emit 3 times the carbon monoxide as originally permitted. But having that minor source permit would allow them to begin construction and even begin operations before then applying for the major source permit they needed in the first place. This process is not uncommon in Louisiana. Plants first apply for a minor source permit even when they are clearly major sources. I believe this is done to avoid the scrutiny of major source permit requirements, especially the notice and comment. It then falls on community groups like RISE to challenge these false minor source permits and push our environmental department to issue a major source. We did so with Air Products. Changing the public's ability to participate in the minor source comment process would give us even less of a voice in a state that, time and time again, puts the interests of polluting industry over the people and the environment. RISE is extremely concerned that any weakening in minor source air permits would further expand this loophole, and we oppose this rule change. Thank you very much.
And thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony today. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Rusty Blackstone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Rusty Blackstone. I spell RUSTY BLACKSTON. I'm representing myself and Upson Environmental and Government Transparency, LLC. I come before the panel today asking that you do not proceed with doing away with the public hearing. We here in West Central Georgia, Upson County, are faced with a project coming in that will recycle plastics to this amount of 400,000 tons a year. They have applied for a synthetic minor air permit. Shout out to the state of Georgia EPD, who granted us a public hearing in our local town of Thomaston, Georgia. The room was filled with participants, everyone speaking against this project, only one in favor. Problem being, we cannot get the information of the emissions of the chemicals amount that this project will put into our environment. I am a farmer. I am a conservationist. I'm a 3rd generation farmer on our farm, and have 3 other generations below me on the farm also. If we don't take care of our environment, we will not survive. That being said, through the public hearing, the EPD, we do not know if they will issue the permit or not, but at this time we're waiting to see. The reason they have redacted all the emission amounts is they call it their trade secret and it could be stolen by someone. We just want to make sure that everyone has the right to voice their opinion and be able to protect their environment, their neighborhood, their community. And gentlemen, stop, and ladies, stop and think. This country was founded on we the people. We the people run the government, not the other way around. And if you take away our rights to a public hearing, basically, I'm not a legal expert, but are you infringing on the First Amendment rights to freedom of speech? I know you can program your meetings and the way you handle everything with no problem. But still, the public needs to have an input into this. Damage to our environment is not acceptable, and we need to continue on and keep the process going to allow people to attend hearings, to submit comments, and to be able to voice their opinions. This may not affect you located in Washington, D.C., but give your local constituents an opportunity to put their opinions out there. This company has not supplied the information that we really need, and I'm no chemist, I'm no engineer, but thank goodness for Southern Environmental Law Company who has stepped up on our behalf and is representing us. I plead with you again, leave it as it is now. Allow the public to have their comment. And with that, I'll finish mine. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you, sir, for providing your testimony today. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you again. Our next 2 speakers are Deyadira Arellano and Ruby Bell. Please make sure to state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Ms. Arellano?
Good afternoon. My name is Deyadira Arellano, Deyadira Arellano. On behalf of Texas Environmental Justice Advocacy Services, also known as TEJAS, we state our strong opposition to the US EPA's proposal to revise public participation regulatory requirements for sources subject to the Clean Air Act and new source review programs approved into state implementation plans. Today, we join others across Texas and the country to insist you abandon plans to further reduce public participation for our communities. Your proposal would create more barriers for residents to participate meaningfully in federal and local environmental protections. On June 9th, 2026, residents and TEJAS staff attended a TCEQ public meeting about a proposed air quality permit for Derrichburg Recycling USA Incorporated, which would authorize emissions from this existing facility. The meeting, held at an American Legion Hall, lacked proper outdoor signage to help residents identify the location or purpose. During the hearing, Derrichburg Recycling USA presented slides only in English. We have also observed instances where other permit applicants have failed to provide slide presentations accessible to non-English speakers in other TCEQ public settings. In addition, the informational material at the registration table on June 9th by TCEQ titled Public Meeting Information, Ambient Air Monitoring Information, and Meeting Agenda were only available in English. The facility and meeting locations are near a Latino community that is 90% linguistically isolated and Spanish speaking. When TCEQ does not provide multilingual materials, it erodes public transparency and increases distrust. Behind me is a picture taken on June 22nd, 2026, showing a large plume of smoke from a metal recycling fire that lasted nearly 24 hours. Our building is pictured here is 3 miles from the fire. We could see and smell strong odors from our front door. These offensive odors lingered well into the next morning, affecting many residents. Some residents complained of blackened air filters with the same odors trapped inside. We also spoke with a mother whose children experienced a bad dry cough the night of the fire. They live about 1.5 miles from that location. We heard from two senior neighbors who were monitoring for heart conditions before the fire and were concerned that their smoke exposure while under observation. Tejas staff contacted TCEQ and submitted an environmental complaint, but we have not received updates or a final investigation report despite the agency's confirmation email and phone call. The confirmation email includes a complaint tracker hyperlink that asks for information TCEQ failed to provide, creating additional burdens in effectively tracking our complaint. We understand the responsible party could have prevented this costly emergency, and TCEQ must ensure our communities are protected from repeat offenders. These are not isolated incidents. Previous TCEQ public meetings and hearings have been inefficient and inconsistent. Translation companies offering services during TCEQ public meetings have asked participants for identification or something of value in exchange for translation devices. These practices can feel exclusionary for our communities. Tejas urges the EPA to withdraw the proposal/rule, and we further emphasize that you leave the current requirements in place.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you. Ruby Bell?
Happy evening. I am Ruby Bell, RUBYBELL. I am a community organizer for Impacted Communities Against Wood Pellets Coalition. I live near an in vivo wood pellet industry in Sampson County, North Carolina, which is a source of air pollution. People often think of large major factories when it comes to pollution. However, smaller sources of pollution, minor sources, can also affect the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the quality of life in our communities. Public notice gives community members the opportunity to learn about a proposed project, to understand potential impacts, and share their opinions before decisions are finalized. This helps to ensure that environmental decisions are made openly rather than behind closed doors. Public notice is important because it allows for transparency, and people have a right to know what is happening in their community. Public notice helps to improve accountability. It helps to keep businesses compliant with environmental regulations, and it supports better environmental protections. Public notice is an essential part of the responsibility of the agency and, of course, for the environmental management, even for minor sources of pollution. In conclusion, it promotes transparency, it encourages community involvement, it strengthens accountability, and it helps protect public health and the environment. Every community deserves the opportunity to be informed and have a voice in decisions that could affect its future. By supporting public notice, we strengthen both our environmental and protections and our democratic process. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? All right, thank you. The next two speakers are Seema Kasmi-Guest and Julie Bolthouse. Please make sure to state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony.
So this is Seema Kasmi. I'm in the car right now. I will be home in about 10 minutes. May I go later, please?
Yes, you can. We'll create some space. Julie Bolthouse.
Hi, Julie Bolthouse, JulieBolthouse. I am with Piedmont Environmental Council, a regional nonprofit in Virginia. We oppose the proposed changes to allow states greater discretion to identify the requisite level of public participation. Under the current federal regulations, states are required to provide a minimum 30-day public comment period and public notice for all pre-construction permits, including minor NSRs. Despite the strict federal language, the EPA approved Virginia's state plans that uses a tiered approach, requiring public notice only for major permits or minor permits deemed controversial. Being that there is no notice here in Virginia, we would not know to raise concerns about controversial permits, though, and request a public input opportunity. In fact, this has already happened here in Virginia with the Vantage Data Center in Sterling, which was approved by right by Loudoun County and given their minor permit to run off of 8 gas turbines 24/7 as their primary power source until they connected to the grid. And we don't know when that will be. No one had any idea that this data center was going to run off of gas turbines until it was actually running and people started complaining about the noise and the emissions. This fast-tracked review process was deemed necessary in Virginia to process the nearly 200 minor air permits that have been filed for data centers. The result is over 13,000 generators now approved in the state, with more than 9,000 of those in Northern Virginia. The Virginia Commonwealth University conducted a study led by researcher Dr. Damian Pitt that showed actual emissions in 2024 from large clusters of data centers surpassed the emissions from natural gas power plants in the area. According to a study conducted by the Virginia Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission in 2024, data centers are currently emitting less than 10% of their permitted emissions on average. However, the Department of Energy, FERC, and PJM, our regional transmission operator, is looking for ways to connect data centers to the grid despite capacity constraints. Connect and manage is a way that is being discussed. That would connect data centers to the grid, leveraging excess capacity during non-peak emergency usage days. And on peak energy usage days, they would be curtailed. Curtailment means running off backup generators because most data centers cannot actually go offline or flex their load to another location. A connect and manage approach means running off generators, one of the most heavily polluting sources of power that are located next to schools and homes more frequently and for longer durations, and during times when air pollution is already at its worst. Northern Virginia is already seeing increased generator usage and pressure for more on-site gas turbines to power facilities when data centers can't get power from the grid. As more load connects to the grid, the cumulative impacts pile up. You can see what this proposed change leads to because Virginia has demonstrated it for you. 13,000 generators next to our schools, ball fields, and homes, standing ready to be the unregulated, heavily polluting peaker plants of the future. Virginia's process is a catch-22 game. Without notice, there is no way for communities to know to ask for public comment opportunities on controversial projects, and DEQ does not identify them as controversial unless a hearing is requested by the community. Retain the minimum 30-day public comment period and public notice for all pre-construction permits and require this in Virginia's next submission, please. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Okay, well, thank you. Our next two speakers are Kim Sudarth and Mel Caraway. Please make sure to state and spell your full name for the record before you begin testimony. Kim Sudarth?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I'm on my phone, so please forgive me. My name is Kim Sudarth. That's like Sud, like sudsy water, and Earth, like the planet Earth. I'm with Virginia Interfaith Power and Light, and I'm calling in today because we're very concerned about any proposed change to the public commenting. the hearings, I guess the proposed EPA rule, that with this proposed EPA rule would significantly reduce transparency and public oversight of air pollution, permitting decisions, including decisions affecting commercial sterilizers. This notice of proposed rulemaking, it's the least that we can do. Really, I think what we need to talk about is that permits are really permission to pollute. And we have to be involved in that. People who live in the community like mine, actually, I live in an environmental justice community. Within my zip code, there's seven shipyards in my city. And out of those seven, 6 are in my zip code. We're surrounded by industry, and we're relying on authorities like the EPA, and in Virginia, in our DEQ, to notify our residents so that we know what's going on. Notifications should be consistent, and that's why the EPA should retain their rule. Without that consistency, different states will have different requirements, and it would just wreak havoc. I also wanted to share that people who live, this rule wouldn't be just for people that live in fence line communities, but this would be also for facilities. No one wants to go through the expense of getting permission to have a facility, and then later down the road, they get sued. But if we have public commenting and a public hearing beforehand, the facility as well as the regulating authorities will have the benefit of hearing from people firsthand. You can hear and discuss their concerns early as opposed to being sued later. So I wanted to share with all of you that, Virginia Interfaith Power and Light, we believe that people closest to the problem are also closest to the solution. And so having people involved early and often is actually the way we should be doing it. So I say that to say that please retain the current public commenting rule for the EPA. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Sudworth, for your testimony today. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Very well.
Thank you.
Mel Caraway.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing us. My name is Mel Caraway. That's Mel, M-E-L, Caraway, C-A-R-A-W-A-Y. I'm a resident of McKinney, Texas, and I've lived in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex for the past 42 years, most of which has been under EPA non-attainment standards for air quality. I'm here today as the past president of the Board of Directors of Texas Impact, a statewide religious grassroots network whose members include individual congregations and governing bodies of Christian, Jewish, and Muslim faiths. Texas Impact exists to advance public policies that are consistent with universally held social principles of the Abrahamic faith traditions. I'm also a retired United Methodist pastor, and I am a leader in the United Methodist Creation Justice Movement. Preventing pollution and protecting God's creation are the shared concerns of all the world's faith traditions. These concerns have particular resonance because what we do to God's creation has a direct effect on the health and well-being of all God's children. It is for the protection of God's creation that we have regulations that have been instituted by our government. One concern that we have is that this proposed revision to the existing regulations is that it will severely limit, as you've heard, the ability of citizens to have a voice in the implementation of regulations. Here in Texas and throughout the nation, we face a number of regulatory challenges, and they are not just budgetary. When we make decisions to permit economic activities, we have to do so with values that support human life. We must bear strong witness to the ongoing need for all government entities to protect the health of our nation's citizens. Good health is a prerequisite for an abundant life, and the health of all our citizens is not just a priority, it must be the top priority. As you've heard multiple times today under the current administration in Texas, the TCEQ is ill-prepared and unresponsive when faced with meeting the priority of protecting human health. If these new standards are implemented, each day means an increase in preventable deaths, disease, and costly absences from both school and work. From a faith-based perspective, implementation of these standards can only be described as poor stewardship of God's creation, of our children's future, of our healthcare dollars, and of our bodies. I had a heart attack in 2012. I had no idea that the air that I breathed was a causal factor in that. And I think I want EPA to implement strong protective standards that are based on modern scientific research that will protect my health. Failure to reject these revisions to existing standards without any further delay is not good stewardship of our precious resources. The existing standards have a long history, and unnecessary changes to them is not only unacceptable, it places our most vulnerable citizens at further risk. The EPA must reject all pressure from industrial polluters to delay and weaken the existing common sense standards. Altering their implementation would ignore the health risk posed to all our citizens. All Americans deserve to breathe clean air, and we are counting on the EPA to deliver clean air, the clean air that God gave us. Finally, I must say that the title of these proposed revisions is truly disingenuous. There is nothing minor about the sources or amounts of air pollution governed by these regulations. This is a moral issue, and it must be addressed. Do not approve these revisions.
Thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony, sir. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you again. Our next two speakers are Tanda Rasco and Travis Layton. Please make sure to state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Tanda Rasco.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanda Rasco, spelled Tandarasco. Thank you for this hearing. This is what transparency looks like. I expect the government to be transparent. Therefore, I oppose this minor news source review program air permitting public participation requirements for state implementation plans. This rule is a rollback of basic EPA tenets. The Environmental Protection Agency was created to protect our environment back at a time when a river was on fire and DDT was being sprayed onto the public. Personally, I do not want to go backward to that time. You exist to protect our shared environment, not to encourage pollution. I am a concerned citizen with friends that have asthma in the DFW area. This is an area of the country which frequently has dangerous levels of air pollution. All you have to do is step outside and see it. Texas is a state that has long ignored the environment and the consequences of not enforcing environmental laws, rules, and regulations that are in place. We have almost no regulation for data centers, for example, which are becoming a major source of pollution, even though they may require only minor permits. Both the Sierra Club and Public Citizen have done a lot of research on the dangers to our environment, along with our government's oversight. Therefore, I agree with your speaker statements from both groups, especially your first speaker and Rita Beving's statement as well. Catherine Guerrera, the first speaker, said the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality failed at a bunch of things. The rollback of public participation requirements would encourage even more abuse by the TCEQ. we should be seeing a permit of notifications in a local newspaper of record available to view at the local public libraries. That does not always happen. Texas is not a transparent state, and science has become a bad word. That does not mean science in the real world will disappear. The EPA should not be ignoring science or rolling back environmental protections. The public deserves a voice, in part because we pay taxes, but also because good government does not squash debate or public input. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you. Travis Layton.
It looks like we
Again.
might have lost Mr. Layton.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and go to our next two speakers, which are Angelo Taranto and Andy Escobar. Please make sure to state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Mr. Taranto?
My name is Angelo Taranto. That's Angelo Taranto. I am a member of Allegheny County Clean Air Now, or ACAN. ACAN works to improve air quality in the Neville Island area, which is in Allegheny County, just outside the city of Pittsburgh on the Ohio River in Pennsylvania. Our airshed contains 27 significant sources of industrial air pollution. 7 of these are major sources and 20 are minor sources. We oppose the proposed rule. Our ability to comment on permits before they are issued is extremely important. While minor sources have lower levels of emissions, those emissions can be very harmful to residents in the neighborhoods we serve. If you live in a neighborhood with a minor source, and in some cases just across the street from the minor source, your health and quality of life can be severely impacted. It is common for residents in these situations to tell us that they can't open their windows because of the air pollution with its associated toxic industrial odors. In many cases, this air pollution is causing or aggravating residents' health conditions. 2 examples of minor sources in our airshed are a concrete batch plant whose dust blows into a densely populated neighborhood just across the street from it. Another is a metal recycler whose smoke, dust, and heavy industrial odors blow across the Ohio River into a residential community. We have often commented at permit hearings. Examples of the comments we have made at these hearings are the following. In one draft permit, the Allegheny County Health Department did not include a requirement for the best management practices plan, including a fire prevention plan, that had been included in an EPA consent order on the company. These were required by EPA because of the large scrap pile fires that had periodically occurred at the applicant's plant, spreading toxic smoke over a large area. In the case of the concrete batch plant, we commented that the health department should require enumerated best management practices for the control of fugitive emissions from storage piles and roadways because of their proximity to the neighborhood. Additional reasons we have for opposing the proposed rule change include, without public notice, we wouldn't even know if a facility was being planned near us. Some states, including Pennsylvania, currently have their own public participation requirements, but those could be taken away in the name of streamlining or speeding up permitting unless the federal requirements remain. Also, without public comments, permits are often weaker, including insufficient monitoring and emission limits. The public may catch errors that mean a facility or modification is actually a major source. And finally, those living near facilities are often more aware of daily pollution events than our health departments. We urge you to leave the current requirements in place. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments.
And thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you again. Mr. Escobar.
Hi, yes, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. My name is Andy Escobar, spelled Andyescobar, and I work for as the campaigns manager for an organization called the Coalition for Environment, Equity, and Resilience, also known as CEER, spelled CEER. CEER was founded after Hurricane Harvey and is composed of over 30 nonprofit organizations that are working together to raise awareness of the connections between pollution, place, and public health. And we're guided by an 8-point plan, which is composed of embracing transparency, focus on our air, water, land, focusing on resource recovery and recycling, displaced people, embracing resilience, and a focus on equity. In addition to the obvious connections that this has to air, water, and land, transparency and equity are particularly related for public participation. We have a right to be informed, included, and consent to how our communities are being impacted by these facilities seeking permits, no matter how minor. This is personal for me in that I know what it's like to have your family be at risk of exposure to contaminants without ever being considered. I grew up on the Jones Road groundwater plume Superfund site in Northwest Houston, and my childhood home continues to have poisoned water running through our pipes. Both of my parents have survived different forms of cancer, and as recently as 2 years ago, our home tested positive for minor exposure to tetrachloroethylene or PERC. My family still being exposed to harmful chemicals speaks to how polluters can and will impact our health and safety. Had my parents been asked if they would approve of this sort of pollution, they would have fervently rejected it. TCEQ failed my family, and we must retain public participation for all Texans and everyone across the country. You cannot participate in a permitting decision if you never know that the permit even exists, right? I asked the EPA to withdraw the proposal and recodify federal minimum requirements for public notice, comment, and meaningful participation for all pollution sources. Our future generations depend on it. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you again. Our next two speakers are Seema Kasmi-Guest and Rhonda Brackett. Please make sure to state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Ms. Kasmi-Guest, welcome back.
Yes. Thank you, EPA, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Seema Kasmi. That's Seema, S-E-E-M-A. Last name Kasmi, K-A-Z-M-I. I would like to begin by stating that I am speaking to you from my home in Falls Township in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, where this is also the home where I was raised. Near my home, there is a proposal of having over 280 gas-powered generators for backup power for a data center being built. Public participation ensures transparency in processes and permits. Such processes are ensured so there's appropriate oversight of environmental concerns. And what exactly does minor pollution mean? Because for someone's health, minor can cause a major disability or a major health concern. They're also building a brand new high school in my area. I think about those children that could have asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, also known as COPD, and other respiratory ailments that may go to school. And if we don't have public participation available, these types of concerns may be overlooked. I also wanted to share recently, HHS officials, as part of the Make America Healthy Again, has encouraged US citizens to walk outside because it lowers blood pressure to be with nature. I want to be able to walk outside. Matter of fact, there was a national walking day where 55 governors of states and United States territories were encouraged to have a national walking day. And they posted all on their social media videos of themselves walking outside. I also want to be able to walk outside. And that's why we need to ensure that public participation and notice is an essential part of these permit processes. I think people, the citizens, especially in the initiative to make America healthy again, should have ability to comment on whether such activities impact their ability to walk outside. Again, I think about the children that will be attending the new high school that's being built in my community. And I just can't imagine families sending their children to school at the same time thinking about whether or not they have their inhalers with them, whether or not they'll be able to participate in sports. Again, trying to make America healthy again. I believe that in our democracy and our democratic process, public participation is essential. And I also want to echo the comment that permits are permission to pollute. So we, the American taxpayer, the American citizen, should have a right in this process. And my desire is to oppose this proposed rule. Thank you. I rest my comments.
And thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you again. Next speaker, Rhonda Brackett.
Hello. My name
Hello.
is Rhonda Brackett. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. It just asked me for my video. Sorry, I'm not used to doing this stuff. I was very concerned. I'm of the understanding that this meeting is about public comments, that you are thinking about not doing them anymore. I want to say I think it's really important for comments because it's the way that you can interact with people, get a feel for what's going on, different areas of the state or country or whatever that is. I'm sure people can email, but there's a lot that is lost, or text maybe, I don't know, but there's a lot that is lost in that translation. When you talk to people, you can communicate, you can ask questions. It's really, really important for us to have that ability. I am actually here in the state of Missouri. In Missouri, we have many hyperscale data centers going on. I should say proposed. People here are very concerned about the aquifer. We know in other areas of the country that the aquifer has been ruined. People's water is murky. People are walking away from their homes because the tonal noise, which is like a vibration noise. And we here in Missouri don't want that. I realize our state is offering tax incentives and wants that, but we need for you guys to be here to help in that process. There's times that, when something's going on, we need to be able to come to you and get your guidance or a permit process. I'm not sure what all that would be, but we need to be able to have that dialogue. I do know that in Ohio, the EPA there recently, because of public comments, decided that they would not allow a permit for wastewater going into, you know, a river or a creek or whatever it was. So I just want to pass that on. In Montgomery County, residents are fighting the wastewater that's going into streams and rivers from the Project Green it's a green project. And they're actually working with DNR right now to try to get that resolved. But it's Amazon and Google, and the water will just be streaming into the Missouri River. We cannot allow that kind of thing to happen. And in St. Clair, we have a landfill that's leaching toxins as well, and that's in the state of Missouri, and that needs to be corrected. And I don't know what the solution is to that. So I appreciate you listening to me, to hear some of my concerns. But I do think it's important that we have public speaking or, you know, comments so that we can interact with each other and that you know what's going on here in the state of Missouri and across the country. I also want to say that Travis Layton that you mentioned earlier, he does live in this area. I know him. I sent him a message, so I'm hoping that he will come on board so that you can listen to him. He is a mechanical engineer and he's very knowledgeable about a lot of different factors. So anyway, with that, I will rest what I have to say. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
And thank you very much for taking the time today to offer your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you. Our next two speakers are Ramsey Sprague and Robert Van. Please make sure to state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Go ahead.
My name is Ramsey Sprague, RAMSEY SPRAGUE. I'm the president of the Mobile Environmental Justice Action Coalition. Residents of the historic Africatown community in Mobile County, Alabama formed MEJAC in 2013. By all normal measure, Africatown can be counted as one of the most overburdened communities in our country. And in our experience, minor source permits cover asphalt plants, landfills, chemical plants, data centers, and emissions increasing changes at refineries and steel mills. What this classification does is avoid the fuller review required of major sources under the Clean Air Act. EPA's proposed rule would let states entirely eliminate public notice on most air pollution permits in states like Alabama, a state that loves to classify facilities producing even well past the thresholds for major source permits as minor sources. If pollution caps provided in minor source permits are inaccurate or unenforceable, facilities will and can pollute at major source levels. In these instances, public comment period is the only outside check that pollution limits in permits are enforceable before a permit is issued. And based on our work, this check matters. In the fall of 2024, our comments on the draft minor permit for the EM Resources coal ash processing plant in Bucks, Alabama, at the Alabama Power Company Berry Steam Plant led to the permit revision adding particulate and sulfur dioxide stack testing, Method 9 visible emissions checks, corrective action requirements, and improved record keeping. We argued these provisions are what makes pollution limits enforceable. ADEM agreed with us and updated the permit. In the spring of 2025, at the ArcelorMittal steel mill in Calvert, Alabama, ADEM's draft permit created synthetic minor limits for a production line involving an acid bath of hydrochloric acid, a hazardous air pollutant. Those synthetic minor source limits were never disclosed in the public notice and were never even requested by the applicant. Our comments surfaced them, and within weeks, the applicant agreed to comply with the full federal air toxic standard instead of ADEM's unsolicited minor source standards, which were subsequently removed. This anecdote illustrates the eagerness for minor permits that our state employs. Neither of the EM Resources nor ArcelorMittal course changes would have happened without public participation. No state should be allowed to seek exemption. Public participation helps prevent bad policy. A local case in point. In November 2025, ADEM issued a synthetic minor permit for a first of its kind manufacturing line at the Kimberly-Clark mill in the historic Africatown community. The data needed to evaluate that permit was withheld as proprietary. We asked ADEM to release the data and renotice the permit. They refused and issued the permit the next day. This recent bad permitting policy experience is a signal of the sort of streamlined future EPA's proposal guarantees for communities that can least afford it. This sort of status quo isn't acceptable in Africatown, and this EPA proposal would make it perfectly legal everywhere. In 2021, EPA's own Inspector General found that some states were failing to comply with public comment on synthetic minor permits and recommended that EPA make them comply, not that EPA repeal the requirement. The public cannot compel a review of minor source permits like it can with major sources. The sunlight provided by public participation is simply the most reliable mechanism for permit improvement. When regulators make mistakes, concerned residents can catch them. Permits issued in secret are simply less likely to carry meaningfully enforceable limits. We need more public participation, not less. MEJAC urges EPA to withdraw this proposal with as much prejudice as can be mustered. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you much. Robert Van. You can go ahead. You are muted, sir. Please unmute.
Pardon. Okay.
Now we can hear you.
My name is Robert Van. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, sir.
RobertVann. Well, I'm a member of a number of organizations. I'm speaking strictly for myself. I stand strongly against this dangerous proposal to eliminate public notification and commentary on what you arbitrarily call, quote, minor air permits, unquote. For the very large number of people affected by the air, water, and noise pollution emitted by these industries, there is nothing minor about them. For the young children who will die of leukemia or other cancers resulting from that pollution, they are not minor. For the families who are seeing their peaceful home life, their beautiful neighborhoods, or their retirement dreams snuffed out by these polluters without having had warning and the ability to fight this encroachment, these are not minor incursions. Throughout its history, the agency has quite a mixed record of protecting the environment and the people, usually depending on the perspectives of the regime in power, and depending as well on the willingness of individual states to fulfill their allotted role. The success of the agency has also depended greatly on the willingness of citizens to get involved, to testify, to demonstrate, to lobby, and to publicize, especially during periods of EPA retrenchment. But as I'm sure you're well aware, in proposing this new rule, people have to know about the threat before they can stand up against it. We find ourselves in an extreme period of such EPA retrenchment now under an executive branch hell-bent on reversing or eliminating just about every government regulation of anything and everything. In some cases, this will help certain industries to achieve their long-shot goal of running roughshod over anybody and everybody who might restrict their activities or hold them to account. I reside in Fort Worth, Texas. Here, under the, quote, protection, unquote, of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, an agency fully controlled by a small group of West Texas billionaire sociopaths, I live with my COPD in a city which for decades has not met even your lax air quality standards. And across the state, giant corporations are, in contravention of your regulations, using these, quote, minor air permits, unquote, to get a foot in the door before expanding immensely. Enforce your existing regs and stop trying to put something over on the public by cutting what little protection we currently have. Instead, the following suggestions to mitigate the issues associated with minor permits have been proposed in a recent Texas Tribune article. Require public notices for all minor permit applications to ensure community awareness. Mandate environmental assessments for projects that could have significant impacts, regardless of permit type. Implement mandatory public comment periods for all permit applications to allow community feedback. Combine minor permits into a single comprehensive permit process to ensure thorough review. These solutions aim to increase transparency and community involvement in environmental decision-making, ensuring that potential impacts are adequately assessed before projects proceed. I'll continue to fight for a better quality of life for myself, my family, and for other Texans, and I will continue to work toward a more civilized and caring state government. I vehemently oppose your trying to force this rule change on us to impede my ability and right to do so. Thank you for the right to speak.
And thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony, sir. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you again.
Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Jeffrey Jacoby and Rita Robles. Please make sure to state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Go ahead.
All right. I will do so. Howdy, y'all. My name is Jeffrey Jacoby, Jeffrey Jacoby. I am here today from Austin, Texas. Thanks for having me. All right, y'all. I'm a lifelong Texan. I've lived in this state for the overwhelming majority of my 27 to 63 years on the planet. And I'm going to tell you right now that you are giving the power to dictate whose voices are heard, who knows the information that they need to know about what's going on in their community, to an agency that is not only captured by industrial interests who absolutely put their profits above the public health, public safety, our future. And that is absolutely unacceptable. And frankly, to cut the public out of any process that involves their lives, that involves their property, that involves their children, that involves, in Texas, a state that has been so stricken by drought for literal generations, is deeply irresponsible. And frankly, from where we sit in this state with our government, it is an abdication of not only your responsibility, but of your moral obligations to fulfill the promise that your agency makes. You are the Environmental Protection Agency. The Texas Commission on environmental quality is not for environmental quality, it's on environmental quality. They consider these industry applicants their clients, not their regulated entities. I mean, you know, what we're talking about at the end of the day is that if someone is going to be facing a data center in their backyard, or if someone's going to have I don't know, 10 frack wells, and all of them are considered to be minor sources, you're saying to those humans who live in those communities, you don't have a right to know, you don't have a right to participate, you don't have a right to speak up. That's insane, guys. That's like completely and totally opposite of the responsibility of government. And frankly, I believe that EPA should be ashamed for proposing this rule. I believe that EPA should absolutely reconsider, that EPA should listen to the testimony of the people who are showing up here today, which I will note is not going to be the executives who work on the top floors of the high rises in places like Fort Worth or Dallas or Houston. It's going to be the people who have to go to bed every single night and wonder, are they going to have a healthy future tomorrow? That's who's showing up here today. And so it is your responsibility to be responsive to those individuals who actually have taken the time, who have actually, you know, who could be cooking dinner, or like one of the previous speakers said, going on a walk outside, you know, or kayaking in the river, or whatever it is that people could be doing, rather than sitting here and telling you to do your job. And at the end of the day, that's really all that we're saying. We're saying, do your job, let the public have a voice, and do not make rules that cut us out of the decisions that impact our lives and our future. Thank you very much.
And thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you. Thank you again. Rita Robles.
Hello, my name is Rita Robles. That's spelled RITA ROBLES. I am a resident of the Northeast neighborhood, Denver Harbor in Houston, Texas. I am a resident and I'm also with SEER, the Coalition of Environment, Equity, and Resilience. But I come to you today as a resident of Houston. I live among habitual polluters. 3/4 of my neighborhood is surrounded by railroads, but it's also surrounded by concrete batch plants, metal recyclers, and more. I have asthma. I've had asthma since birth. Every day is a struggle for me to breathe due to heavy particulates in the air or chemicals that are leaked or other contaminants in the air, ground, and water. In my area, many residents have respiratory issues as I do. They have asthma, COPD, emphysema, and more. I am asking the EPA to withdraw the proposal and recodify federal minimum requirements for public notice, comment, and meaningful participation for all pollution sources. We should always go forward and not backwards. And that's where we, as residents here, we ask for you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you. Our next two speakers are Genesis Granados and Sandra Edwards. Please make sure to state your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Ms. Granados.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Genesis Granados, Genesis Granados, Granados. And I am the Senior Manager of Environmental Justice Programs at Air Alliance Houston. I'm here today to speak in opposition of the EPA's current proposal on public participation, not only as an environmental justice advocate, but most importantly, as a lifelong Texan and current Houston resident. I ask the EPA to withdraw this proposal and keep federal public participation protections in place. Public participation in air permitting is an important aspect of democracy that centers public health and industry accountability. For decades, federal rules have guaranteed communities the right to know and speak up about polluting facilities proposed in their neighborhoods, especially in states like Texas, where our state regulator, TCEQ, is known as a reluctant regulator. In Houston, which already ranks among the nation's most polluted metropolitan areas for ozone and fine particulate pollution, and has no zoning laws that can buffer harm, public meetings and commenting opportunities are the only way to protect our health. In Houston, where our 3 top languages are English, Spanish, and Vietnamese, public participation is also inclusive of language access. Our communities, regardless of language, have the right to participate in environmental permitting decisions that will impact their health, life, and well-being. In 2019, TCEQ received a Title VI administrative civil rights complaint due to their lack of effort in providing necessary language access to the decision-making processes involved in all of their permitting programs. This complaint was mainly based on TCEQ's Valero Manchester Refinery public meeting in October 2019, where the agency failed to adequately answer technical questions in Spanish and failed to provide adequate Spanish interpretation support that understood the complexity of air permitting. From this complaint, the TCEQ created a public participation plan that would focus on ensuring that community members, regardless of language, could be part of the decision-making process. But as community members, we have seen a lackluster implementation of said program. Just last week, a permit meeting for a new concrete batch plant situated in a community with a high percentage of Spanish speakers within 1 mile of this site, 66% based on demographic data, had no interpretation available. When asked about the lack of resources, TCQ's response was that there was no interest from the community. A community cannot be truly involved when language is a barrier, and the assumption that a community does not care is inaccurate. If you take time to talk to community members, they can tell you countless stories of dust entering their homes, allergies, asthma, every other issue encountered because their air quality is below optimal levels, and other complaints they have when living close to a facility. Air pollution knows no language, and it's an issue that has a multilingual impact. How can Texas communities trust the efficiency of our environmental regulation agency when they treat public participation and permitting as optional or checkboxing of a box with current federal regulations? After its sunset review, the agency had the opportunity to add robust actions to its public participation plans based on community input. However, they showed preference to corporate interest groups. This preference is seen in amendments that they have made to its procedures to reduce public notice, transparency, and clarity in agency processes. The TCQ commissioners went against public interest recommendations and again chose polluters' interest over protecting the public, going against its own mission and philosophy of protecting Texas by reducing and preventing pollution. I urge the EPA to withdraw the proposal and recodify federal minimum requirements for public notice, comment, and meaningful participation for air pollution sources. Our communities have the right to breathe clean air. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Thank you again. Sandra Edwards.
I am here. Hold on. I am here. I am here. Can they hear me? Oh, Lord, what happened?
I can hear you and I can see you. You're good.
Oh, okay. Yes. Hi, my name is Sandra. Let me stop looking over there. I am a community activist. I am the president of the Civic Club in Fifth Ward, and I'm with SEER, Environmental Justice. Okay. I just want to say this. Y'all are bringing batch plants in the wrong areas. Take them to River Oaks, take them to Post Oaks, take them to any oaks but our oaks, because you are killing us. Okay. Y'all putting a batch plant by LBJ and in the communities where we have already disadvantages. We cannot we can't move forward because you keep putting us backwards. Okay, then you want to put batch plants where people have breathing problems, where people have risk of cancer. I'm fighting for the cancer cluster. I'm gonna talk individually about me. We're fighting for the council cluster in Fifth Ward, but you got batch plants all around us, and then you want to put one by LBJ. How much sense would it make to put a batch plant by a hospital where people already got breathing problems? Y'all are stopping them from breathing. You're stopping them from getting well. You're causing mayhem on a community that's already disadvantaged. This is unhumane. This is stupid. This is crazy. This is selfish. This is out of our league. You are doing stuff to us. You're not doing it in the communities where they can afford to get rid of all the problems, the smoke, the environmental entities they got going on, or whatever you want to call it, the odors and all that they put out, the debris. They can get rid of all that. We can't afford to do that in Fifth Ward. But yet and still you want to bring all that to us. We are not the path of least resistance no more. We are speaking up, and for the silence us because you want to bring it in on us and then we don't have a say so, that's bullshit. I'm sorry. That's bull crap at its finest. We're not going to have that, and we're not doing it like that. We're going to do it in a different way, in a humane way. We will speak up, and we will speak out, and we will continue to. We will not be silent because you don't want our opinion about how we want you to live, how we want to live. We want to live just like everybody else live, with clean air, clean water, and we want to be able to breathe when we walk out our door. We don't want to have ventilators everywhere we go, walking with oxygen because of y'all carelessness on life. Life, it should be free air and free water. Of course, in America, we don't have nothing free no more. We have to fight for the main things that should be free. And it's all because of the rich getting richer and the people that's at the bottom stay at the bottom. Why they bear off our backs. We tired of that shit. We tired of that stuff. Y'all need to go back to the drawing board and do it over. Over and out. Goodbye.
Thank you for providing your testimony today. Any follow-up questions from our panelists? Thank you. Our next speaker is Bradley Morgan. Bradley Morgan.
It appears that we might have lost Mr. Morgan.
Okay.
So at this time, okay, so at this time, there doesn't appear to be any additional pre-registered speakers in the room. Nobody has indicated that they would like to provide comments at this time. So we are going to take a short break for the next 15 minutes. The panel will remain here, but off camera while we wait for potential speakers. If you're interested in speaking, please email our hearing coordinators at osaphearingteam@scna.com, or you can raise your hand and our logistics team will reach out to you to get you in the lineup. Thank you guys so much, and we will return in 15 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. At this time, it does look like we have some speakers ready to provide comments. Our next speaker is Christy Smith.
Hello. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, the weather's pretty bad out here. Well, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Christy, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Texas Health and Environment Alliance, or THEA. We are a nonprofit organization that works alongside communities across Texas that are impacted by pollution and environmental contamination. THEA strongly opposes the EPA's proposed changes to the public participation requirements for minor new source review permitting. Meaningful public participation is one of the few community tools that they have to understand proposed projects, ask questions, raise concerns, and hold permitting agencies accountable before permits are issued. Public participation is not simply a procedural requirement. It leads to better permitting decisions to ensure agencies hear directly from the people who know their communities best. For many communities that we work with, participating in permitting processes is already challenging. The residents often have to navigate technical documents, limited notice periods, language barriers, work schedules, and this process can feel inaccessible. Weakening federal public participation requirements are shifting greater discretion to states' risks, creating even more barriers for communities that are already struggling to make their voices heard. In Texas, there are many facilities that are regulated under the minor NSR program, including concrete batch plants, rock crushers, and other industrial sources. These residents deserve more opportunities to participate in decisions that affect the air they breathe, not fewer. Our experience working with communities across the state has shown the public participation improves the permitting process. Residents provide valuable local knowledge that is not always reflected in permitting applications. They identify nearby homes, schools, and other sensitive locations, share information about existing pollution sources, flooding, traffic, and local conditions, and they raise concerns about the impacts that they may otherwise be overlooked. Their input helps agencies make more informed decisions while increasing public confidence in the permitting process. We are also concerned that this proposal would allow states to weaken public participation requirements that currently provide important minimum federal protections. A strong federal baseline helps ensure that meaningful public participation does not depend on where someone lives. In Texas, where many communities have long advocated for stronger, not weaker engagement, reducing these minimum standards could significantly limit opportunities for residents to be heard. Public participation is not an obstacle to permitting. It is an essential part of good governance, sound environmental decision-making, and public accountability. Communities deserve a transparent permitting process and meaningful opportunity to participate before decisions that may affect their health and environment are made. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the EPA to withdraw this proposal and maintain strong federal public participation requirements for minor new source review permitting. EPA should be strengthening opportunities for meaningful public engagement, not reducing them. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for taking the time today to offer your testimony. Ms. Smith, can you go ahead and state your full name, spell your full name for the record, please?
Christy Smith, Kristysmith.
Thank you very much. Panelists, do you have any follow-up questions? Appreciate it. Thank you. Our next two speakers are Arushi Pant and Marlena Bergeron. Please make sure to state and spell your full name for the record before you begin your testimony. Arushi Pant?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Arushi, Aarushipant. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Arushi Pant, and I'm the Executive Director of Allegheny County Clean Air Now, or ACAN, a nonprofit organization that uplifts the voices of those living in the Neville Island airshed in the Pittsburgh area. We have been actively involved in the permitting process for many facilities, working to ensure that the voices and stories of fenceline community members are heard and action is taken to address their concerns. This is why the proposed rule to allow states to eliminate the public notice and comment requirements when issuing permits for minor new sources and minor modifications to major sources is concerning to us. Here are some points I'd like to share. One, public participation helps ensure that minor NSR permits protect air quality. People who live, work, or recreate near where proposed new sources will be located or existing sources, proposed expansion, are more likely to be aware of nearby sensitive populations, such as schools, daycare centers, spaces, and homes, than state and federal regulators are. Two is that EPA is unlikely to review minor NSR permits. This is why the public plays such an important oversight role. Three, regulators make mistakes. Concerned members of the public help catch them. Addressing these concerns helps to protect air quality. For example, ACAN has jointly and individually submitted comments on proposed permits, such as an installation permit that was recently drafted for Metallico, a metal shredder. Without advance notice of the permit and without the public hearing and comment period, community members would not have been able to participate in the permitting process, including residents who live right across from these polluters and are directly impacted by them every day. Permits issued in secret are less likely to include strong, enforceable limits sufficient to protect communities from air pollution. The fact that a draft permit will be subject to public scrutiny incentivizes and empowers regulators to write strong permits. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. We need more public participation, not less. EPA should be focusing on requiring state and local agencies to comply with the long-standing minor NSR public participation rules, and EPA and state and local air agencies should be doing more to encourage and facilitate public involvement. These minor sources can greatly harm communities. Like I said, they do include synthetic minor sources like Metallico and even data centers, some of these generating their own power, which could be major sources. Without public notice, you wouldn't even know if a facility was being planned near you. Some states, including PA, currently have their own public participation requirements, but those could be taken away in the name of streamlining or speeding up permitting unless the federal requirement remains. Without public comments, permits are often weaker, including insufficient monitoring and emission limits. The public may catch errors that mean a facility or modification is actually major. We must protect the health and well-being of residents and keep the community actively involved in the permitting process. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
And thank you for taking the time today to offer your testimony. Any follow-up questions from our panelists? Thank you. Ms. Bergeron?
Yes, thank you so much. It's Marlena Bergeron, but I like your pronunciation better.
Sorry
M-A-R,
about it.
that's all right. Marlena, last name Bergeron, B as in butterfly, E-R, G as in gorilla, E-R-O-N as in narwhal. I am a Sierra Club Executive Committee member. I'm a master gardener, a master naturalist, and a volunteer with the Georgia Adopt a Stream program, where we monitor the quality and health of our creeks. I heard one gentleman, a third generation farmer, speak from Georgia, and I just wanted to follow all these eloquent speakers. I'm so thankful to you all as a committee for offering multiple sessions today to comment with our busy schedules and summer camps and band camp where I'm at right now underway. It's really great that you have given us multiple opportunities to weigh in. One of my favorite comments was from the gentleman from Mobile: public participation prevents bad policy. I also liked everything that Miss Sandra said. She was great. The comment that was just made recently, that sunshine is the best disinfectant, all those things could not be more true. And what I've learned in the past 2 hours listening is that minor permits create major problems, and that the community should participate. And not only do the residents have a right to be informed of what's happening in their community, but they could be collaborators in the solutions. I live in a community where we are already dealing with a lack of transparency. Our elected commissioners approved data center sales purchase agreements and entered into non-disclosure agreements 6 months before the community was ever notified that they were happening. And so everything that we're learning about the generators and the water consumption and the grid situation, that grid demand, all this is we've been learning behind the curve. And so I'm very thankful to have learned from everybody weighing in on this. We need each other, right? Iron sharpens iron. And I think we all arrive to a better community when we all collaborate with each other, when we include all the voices, those impacted, those who have experienced it before. And I agree that Washington, D.C., as well as, people at upper levels, if they don't live in it, then they're not dealing with it day to day. And I would like a healthy future for our kids, for all Americans. And this is our country. We make a pledge to the flag. Doesn't it also include a promise to the people and to the land? That was Robin Wall Kimmerer. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony and to listen to this public hearing. Much appreciated. Any follow-up questions from our panelists? All right. So again, my name is Paul Amador. I am the Acting Division Director of the Permitting and Program Support Division in EPA's Office of State Air Partnerships. I've been serving as chair for this session of the hearing on EPA's proposed rule, Minor New Source Review Program, Public Participation Requirements for State Implementation Plans. We will close the session and formally adjourn the public hearing. I want to thank my fellow panelists, our support team, and everyone who offered testimony today, as well as everyone who took time off their schedules to listen to today's hearing on the proposed rule. As a reminder, you can submit written comments on this proposal through August 21st, 2026, and written comments are considered with the same weight as the oral comments we heard today. Instructions for submitting written comments are available on our website. It is now 7:05 Eastern Time on July 22nd, 2026, and this public hearing is hereby closed. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.
This could